my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can, and abiding by his plan. They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Silver step into the play, you bet I'ma hit it. What I'm doing in this game, I did in a scrimmage. Rappers wanting all this beef and burning up bridges. Deep down they dealing with pain, they just wanna admit it. Won't stop till I get it. Speed it up when I'm winning. It's silver and undefined, period, no sin. They tryna give me the fit, and I'ma say Jesus and risk it. Treasure in heaven, generation with them, I pass the baton on my jits. Had to make sacrifices for this. I can fake, had to cut out some friends. Vision late ever since the beginning. Go get the bad, then bring it in. Every L was a lesson you did. Had a nest, had to handle the biz. I bought a whatchamacallit, and it's chilling right over the fridge.
They tryna end me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by his grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus a case. They sippin' only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you. Because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in hot. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops and drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt. Peep the scenery, telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still was his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising, and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head, and then the wind up the door. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on it slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol to my back and told the bitches let's trade. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, and now I'm with Jesus. It's like stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dog, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops of drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when it's beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on, then it's on for show. Kiss my girl up on the head and then the wind up the door. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight. Hey yo, we pulled up on the block and it's raining, it's hard to see shit. All I seen is 6 headlights, that means it's 3 whips. 3 chicks hopped at the whip, they had some heaters with them. Walked up on it slowly and told me they wanted to get to know me. Jermaine was scoping them bitches, he peeped their strategy. They took us to a building with children, they watching actually, but naturally took us to the basement instead. I see Dwayne up in the corner, but they told me he's dead. That's when I looked up at Jermaine, he got a smirk that he made. Put his pistol to my back and told the bitches let's trade. Motherfucker set me up, but ain't no time for discussion. Seen him stalling for a minute, so I started to rush him. Knocked the pistol out his hand and quickly fell to the floor. We scuffled back and forth for minutes, I got snuffed in my jaw. And when I got back to my feet, I saw him clutching his heater. He pulled it quickly like a symphony, get down with Jesus. It's like stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, and say goodnight. Stunned up in the dark, it comes to light. So always play your part, say goodnight, yo.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from the gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not back looking down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire is stored away. I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been putting me on like I'm one of those. I can see what they hate, that just ain't.
Hello and welcome to the APAC League playoffs. It's our pleasure to bring to you all the action and of course the best, or some of the best that APAC have to offer. But before we get there, we would like to take a moment. Of course, as many of you would be aware, we unfortunately across the last week have suffered a tremendous loss. A commentator, a leader, and a pillar of this community tragically passed away on 11th of October 2021. It's hard to quantify the impact that Michael Kickstar Stockley had. In many ways, he was a face and a voice for our community. He built and paved the way for so many of us to do what we do today, and for that, we will forever be grateful. Michael, although you may be gone, we will never forget you. Please join us in a minute's silence to remember Michael Kickstar Stockley. Our thoughts are with his colleagues, friends, and family. We'd now like to open up the floor for our talent to say some words.
Yeah, never something that we thought we would have to be talking about on a broadcast here, and certainly something that's very difficult to come to terms with. You know, a lot of people have been following Kix, his journey from when he was a player to a commentator, a noob commentator, to being a professional and an inspiration to many people. I wouldn't be in Rainbow Six if it wasn't for watching him back in the day. So, yeah, thank you, Kix. And if anyone would like to watch Parker's in memory of, I highly recommend that on his Twitch channel.
Yeah, look, echoing exactly what Dev just said, you know, clear inspiration to a lot of people, and he's certainly going to have a legacy in Siege that will live on for a very long time. Similar story for me, definitely inspired me in my early days of trying to play competitively and also transitioning to caster, so certainly going to miss Kix in the scene.
Yeah, much like the rest of the boys, Kix did definitely directly influence my work, and yeah, he'll be missed a lot, so thanks Kix.
I never got to really have much interaction with Kix, but when I did come into the Rainbow Six Siege scene, he was one that I looked up to in getting involved, so I'll always be forever thankful. And I think the best thing that we can do now as colleagues and casters is to put on an absolutely amazing show. And for everyone who is subscribed to him, make sure throughout the day and for a wee while you spam his emotes in chat as well.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it, Xenox. Raven and Dev, thank you for joining us for that small little word there, and we appreciate your thoughts. We will see you when we get into the game, but for now, it is time for us to get to the analyst desk. And joining me for that analyst desk, Xenox and Guz. Gentlemen, obviously this is now, this is it. This is the playoffs. This is the final playoffs that we have for the APAC League. And Xenox, I think it's going to deliver.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, we're going to switch on now, obviously. APAC is a region that I think is one of, if not the most fun to watch. And when you combine South and North together, and then obviously South Asia as well, we can't forget them, of course. I think it creates for an amazing show. So these 3 days coming up, I think, you know, as has been Stage 1, Stage 2, now for Stage 3, are going to be amazing to watch.
They certainly are. Now, Guz, we'll have a look at the South standings and kind of talk about how this all played out. I think that for many of us, the talent, of course, we are very familiar with this. So do you just want to give a quick rundown of what we were seeing throughout the stage?
Yeah, much like the two previous stages for APAC South, it was once again so incredibly close, and it really did come down to the very final play day. Now this graphic is unfortunately incorrect. It was actually Invictus Gaming. They finished first. They went straight towards the major. And that left the Chiefs elevate, and Direwolves here now into the playoffs. The Chiefs, unfortunately, they were in pole position. They did lose the final play day against the bottom-ranked team in order. That cost them very dearly, and now they need to make this bracket run.
Yeah, certainly do. Xenox, as we start to have a look at that APAC North bracket, I think it might be worth mentioning the fact that we're not seeing Dam1 go straight to the major after their performance from Stage 2. I really did feel like they were looking pretty hot, but apparently not to be.
Feels like a lifetime ago, that Playday 7 for APAC North. So much happening there. We had results that we probably didn't expect to happen. You know, Dam1 losing out to T1 that went to 15 rounds. Mantis, of course, ended up in that top spot, so they go straight to the major. They get to avoid these playoffs. Cyclops, of course, came down to their final game. That got pushed all the way to OT against Talon Esports as well. Whoever would have won that would have come through, and obviously for Cyclops, they were able to get the job done. I think what this graphic highlights more than anything is how close that middle pack for APAC North really was. Cyclops, Fnatic, Talon, and T1 all on 9 points. That's that fourth spot there, of course, for Cyclops. Then there's that little bit of a jump up in quality, I think, with Dam1 Care, Guts, and then, of course, Mantis in that top spot. Those three definitely holding their own compared to the rest of this particular division. So I'm very much excited for Cyclops. It wasn't really the stage we probably would have expected for them, but they still make the playoffs, and we know their quality come playoff time here in the APAC playoffs. We've seen them plenty, Rob.
Yeah, we certainly have. And guys, as we start to move away from our APAC North into the South Asian Nationals, you can probably run us through what we might be expecting. Two teams, well, one team that's actually not making their appearance once again is Kira Esports, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kira Esports getting knocked out by MH up in that upper bracket. They unfortunately then could not make the run against Extraordinary Esports, who eventually did get knocked out by Mercenaries. So South Asia, as a region, still pretty top-heavy. About 3 teams, I would say, that are still, battling it out and are serious contenders here in the APAC region. But much like stages 1 and 2, we're probably not putting too much expectation on South Asia. As a region, they are still growing. They are still trying to adjust themselves to the high level of competition that we typically see both in the APAC North and APAC South League. So difficult, I guess, to gauge just how strong these teams are. I also don't believe these games are broadcasted either, so getting a little bit of read on them, obviously quite tricky, but we'll get that today.
Hopefully we will. That's the fingers crossed that we will get to get a bit of a decent look at them. Of course, they are going up against some of the best, so it will be hard to, I guess, put a benchmark with them. But as we start to think about, what this kind of implies for the bracket, Xenox, I mean, are we feeling like, do we think the South Asia teams have a decent chance in this? It never feels like we're going to see that upper bracket run or even that lower bracket run. It's hard either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult question that you pose here, Matty, because I don't want to just come out of the bat here and say, they got no chance at all, never going to happen. But I think what we've seen throughout this entire calendar year now, obviously this being stage 3, is they've just not quite been able to match it with the APAC South and APAC North teams. I think the best that they had was back in stage 1. If I recall, for stage 2, it was basically straight sets for both Kira Esports and Mercenaries. They both got knocked out immediately. But if we cast our minds back all the way to stage 1, it was Kira Esports with a big upset in the upper bracket against Cyclops. So that's probably the expectation. If anything's to happen in the best of 1 environment, maybe can a Mercenaries knock off Guts? Maybe can, Hunters knock off the Chiefs? That's probably best case scenario. From there, again, in terms of the history for these South Asian teams, it was then basically straight sets down in the lower bracket. So it hasn't been a good calendar year for them. Hopefully this time they can find a couple of wins.
That's probably what we're looking for, right? Guys, out of this for the South Asian teams, can we see just a couple of wins on the board? Doesn't have to be anything outrageous, but can they continue to push? This is the schedule that we have coming up for you today. We see Cyclops taking on Elevate and, of course, Hunters taking on Chiefs. Guys, what are your thoughts on these matches in particular?
Well, I don't think we could probably have asked for a more explosive start to the day, right? Both Cyclops and Elevate can play pretty explosive brands of Siege. Cyclops at times do bring that into the server. I would say probably Elevate more so, are consistently aggressive and continue to blow us away with some of their creative plays. Neither of these teams, I would say at the moment, they're really at their pinnacle. You think back to probably stage 1, maybe even heading into stage 2 as well. I mean, Elevate were the champs in stage 1, right? They've dropped off a little bit. Cyclops as well, on a little bit of a decline at the moment. And we're looking at them to try and, of course, step up here. In terms of Hunters v Chiefs, another interesting matchup. Again, we don't have a whole lot to go off for Hunters. The Chiefs, however, I think the storyline for them is, can they bounce back from that mental block that's likely been established, that 7th play day? They could have locked in their spot. They could already be preparing now for Sweden, packing their bags, but now they have to play through this bracket.
Xenox, do we talk about that as a highlighted point? I mean, we will when we actually get to the analyst segment for Chiefs, but surely that has to be a big talking point.
Yeah, it definitely is. And look, honestly, I think the Chiefs are going to be one of the teams that we have as favourites to still go to Sweden here from the playoffs. They're a team that have high expectations now. Since Ethan really has joined the team, they've taken maybe that little next step, and while they didn't qualify directly, you kind of expect them to have a good run here in the playoffs, which is something they weren't able to do back in stage 1. They had some very close losses. If I remember, I think it was Fnatic and maybe Cyclops were the 2 games that they had to play, one at best of 1, the other at best of 3. So they didn't have really an easy run in stage 1, obviously didn't make it for stage 2. Now they return for stage 3, but in different circumstances, right? Just falling short of that top spot, they come into this as one of the favourite teams.
Well, let's hope they do, because otherwise I think they will be kicking themselves for years to come. Guys, let's have a look at the first matchup of the day. You said it's going to be explosive, you said it's going to be entertaining, and I don't think we could have asked for a better kickstart to this bracket.
Yeah, Cyclops fresh off the back of a decent performance in stage 3. They also did, of course, attend the Mexico Major as well. So we have decent expectations on this roster, but unfortunately for them, APAC North, probably not the strongest we've seen. They only did skate through on that head-to-head result. It was a 4-way tie for that 4th position, but they just managed to sneak through, and they'll be looking to make a similar run to what they did in the previous stage. Actually, did they qualify automatically in the previous stage? I think they did anyway, so I don't really know what I'm spewing there. Maybe, I don't know.
The champions, mate, in stage 2.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm just spewing a bit of nonsense right now, but Yeah, we need to see Cyclops step up. There was a clear separation between the top 3 and 4th here in APAC North, so they're starting on the back foot.
On the back foot is not where you want to be, especially going up against Elevate, Xenox. It's always hard to know what Elevate we're going to see. Stage 1 was so dominant, but Stage 2 and 3, it's been a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and look, this is what makes this little matchup here enticing. Of course, it's only a best of 1, and it's only day 1. It's the first match of the playoffs, so we don't probably want to hype it up too much. But when you actually look at the two teams, the contrasts are quite startling, in fact. You know, Elevate, they dominated Stage 1, only dropping 1 game. They had a plus 20 round differential, but their opponent, Cyclops, they dominated Stage 2, plus 24 round differential, didn't drop a single map. So both teams come in here for Stage 3 in a similar predicament where once they were champions, now no longer, and now really not at their best currently, but have been able to show little sparks of life that maybe they can regain that form. So that goes for basically Elevate and Cyclops, which I think for Elevate in itself, I think for them personally, they are a team that I have expectations. I don't know if I can say they're one of the favored teams to actually qualify for the major. Their Stage 3 performances were not that great, obviously. And the biggest one was, honestly, the defeat in Playday 7. The sort of, I don't want to say choke to Invictus Gaming, but what was it? They were up 5-2 in the final round. Yep. Should have really won that one. It's not great mentally, I guess, for them. So I am intrigued to see how they're going to bounce back in the playoffs. Look, if they can regain some of their earlier seasonal form, they are going to be a team to contend right at the end of the playoffs come day 3.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the vetoes, and I'll let you take this one. Best of 1. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I don't really know what to expect, I'll be honest, but we are going to Cafe. Does that skew your thoughts any at all?
Yeah, so obviously, as I mentioned, it is best of 1 for the first 2 rounds of the upper brackets, so it does place a lot of emphasis on getting this veto right. If you stuff up, if you make a mistake and you send your opponents to a strong map or a weak map for yourself, you're obviously going to feel the pain a little bit. Now, in terms of just looking at raw numbers and trying to make assertions on what to expect, Cyclops have a 7-6 win-loss record here on Cafe Dostoevsky, Elevate a 6-3 record. Now, in terms of the level of competition that they're playing in these sorts of games, tricky to get a gauge. I mean, Cyclops pushed Fav to OT in Stage 3. Elevate played Invictus, of course, that's 7-8. They should have won that as well. So, I mean, that sets us up for potentially a close game, but keep in mind, of course, North and South, the meta are obviously going to shift a little bit. But heading to Cafe, you know what to expect. It's very rare we see much innovation.
Xenox?
I got a fun fact for you, Rob, and I know you like them. Both of these two teams actually just recently suffered a 7-8 loss on Cafe.
I just said that.
Obviously well, both of them did, so I mean, that's something. But I think moving forward, Elevate probably showed enough promise in their loss in particular that they can probably learn from some of the mistakes. I guess it goes for both of them, right? Like, being able to learn from a loss like that, 7-8, little things that get tweaked, I guess that kind of signifies the fact coming into this game, both teams probably on an even playing field on Cafe, despite having both lost it. They've both got similar records. It's just about, I guess, who can adapt from that previous loss, that previous 7-8 loss, Rob, when it came down to that 15th round. Who can adapt that a little bit better coming into this match, make those changes that are needed?
All right, quick predictions here, gentlemen. Guz, what are we going for?
This is a really big game. Keep in mind, Elevate just on the edge of qualifying for 6 invitationals, so they really need a good performance in this bracket, and likewise for Cyclops on the precipice of the top 16. So I'm finding it really hard to separate. I'm just going to go South bias and predict Elevate, but it'll be a close one.
Xenox, quick one.
I'm going to go Cyclops. I think that coming into this, they probably want to set the tone nice and early, and I think APAC North as well probably want to come out and get a win over South.
All right, well, let's set the tone nicely for the playoffs, and to do so, we've got Raven and Dev. Enjoy.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, eager to get stuck back into casting some games. We have quite a long-standing rivalry between what were the 3rd and 4th, the bridesmaids of 2020 in APAC North, and here they're both fighting for a major spot in a BO1, Raven.
Yeah, look, I'm actually super excited for this matchup. I think, just as the desk really prefaced, they both have a lot on their line. They're both really vying for some really key positions going towards SI, and they're both going to be wanting to start off on a really strong foot here in the upper bracket.
That's it. We're always talking about the Sweden Major. What can they do to qualify through this bracket? But of course, 6 Invitational is the pot of gold at the end of Rainbow Six, and that's what these teams are really gunning for. It starts here, the first match of the Stage 3 APAC playoffs.
And look, my eye is certainly on Cyclops. I really would love to see Elevate win just because, you know, APAC South things, but I feel like Cyclops, they had some stumbles in the stage, but it felt like they were kind of still holding on to some of that form. And they're really good at showing up in these crucial games. We've seen that before. Whereas Elevate, for example, in stage 2, yeah, they still made a run through that lower bracket. But man, it just felt like stumble after stumble, and eventually they were shut down right at the end. I don't know, I feel like coming into something like the playoffs, my gut feel is that Cyclops are going to be showing up here.
They're certainly eager to prove themselves, Cyclops, after what has been just such a horrible season, or stage, I should say, for stage 3 of 2021. It looked like for a long time Cyclops were going to be in one of the bottom places in APAC North, which is unbelievable to think after they went to the Mexico Major through first seed from APAC North, and even there they nearly knocked out Team 1, the Brazilian team that ended up the eventual championship. Cyclops almost beat them in group stage and knocked them out. It went to a tiebreaker map because they were even on all the other tiebreakers. They were even on points, they were even on head-to-head results, on round difference. It came down to a rematch. That's how good Cyclops are. They can take it to even the best teams in the world, but we just haven't seen that in stage 3, and that's exactly what we need to see from them.
Absolutely, we do. And look, there's some exciting little bands coming out of this band phase too. Finca is certainly starting to creep up into some more regularity in those bands. We've seen the strength that Finca has brought to attack lineups throughout stage 3 in particular. So big fan of that. And similar story for Rooney on the defense. It can really have a big impact in some of those rounds.
Roni diff, man. There's no more Ronies in the server.
That's it.
The P10 Roni has been completely banned out. Everyone's favorite laser beam on defense. Mozzie gone. Aruni gone. What is this? I mean, I think there's obviously, it's another layer than the gun, right? Like Mozzie's so good, just like Aruni is at denying droning. And Mozzie can really, in particular, like you put the Mozzie pests on the hatches, you put them on door frames, on windows, you can really catch out the droning. But already we're getting to see some spice, right? Like we have this unusual operator veto, we have the least commonly picked bomb site choice taken here on Cafe as a mining fireplace defense, and we have a Glaz. Like, could we ask for anything more?
Yeah, and on the point of the site, played once in the entire stage for APAC South, twice in the entire stage for APAC North. That's across 10 map plays of Cafe. It really is rarely played. So Cyclops playing a really solid hand of cards, so to speak, in this first round. And I'm loving their operator lineup for it. They've got a lot of opportunity to gather early info through the Valkyrie and the Echo with those Yokai drones if they want to play them a little more aggressively. Makes me think they will, because they've got a Gator there on that Vigil. He's probably not going to be playing on site. He's going to try and play elusive. So yeah, playing that heavy early intel game is what it looks like from Cyclops.
A big talking point for Elevate is their roster change. Nerek's coming on board, the newbie, and he has seemed to have a pretty strong performance so far, but it is early days. One big factor for Elevate is they have such a high ceiling, right? They're such a strong team, they're such an aggressive team, but we've seen them crumble under pressure time and time again. Stage 2, they were so close to qualifying for the Mexico Major, and they lost to IG. Come playoffs, they were so close once again to qualifying for the Mexico Major, and they lost to IG. Surely it won't happen again. Surely Elevate won't let it slip through their fingers one more time.
Yeah, look, you wouldn't blame them to carry a little bit of trauma around that. Just IG shutting them out constantly throughout the year in terms of major appearances cannot be good. So yeah, I think Elevate, they've got to show up early and just give themselves such a solid position to qualify. At least for them, they don't have to worry about IG being in this bracket. They can't, end another major run for them.
It's true. But of course, Cyclops will not be an easier opponent to take down than IG. We're seeing Elevate start getting to work on some map control. There's a lot of verticality on this bomb site. All of the floor in Piano leads straight down into Train, which connects the two bomb sites. You can see that hatch is already open, but it's not as simple as getting there and start getting to work because of that mirror window over near Cocktail, at Sheets, at Pallets, whatever you want to call it. Blue, this position has 100 different names. And this mirror window facing into Piano with these long lines of sight is going to make it very tricky for Elevate to navigate.
It is, and already you can see here 2 minutes off the clock. Elevate still trying to surmount themselves something in this push. They're trying to take this piano control, get vertical in towards side, so they can set something up. But Cyclops, just with this early aggression and difficult to tackle setup, it has really stalled out Elevate. I just can't believe, looking back at the clock, how little time they've got. They're going to have to try and make something explosive work in through mining here.
But both of these teams love to be explosive. I wouldn't put it past Elevate yet. In a 5-on-5, this could be first blood. It's Sapper with the DMR, struggling to land shots onto Gatarada on the other side. Napew's taken cocktail control, but there is 18 seconds left on this clock, and Elevate are the first blood. As Gator opens this round with the K1A, Elevate dropping now into sight, but it's into the waiting arms of CAG, and it looks like Elevate have fallen to pieces. Cyclops take the first round on an off-bomb site choice.
Very, very wild in the end there, but yeah, it was a good choice from Cyclops and a really great setup. Elevate just looked stunned, to be quite honest with you. They just took so much time trying to get into the map and just obtain some kind of control. Everything that Cyclops had set up through that early info, it meant they knew what was happening at all times. They had some really good pressure onto Cyclops through those yokais. You saw a couple of concussions come out, and even that Vigil, I'm sure we didn't actually directly see the hindrance it had, but even if he was playing from the lower floor, those signals can still really affect the drone work on that top floor. Great round from Cyclops right there, and yeah, look, if I'm Elevate, definitely want to step it up from that round because that was a bit poor.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being.
It's quite funny, we always talk about both of these teams being very aggressive, even for the APAC region. But Cyclops seem to be better at taming that aggression. You look at that round, for example, they relied on their strategy. They just kind of sat there, sat back, waited for Elevate to just burn time. And in the end, that's what mattered, right? Elevate just pushed with not enough ground, not enough info, and not enough picks to really execute. So Cyclops seem to be getting the read on Elevate for now, but of course, they can't rely on an off-bomb site choice every round.
10 seconds left before
Definitely can't. And you know, it's one of those things, it's only going to work one round. You're only going to surprise your opponents, well, in theory, you should only be surprising your opponents once. So, look, that worked out for them. That's really good. Really good to see, honestly, that they're sticking their their operator lineup. I love the Echo Valkyrie combo. Great amounts of info. You can see that's already 2 outside Valkyrie cameras. We're not seeing an IQ brought from Elevate, so if they're not hard scouting these cameras could stay up for a majority of the round.
Oh, they did find that one on the west side, but still a lot of vision on the north. And look at this aggression from Gatarada now. Could well be punished. There's still info outside the CAG. Gatarada, if he loses his life here, that is a serious fragger off the board. Oh, and there was a drone on him. Was that lit up? Did that see him? Oh no, he gets one! Onigiri once again, the first blood.
Rough starts here for Elevate, and on top of the fact that they just lost first blood to that 45 seconds even wasted completely of them just trying to approach the building. When cafe attacks in general are quite standardized, you get to the roof, you generally push top down. So taking so long to get to the roof just means that the rest of that attack kind of has to progress a bit quicker. And we already saw Elevate stalled out so much in that first round. So this has just, again, been a really great defense start from Cyclops. Some might say a little unconventional, but at the end of the day, Elevate is certainly a team you want to take the pace off. Talked about they enjoy being explosive. It's the same early game, but that is unfortunate for Gatarada, looking completely above DCH's head. And at least for Elevate, they've equalized that man count.
That's the thing with aggression, right? It can work both ways, and for every pick you might get, you might make a bad read, you might be punished. Elevate has somewhat salvaged this now, taking down the Valk, but of course there's a lot of info that Cyclops can just sit on and wait. You've got the Yokais, you've got Black Eyes from Valk. It's going to make it very difficult now. Oh, Nerix! He's so lucky to have won that fight on the last bullet of the Type 89, and that is numbers advantage, Elevate.
Yeah, Capcan still being a bit of a menace as well. I just had a trap detonated. I believe it was Sapper. He's the one down on 50 HP as Elevate continue to fight for this top floor control. But yet again, look at the clock. only 40 seconds. The fact they haven't been able to push across, pressure cocktail, or even take that control, it means vertical play in towards reading isn't going to come into a factor. They're either going to have to force something in through train, or again, it's just going to come down to some kind of chaotic execute.
And it's got to at this point, but Elevate do have numbers advantage. Airgator flanking up from red. We've caught it on the obs, and now Airgator has a power position and a rotate hole. He could pick into pillars, but there's the air jab. Surely the punish to come through, but there's absolutely no clue. DCH punished in the back, and Airgator now refragged up. It's all on Suzu, and Elevate may have just made this one work. It's a post-plant 1 versus 3 for the smoke. He finds the first. Napier and Nerix now have to hold out to find their first round of this match, but it looks like Suzu's caught in such a difficult position, walking dead into a crossfire, and he doesn't last long. Elevate fight back.
Really good of them to salvage that, honestly. Cyclops had everything going in their favor to be able to hold that defense, but Elevate, they ran and they gunned and they managed to make it work. So look, hats off, because up until that point, Cyclops had just played that really well. It was the early round stall from the spawn peak from Gatorada, and then all up until the last 25 seconds, it just felt like Elevate were about to be walking into a trap, so to speak. But no, they handled it really well, and that's a really good sign to have bounced back from.
Across both APAC North and APAC South for Stage 3, Cafe has been a defender-sided map. A little bit more so in North, but it's been played for about 10 rounds more. 64% defense win rate. You would expect a 4-2 half for the defense. And just below that, 57, but that's similar. You kind of expect a 4-2 half for defense in South. So both of these teams are going to be gunning for as many attack rounds as possible. And for Elevate to have already found one 2 rounds in, that's a pretty strong start in my opinion. And while we really praised Cyclops in that opening round and mentioned that Elevate looked lost, it hasn't taken too long for Elevate to find that mojo, get it back.
Yep, definitely. And look, it's something that is hard to correlate between North and South, but feels like in the past we've often seen attack win percentages be slightly higher on South. I don't have exact data to back that up. I remember looking at it for Stage 2. Thank you. Because the one thing that's standing out to me is, while this map is traditionally definitely defender-sided on both North and South, we have stats that back that up. However, Elevate actually played a very attacker-favoured Cafe just in Playday 7 last week against Invictus Gaming. Both 4-2 halves for the attack. Attack in the end was the decider, really, for that whole game. So, look, I feel like Elevate certainly have an upper hand if they can stay in it in this attack half. Maybe there's evidence there that CAG might struggle on their attacks, and look at that already. Elevate starting to further adapt to what Cyclops are throwing at them with these spawn peaks.
And that's the first time we've seen Elevate find the opener. Fantastic punish early on. Black Ray goes down. No trade as well. Nothing gained whatsoever for Cyclops on the back of that. You mentioned the information gathering. A little bit less this time. No longer the Yokais of Echo, which we've seen can be so strong on this downstairs kitchen defense. Especially with the way Elevate play, especially when it comes down to those final 5 to 10 seconds of the round when Elevate are trying to execute. Those Yokais could be deadly. But Cyclops going for a more aggressive lineup, and they may get punished. Speaking of aggression, look at this from Airgator. Napier's watching it, but it'll only see the swing if it's wide. Suzu peaks one, and this is just peak Cyclops at the moment.
Yeah, look, really good teamwork there from Cyclops to be able to figure out that player was deep in Bakery, where exactly they were, and how to back it up. A good swing from Suzu in prep. Now, Nerix has entered.
He's dead.
Not sure if Airgator knows, though. He's got a C4 prep. There's a second player there. This could net 2.
Oh!
He's just going to pop up and use the bullets anyway. Really beautifully done here from Cyclops to retain that Bakery control.
Oh, and you could say, look, why are you guys spawn peeking? Why are you playing aggressive? You're losing these picks, but they're getting more than they're losing. So if Cyclops' strength lies in reading when to be aggressive, how to be aggressive, then I say lean into your strengths.
Absolutely agree. Now, 55 seconds. This is going to make it a lot tougher for Elevate. Only 3 players against 4. And we've already seen time management difficulties in general. So once again, Elevate kind of putting it on their shoulders to have to do something just a little wild. They're going to have to try and make some really big shots hit and just force their way through, because no hard breach means no extra rotation. They're going to have to funnel through prep or funnel down red, and Cyclops are really well set up to counter this.
Ooh, good flash. Alligator blind. Good info though of the CAG, and Black Ray can sit in those Valk cams. The Suzu holds onto the site. 20 seconds left, and Elevate, they look to go upstairs, but Cyclops are just waiting to receive. It's all on Agiri now, and he doesn't last very long at all. Cyclops, another very dominant round from them, makes 2 in the match so far.
Starting to feel like a really nice and exciting kind of back and forth match that we're in for here. Seeing both teams adapt to each other really well. You know, we saw Elevate actually get the opening kill this time around. They didn't get as stalled out as they approached the building. That was a really big win for them, but Cyclops kind of doubled down on their classic playstyle, their classic aggression. They did not let Elevate comfortably take that bakery, which was a really clear, significant part of their push. And that's where it really just all derailed for Elevate on that one. So hats off to Cyclops.
It's funny, the one round that Elevate won was very, very close, but the 2 rounds that Cyclops have won so far, let's be honest, like, they have not looked like a contest. Which is funny considering that we've had an opening pick against them, like you just said. And yet Cyclops, they're just so good at that aggression, knowing when to play it. Even if they lose the opening pick one round, they'll find the next 2 picks the next round, or the next 3 picks. And Elevate are just really struggling to contain the beast that is Cyclops.
Back to mining and dining. I tell you what, this is going to be a really big call now for Elevate. Have they adapted to what Cyclops did in that first round? Sure, it might have caught them off guard, but now this is a big tell. The lineup is not particularly different. In fact, I think it's primarily the same. I'm going to open your match tracker because that's going to tell me. And
it is almost exactly the same.
Yes, it is almost exactly the same. Biggest difference is Malusi over the Legion, but either way, I don't think that's going to change up the strat a whole amount. But yeah, again, it's going to be very, very key here that Elevate read into how Cyclops played this in round 1 and just try and figure out the adaptation.
Are you talking about Malusi and Legion? Reminded me, remember when Malusi had the T5 SMG? Remember when she had Legion Scum?
Oh,
like
yeah.
when she was released? Yeah, how funny is that? The little things that you remember.
True.
She was so good.
Located by attackers.
She was so very good. I mean, she still is. But hey, let's see how Elevate can go here. Anderson with the shotgun, the supernova on Echo. I love it, but I also hate it. I really do.
I feel like we've actually seen that on a few occasions lately across different teams, and on a lot of those occasions, you see them just get absolutely punished trying to take long gunfights at that Bearing 9, and it's just not really working out outside of sight architecture.
Look, I'm a Bearing 9 enthusiast, always have been, always will be, but yeah, I mean, it's good for about 5 meters, and that's it. All right, so it looks like Elevate once again looking to take top down, and once again, Cyclops have the mirror window pallets to try and contest construction. What are we gonna? Can we agree on something to call it? Because I've never like settled on a call out for that top white position.
I always call it blue or tarps. So
tarps, that's it. Yeah, tarps. I like tarps. It's actually gonna play aggressive in white now. Oh!
Gatorada, how did he get away with his life there? So lucky that DMR with its damage output just tears through people if you hit some shots. Really good pressure from Elevate, but yet again, starting to get a little low on time management. Feels like it's definitely better from round 1. This is going to be such a key moment here from Onigiri as he pushes across bar. He's got an AP to back up. Can they find a pick out of this? Doesn't look like it. In fact, Cyclops have read into it beautifully. They've dropped off. But the key win is that they actually have full vertical control now of this top floor.
Definitely strong asset for Elevate, but okay, the pick also helps through the vert. That's a really good read. And Anderson goes down, so no more Yokai's and I plants. Onigiri immediately traded back though, thanks to Alligator, and still Cyclops have some rats in the woodwork. They have some players downstairs.
Some really tough positions to flush out to. Black Ray in particular behind that mirror. They're going to have to hard push on that. It looks like it's going to be mostly towards dining. Still hard to telegraph at this point, but there's some really good positions here. Tough to flush out from Cyclops. Elevator got to go.
Oh, and they do, and Napew finds his double! but there's still the C4 below. Suzu doesn't have the info. Aegator is crushed on the attempt, and Suzu absolutely hopeless and helpless in the 1 versus 4 as we hear Napew's LMGE rings out. It looks like Elevate have put the money in the bag and are escaping the building. Suzu, not much he can do. He's got his own mirror window working against him, and there is just no chance he can make this work. The irony that Nerix wins it from the mirror window. A fantastic collapse from Elevate.
Yeah, that sums it up so well. They actually really used that time to just get themselves ready. It was a little difficult to read exactly how they were going to flush that out, but I tell you what, once they hit the go button, they did a great job just isolating their Cyclops players, getting the picks, and just like that, they had site control, and there was nothing left for Cyclops to do. The other thing certainly concerning for me was that Cyclops, towards the end, ended up not really having any idea where the plant was going down. You know, we had to see a bit of a guess from the C4 below, also tried to shotgun behind the bomb chassis and dining. It was just nowhere near. So unfortunately, a lot of that intel that was brought by Cyclops is not working out well for them. And you have to say, great job to Elevate. It was such a good adaptation to how round 1 went to be able to turn that into their favor.
I saw a tweet earlier today, I think it was from another esport, but it was someone saying, casters really love having a match on their hands. But I just want to say it, well, it looks like we've got a match on our hands. Because it certainly feels that way. Elevate, I mean, it's crazy to think, right? The 2-round Cyclops have won were absolutely, piss easy for them. They just took Elevate by storm. And the 2 rounds Elevate have won have been so tense and so last minute and so close. But at the end of the day, a round win is a round win. And now Elevate have hit the 2 that they need to meet the average across APAC for attack wins in a half.
Yeah, and I would say that it starts to get a little bit, maybe a little bit stressful for Cyclops, because they really are going to be wanting to get that 4-2 half lead. It always helps to go into your attack half, or just second half in general, obviously, with a bit of an advantage. It allows that buffer to adjust to the swap of sides and just ensure that your lead doesn't start to run away from you super quickly. So if Elevate managed to make this even a 3-3, I tell you what, I would potentially heavily back them in to be able to take this game. I think these next 2 rounds are very important for Cyclops to hold on to a lead.
So how can they do on reading? This was where Elevate found their first win. Cyclops couldn't rely on that pocket pick of mining twice. Elevate have just, honestly, it looked like they just took a moment to warm up. And once they realized, oh, yeah, I forgot we're playing against Cyclops, they're going to peek everything. And once they realized that, it's been fine, sunshine and rainbows. And while they are slow on these attacks, you kind of need to be. You really do. And, the last 2 rounds, they found the opening pick.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of switched from stall to calculation in terms of their time management. Like this first couple of rounds really felt like they just were struggling as opposed to figuring out how to deal with Cyclops. But now it feels different. They feel like they're more confidently setting themselves up to be able to shut this down. 90 seconds in, look at this, already really good progress across bar. They're going to be able to try and push for this vertical control nice and early here. It's going to be so key to have more options into that kind of execute phase.
The lack of C4 play here for Cyclops is missing them out on some free kills. Napew could be a dead man. Oh, speaking of, another fantastic opening from the Zoph player, and he looks so ready to clear Black Ray's position, and he destroys the bar as well. Surely he doesn't lose this fight. Black Ray taken down. Napew is a machine.
Yep, he is a bit of a machine. Maybe he's kind of the cyborg of Thai Siege, but great job from Elevate, honestly. They've got a 2-man advantage right here. They've got great vertical control. Sapper goes early to push Dining, and just like that, Cyclops have actually answered back with 2. So coming into this final 30 seconds, Elevate slowly losing that kind of advantage that they had.
There comes the C4s, but finds nothing. Napew still alive, still in the server. 9 kills and 2 deaths at the moment. You can't call it until the fat lady sings. 15 seconds, and she is warming up. There's info on this plant. but there's no CAG players left to deny. Gatorada for the flank. It's all on him as he sees Napier round the corner. DCH has to cover. It's all on Gatorada, but the pistol from DCH. That's Elevate taking the lead.
And that is a really big round win. I mean, I was prefacing a little bit at the start of the round here. It feels like Cyclops, they need to hold on to at least a defense advantage. Feels like it's more of an unknown going into their attack half, whether they are going to kind of excel on it or not. But we felt like Elevate would excel on theirs, and they are showing up. So it's just going to put a lot more pressure into Cyclops' attack half. If Elevate managed to steal this away to be a 4-2 half in their favor, oh, I feel like that is honestly such a tough little battle that Cyclops are going to have in the second half, and I would feel much more confident to say Elevate could be taking this one.
We're definitely seeing a lot of fire from Elevate on their attack, and statistically, this is across all of 2021, across all leagues that they play. So, you know, albeit this does include the Elevate's national circuit, which they tend to dominate. But Elevate have a 59% attack win percentage on this map. 59% of the rounds that they play on the attack are wins. You look at the league average for APAC North, and it's a 43% attack win rate. So Elevate punch above their weight on the attack significantly. And you look at the Cyclops side of things, only 53%. So even though Cyclops are above average, right? I mean, we're casting playoffs, so of course these teams are above average. But Cyclops just can't touch Elevate's attack win rate on this map. And, well, that means step one, Cyclops really have to get a move on with these defenses. And even though they've won 2 dominant ones, like we say, a dominant round win is still just 1 round win. It equals the same as a 1v1 clutch. And so Cyclops need to get a move on in their defense. And like you said, they need to be really, really equally strong on their attacking side to have a hope here. This is only a best of 1.
Yeah, I think definitely the concern there too is Elevate looked like, you know, after a couple of rounds, kind of like what you said, it felt like Elevate were kind of just warming up a little bit. And it looked like Elevate, they just have done a great job reading how Cyclops are setting up, how Cyclops were playing out their defenses, and then they've adapted really well on how to deal with it. So 1 round to go on the defense, Cyclops, the onus is kind of on them. Their half isn't over. They need to adapt to how Elevate is dealing with this and try and pull something a little different out, because otherwise Elevate are going to carry that confidence. They're going to get this round, and they'll bring that into their defenses.
There's one man that we've been looking at for Elevate who's been head and shoulders above the rest. It's this guy right here, Napier. 5.0 KD so far, 2 kills per round on average. This Zephyr has been doing God's work. Does walk straight into that line of sight. Takes a bit of damage for it, but he deals some back as well, and they're looking to contest. You've got to be very careful what you wish for when it comes to Napier.
This is some very dangerous early verticals here from Elevate, and they get that opening. That was a beautiful flick from Napier through the bars. DCH backs it up. This is looking good for Elevate. Just over a minute yet to play. But Cyclops, this is fast falling apart. 2 players have dropped below to contest this step. That means only 1 on site.
That's insane. That's the 3rd player from CAG who has dropped downstairs to contest this roam clear and contest the vertical play. But like you said, that does leave Aegator stranded upstairs as the sole player. And it looks like Elevator starting to read that. That's a very unusual mirror window, but it does net Aegator a kill and evens up this man count.
It does, and really rough there from the piano player. Just not really paying attention to the mirror. 2 Elevate players low as well, so this is certainly a winnable position for Cyclops. They've started to retake some good spots coming back to that top 4. Elevate, they're going to have 2 players on the roof for this 30 seconds, so we might see a bit of a skylight drop here. Aegator is going to be a linchpin for this one.
And he falls back and then recontests. The concussion does hit him. Nerix for the plant, but Aegator, if he swings, he could deny. The flashbang goes out. Will the C4 land? It's too late and too wide, but Aegator can swing the planter, and in the retake, it's 2 CAG players against 2 from Elevate. Low HP, what a shot from Aegator. It's all down to DCH to clutch to win the half. And Cyclops are hitting that diffuser. That's the one they won! Elevate with the 1v2 clutch from DCH, take a further lead, 4 rounds to 2.
Oh my word! What a play from DCH, what a play from Elevate yet again. Cyclops, they tried, you know, they went for a different site. They played it a little bit different. They tried to get even extra aggressive in that mid-round, dropping to contest the verticals, but all for naught. A great little clutch from DCH. Honestly, that was just a beautiful little two-piece to end it. And wow, what a half from Elevate. 4-2 on the attack. This puts them in such a great spot to close out this first playoffs match.
It does feel like Elevate are on the rise here. Cyclops, what's happened in Stage 3, Raven? It's been heartbreak hotel here for Cyclops. They were the best team in APAC North in Stage 2. In Stage 2, yeah, and in Stage 1, they were so close as well. The only team above them, Cloud9, now Mantis roster. But Stage 3 has been a kick in the gut. And this team for such a long time has stuck with this roster through thick and thin, but mostly through thick, let's be honest. Like, this team has been through a lot of really significant achievements. And I always thought that this roster was world class. I always thought they could win world championships with more time and experience. But to see them now falling down this rabbit hole, it's heartbreaking.
5 seconds to insertion.
It is really heartbreaking. And look, it kind of feels somewhat reminiscent to what we saw from the Knights as well in Stage 3.
Absolutely.
You know, like, both champions of their kind of region in Stage 2 and just, I don't know, like, it's just dissipated. Hard to say what it is. Both stable rosters, long-term rosters, but yeah, it's sad to see. Now, look, Cyclops is still in this, of course. They can bring this back in the attack half, but that momentum swing was just massive from Elevate. It really felt like they took control of this game, and I don't know, like, I certainly haven't caught all of Cyclops' game in APAC North Stage 3, but I don't know whether they would be tilted or whether they just have it in them based on the form that it looks like we've had from them in Stage 3.
This is certainly an exciting prospect for Elevate.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's always been the pressure, always, that gets to them, and we talk about it so much. We talked about it when Cheese failed to get what we thought was essentially a free win over Order, right? And to qualify for Sweden, rather. And we've seen it with Elevate in Stage 2, when time and time again they just were shy qualifying for Mexico. Now it's within their grasp to go forth in this playoffs bracket. We've seen them here before in Stage 2, and they couldn't hack it against the big dogs. Cyclops, no doubt one of the most challenging teams for Elevate in this bracket. They've got to get past them to march on forward.
Just to super quickly touch on this lineup as well, I love it. You know, it's another form of intel gathering that's very different to how Cyclops did it. In this instance, we're seeing it from the Pulse and the Maestro, even to an extent on that Warden. But it's just, yeah, it's a very different way to do it to Cyclops, to see whether it works out. Nerix, though, the smoke here has been the opening death. Now, that could really come back to bite Elevate. They are just such crucial utility pieces when it comes to plant denial, and even just slowing down the execute on this top floor.
Oh, that's an angle. Monagiri, and a good one. Prone shot, and the nade! Oh my, that's what he was doing. And that was the play for CAG. 45 seconds, another nade through as Gatarada swings into heaven. Let's see what he can do. This is a power position for Cyclops as the smokes go through. Black Ray also pushing forward, likely to find a fight here against DCH. Quite aggressive as Aegator starts to put this down, and Gatarada for the cross. Cyclops starts swinging on their attack.
You love to see that. That was a really good starting round there on the attack from Cyclops. Now, we did cast a little bit of doubt or question over how they might fare as they rotate to their attacks, but that was, honestly, that was fantastic. You know, they only lost one player, and just the setup for that execute was really great. You know, small details, using the uncooked nade to aid the safety on the rappel into cocktail heaven, as you called it, to smoke off the double doors, so then that cocktail player on the defense was isolated, so they could just go and absolutely flush that backstore player from Elevate. It was really well executed from Cyclops. But again, we saw them start really well in the first half, and Elevate started to adapt and counter it really well. So I don't know, maybe we're in for a similar fate here, or maybe Cyclops might just be on that comeback train.
It's funny to think that these teams actually haven't played each other all year long. Because in stage 1, we didn't have playoffs. Well, we did have playoffs. Cyclops played them, but Elevate skipped it because they came first. They just went and beat Cloud9 at the time, now Mantis, in the stage championship match. In stage 2, it was kind of the roles reversed. Cyclops got that #1 spot in APAC North. They went direct to the major. Elevate played through playoffs. This is the first time that both of these teams have actually found themselves both playing in the playoffs. The last time they would have versed each other was way back in 2020 of APAC North. I believe it was the APAC North finals. I'm trying to find it right now. Must have been. Let me go to this up.
Go for
oh no, that was that. Yeah, look. You just keep on talking. I'm gonna keep looking for this. It's gonna take. I'm gonna have to go down to the library, get out the old dusty tomes, and have a read.
You do that. Good thing there's a library on this map as well. But no, look, I like this from Elevate that they have gone for top floor once again, and they must feel confident that they can identify something that went wrong, whether it was through that early game or something with the execute. I certainly feel like losing Nerix in particular was a really key loss for them. That opening death being the smoke player, it's never great. And look, it shouldn't all be down onto one player, but it's just so crucial to be able to stall this out. Now, there is an early gunfight here. Oh my lord, DCH. So lucky to have not lost his head through the wall.
Come to think of it, it's been a hell of a long time since these teams played each other. It was back in the November major last year, almost a year ago, back when we had the mini majors, the APAC North mini major. These teams were consistently locked in 3rd and 4th best in the region at the time. And Cyclops seemed to be the better team originally, and then Elevate bit back. But now Cyclops is keen to even up the scoreline here on Cafe as Onigiri goes down.
Yeah, I'm not looking good for Elevate. Onigiri in particular, actually having quite a quiet game. Now, he was very instrumental against Invictus Gaming on Playday 7, as they almost qualified for the Sweden Major direct through that game. So certainly going to be affecting them seeing him fairly quiet. But this has been a really good start yet again from Cyclops in the round. First 2 minutes in, they've got some fantastic map control. Already put a lot of pressure on Elevate. Got that opening pick. This is all progressing perfectly.
Minute to go. Black Ray, oh, he's so close to punishing Napier, but Napier is in such an unusual position. Surely he dies here. There is no way Napier does not die here. Oh, he reveals his position. Black Ray still has no goddamn clue. He's like, where is that player? Finally spots him, but Napier playing whack-a-mole. He does pop up and take down one player. Nerix is in such a precarious position, but he finds one. Ayagate has gone deep into sight, and the trend of Zephyr mains popping off on this game is turned up to 11, 30 seconds. Cyclops are going to find that diffuser, but first they find Napier. It's all on DCH, and he is all the way downstairs. He's got to go for a jog, and I hope he's bought his sportswear, because it's a long way back to site to try and retake.
Yep, and he doesn't have much time as well. That timer flipped against him now that that plant is down. And look, 3 players to find. It's going to be very tough for DCH. I think if I'm Elevate, certainly start to take this time to even use a bit of a pseudo tack timeout. Just talk through some of the things that are going wrong here, because this is now 2 failed attempts on the top floor. Of course, DCH could still clutch this, but he's only got 18 seconds to do so. And finally, he is going to be shut down by Gatorada. And just like that, Dev, Cyclops have whittled away Elevate's lead, and now we're tied at 4-4.
Indeed, Cyclops have been fiery on their attacking side. They lost 3 defenses in a row to close out the first half. And now they found 2 attacks straight out of the gate. Elevate still struggling to find a defense whatsoever. This has got to be a cause for concern, neither team having taken a tactical timeout as of yet.
Yeah, and definitely starting to get in the territory where it could be needed, but look, Elevate aren't strangers to close games on Cafe in particular. I feel like I've referenced it a
for them
bunch.
recently?
Yeah, look, it didn't end up getting them a win, but it was a brutal 7-8 against Invictus Gaming. It was a very fun game, but No, look, this is definitely familiar territory, and I'm really happy to see that they've changed up the bomb site now. I think it was probably not a good call to go to the top floor. It felt like their first attempt for me was just very obvious a fail. It just felt like there was so much wrong with it, and that Cyclops found those flaws and picked it to pieces. I think especially on Cafe, we've seen it already through Cyclops' defenses. Most of these sites, if not all of them, are viable in their own right. Most teams can play at least 3, if not all 4. So just rotate through, you know, keep your opponents guessing. Don't let them ride the wave of such a good attack back to back on the same site.
We talked a lot about defense, attack side, and both of these teams having above average attacks. Well, when Elevate played IG just the other day, there were only 4 defense rounds won out of 15 rounds played. Like, that's like, what, just above 25% defense win rate? That is unbelievably low. Like, the most attacker-sided map in the game wouldn't have an average anywhere near that low. And so perhaps we're seeing that Elevate have been struggling on their defenses. In fact, they lost in overtime to IG because all of overtime was attack rounds and they started defense. And that's going to be the same case here. Elevate, if this pushes to over T, will be on the defending side, giving Cyclops the advantage if they can push this through.
So true. And Black Ray just drops right to danger. Like, absolute danger. 2 players were there ready for him, and he just looks completely unaware. I'm not sure what just happened there, and I'm gobsmacked. But hey, that's going to be great for Elevate. It's the first time they've found the open pick on the defense side. It's going to help them to try and claw this one back for sure.
The usage of the Twitch, what's she looking for though? Anything particular? A lot of drones down here near VIP, and there Jaeger spotted. Suzu starts to push on through. Airgator's going to be on the entry here. He needs to land this shot, sees him, but that's a nice peek from DCH. He lands it against Airgator. Suzu going for the trade, and he does get it, just barely survives. And now CAG steal that man advantage back, but of course, it wouldn't be Elevate if they weren't fighting for everything they've got to get those trades.
Certainly a good trading team, but that was such an aggressive little entry there from Cyclops, identifying that they just needed to make something happen. Now this whole push is being telegraphed beautifully by this pulse of Sapphire. Elevate are going to know that they are hard pushing towards red, and they are setting up beautifully for that. Nerix, he's going to start to put the nail in the coffin. Gatorada all on his shoulders now.
The rotate has been reinforced here in Bakery. A great mid-round adaptation from Elevate, ensuring there's no easy ingress into the site. And down in the hallway, that's Onigiri with the cheese skid, no less, to take down the last Cyclops player and finally break this drought that Elevate have faced on their defense.
Just such an important round for Elevate, for obvious reasons, but also just to try and stop some momentum. I mean, Cyclops getting 2 in a row is not something you really want to happen. First time in the whole game that they were able to get a back-to-back round as well. So just stunting that, and also it's at the tail end of the round where just 1 round win really matters. Elevate on 5 now, which means they can at least force overtime in 1 round win. 2 round wins gets them the dub. It just puts more pressure onto the shoulders of Cyclops, kind of helps them, you know, potentially just fold under their own mistakes. But this is a really interesting little 6-pick from the Lions, the IQ. We haven't seen IQ played the entire game yet.
I don't know, I feel like this game has toyed with my heart a little bit. I haven't really known what to read. Obviously, when we saw Cyclops have 2 such dominant defenses early in the match, I was like, okay, Elevate looked asleep. Didn't take long for them to wake up. And then when Elevate finished the half, 4-2, I was like, surely this is Elevate. And then Cyclops brought it back. Like, how can you predict this game? I don't know. I don't know where to sit anymore.
10 seconds left.
No, it's not easy. I just think APAC in general started to become like that. It's been really tough to predict. Certainly North was quite a tough stage to predict this one around. Like we already talked about Cyclops, perfect example of just somehow really dropping off on form. So yeah, it's just not easy. Elevate as well, they've been quite up and down in stage 3. At one point we weren't too sure that they would break into playoffs, and they really fought hard to get back into playoff contention and even almost got that direct invite to Sweden. So yeah, look, tough to predict. This match is just going very likely to be overtime, and once again, tough to predict.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice opener for CAG, and no opportunity for a refrag there from Elevate. We're also finally seeing Anderson on his favorite, the infamous Monty. And I want to know whether we see some pistol drop shots, because he kind of coined that. He's the one that popularized that absolute headache of a strategy. And, you know, Anderson's been such a strong shield player forever, and so you definitely have to take a moment when you see him on it in the server.
Yeah, it certainly is a frustration. Kind of surprised that maybe CAG hadn't gone for it yet, but maybe just something keeping up their sleeve. But look, there he goes. DCH has managed to find the jump onto Anderson, so we're just not going to see that shield make a play at all. And Elevate just doing a great job here standing up to Cyclops.
Oh, and once again, it's Napew. Suzu looking for a trade here, bearing in hand. We've already talked about the recoil on that gun, not the easiest, and that's a bit of an understatement. Now CAG have got to pick up the diffuser and pick up the pieces of this attack round. Aegator has been a very strong player in this match so far, and if anyone is capable of clutching up, isolating some ones and winning them, I would put it on his shoulders.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
There's so much info still for Elevate.
Scanning for electronics.
The thing is, Cyclops just haven't really managed to get much control. Two Cyclops players very split here. You know, Suzy C is still on the red stairs. And we've got Aegator coming up the brown stairs, just trying to clear some info, but he's telegraphed exactly where he is, and he's going to be caught off guard by Onigiri. Doesn't land the kill though. Still gives him an opportunity to clutch it out. Runs back up, and Onigiri finally finishes it off. Now, Suzu, has he got it in him to get this 1v4 to try and salvage this for Cyclops?
Nah, not happening. Surely not. This looks to be an Elevate match point. It's a lot of time, but I mean, no way he makes that work. Walking into the crossfire. And there you have it, Elevate. That was an excellent way for them to fight back. Looked a bit sketchy there for a moment, but on round 11, we have match point for the tie in this first BO1 of the playoffs.
And just like that, Cyclops, they're finally taking their attack timeout. Their back is firmly against the wall here. Elevator on match point. Cyclops need to summon some energy, and they have to get 2 rounds in succession. They've only done it once this entire game. It was rounds 7 and 8. But again, Elevate have just done a beautiful job at figuring out what Cyclops are doing and how to adapt to it. And I don't know, I'm just not seeing Cyclops bring this one back, Dev.
It's hard to imagine, but let's remember that Elevate did something very similar on their attack. It was actually 3 rounds in a row. Also keep in mind that if Cyclops can push to overtime here, they will be starting on attack. They will have that advantage. And I mean, it's funny how the narrative has shifted from the start of today when I was talking about how defense-sided Cafe was. You'd expect a 4-2, but like, I mean, the stats don't lie in terms of these specific teams. Flourished on attack, Elevate against IG, flourished on attack, suffered on defense. And if this pushes to overtime, that will be 4 defense rounds won out of 12 played. Only a 30% win rate for the defensive side. So I think it's safe to say here that if Cyclops can pull this back, they should have every ounce of confidence in overtime. But they need these 2 rounds before they can start worrying about that.
Some good news for Cyclops, though, potentially, is that the site is going to have to be Bar Cocktail. I mean, it could have been mining a fireplace, but it doesn't look like Elevate seem to like playing that. So they're going to go to Bar Cocktail. It's the only site that they've lost, and of course they lost it twice in a row, so it's the only site that Cyclops have been able to win on the attack. So look, if they're going to get around, it should be this one. They should be able to bring this to be 6-5 and at least force Elevate to have to try and close it out on a different site, which would be Kitchen Cooking. That is the next one to become available again.
Does make you think that this is surely going to round 12.
10 seconds to insertion.
But even from there, obviously Elevate would then have Kitchen unlocked once again. So it is hard, tough pill to swallow to think that Cyclops could push all the way to OT. But there's absolutely no doubt that of the last 3 rounds, this is the most likely bomb site they're going to take a win on here. Ooh, I love that skin on the pistol. I don't know whether that's like a common, but I don't really know that one.
Yeah, I didn't recognize it, but it did look really cool. Not gonna lie.
Not every day you get to see really pistol skins.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Very, very true. I'm definitely one of those persons that people that just equip alls for like anything they use. So
There's only one charm I equip all, and I'm sure you can guess which one that is.
it's got to be the Kickstarter one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Scanning for electronics.
That it is. It's not like I'm like, nah, it's the Halloween 2017 pumpkin head with glowing eye. No, it's the Kickstarter one.
Good lad.
So, match point for Elevate. It's within their grasp. And they're certainly gunning for it after a gutting stage 2. Stage 3 has got to be their moment after it slipped through their fingers again. During the regular stage, they find themselves once again in playoffs where they've never managed to finish in the top 3 of playoffs.
Already though, half the rounds are eroded away. Cyclops making some decent progress. Again, this has certainly been the site they've been most proficient at. Elevate firmly pushed back towards site to try and hold some deep positions. So they are starting to be sitting ducks. I did only see 4 outlines on site though. There is one over at the bottom of White Stairs, it looks like, trying to get maybe a cheeky rappel peek or something, but either way, that could be the linchpin here for Elevate. Vapew, he's creeping up red. He manages to get a big flank on here. That could be it for Cyclops.
Certainly, Vapew's a man to watch, and he does find him. Oh, just so barely as well. Oh my God, the railings were there, and Elevate is here to stay. It looks like they will march forward in the bracket to the upper bracket, but not if Suzu has anything to say about it. He's found a double, and he's brought this back even for CAG, but 2 players on Cyclops are so low HP. With 30 seconds to go, there's not much time.
Not much time at all. 25 seconds. Anderton's still on the roof as well. It is 3 versus 3, so of course they do have that even man count, but these positions held by Elevate are fantastic to try and stunt this push.
But Anderton finds the opener here. Numbers advantage. The Cyclops on their attack. They've got to push it now. Otherwise, they go down into the lower bracket. Nerix has got it holding on from backstore, and it looks like Anderton has no chance. Elevate, march forward into the bracket. They take down Cyclops, and they will face their second Japanese opponent in Guts Gaming in the upper bracket.
Really well fought from Elevate. I mean, a lot of us had confidence in Cyclops coming into this, but wow, after that first couple of rounds of the half split, that was kind of it. Elevate just did such a great job countering them. Napew really stepping up once again for Elevate. 15 kills to top the scoreboard. Really great win for Elevate, great win for APAC South here, and they're going to progress through this upper bracket.
The wounded Cyclops will have to lick their wounds in the lower bracket. A massive window on the flip side for the Thai team. No doubt a bit of a sigh of relief. You know, Cyclops was a weakened animal in Stage 3, and while Elevate still haven't been able to find their Stage 1 form, I think that this is going to be instilling a lot of confidence in them, especially with Nerix, who has never played at this level before, only in playing in Nationals, and then of course in APAC South when he joined Elevate, but you know, he may well find himself playing in Sweden at a major in just a month's time if Elevate can dig deep through these playoffs. Elevate, and no Thai team in fact, has ever made it to a global event, a major or a Pro League finals or an invitational. Never have they gone that far, despite Elevate technically qualifying in Stage 1 when we didn't hold that major. So this is an exciting prospect for Elevate. Exciting indeed. But we're going to toss it back to the analysts, who I'm sure will break that game down.
We'll hope so. And all right, well, we've kickstarted. Xenox, you were backing in CAG. What's your excuse?
Yeah, a little disappointing, honestly, and I think more than anything, it probably just continues the trend for what's been a relatively poor stage for Cyclops, especially when you compare it to their amazing Stage 2, for instance, right, which wasn't really all that long ago. And it's not like they've had roster changes or any of those kind of issues. Really well played from Elevate, though. I guess probably not the best match of Siege ever. Probably not one that goes in the highlight reels, but nevertheless, they get the job done. 7-4 is a good scoreline, which indicates they had pretty much all control of the match. It's disappointing for Cyclops, and they'll have to do the lower bracket run, which they have done before, Rob, back in Stage 1.
Well, that's just it. They'll have to repeat history here. But Guz, great start for Elevate. We're going to be really happy with how that's gone.
Yeah, I think Elevate played quite well in this matchup. But Cyclops on the other side, I think the best way to describe it would be they made a real large combination of unforced errors. We saw on their entries just throwing away picks, or a couple of clutches as well that Elevate played really well. So I don't think this matchup was probably a true reflection of both teams' skill. Again, nature of the best of one. Again, I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than it was in the end. But it's a really good kickstart for Elevate. They get across a really difficult opponent, and they remain in that upper bracket, which is a really coveted position.
Certainly is. Only one more best of one away from getting an opportunity to go to Sweden. So let's talk to Onigiri, who's waiting in the wings. Onigiri, congratulations on your victory, the opening match, of course. How are you feeling after the win against CAG? I mean, that's a big one off the board for you guys.
We feel great, and today I wake up and this Xavier jersey because I feel like it gives me the power back in when we in Xavier in cafe that I fight Cyclops and win them in cafe. Yeah, I think this jersey giving me a power.
Well, did you feel like you really needed that power, Onigiri? Did Cyclops play as hard or as well as you expected, or was it maybe a little bit of an easier game?
I won't say that they are easy. I think they might lose their mentality when DCH clutch that 1v2 when the diffuser is planted. Yeah, but I won't say that they are an easy team because they perform really well in the APAC North, and they are a really good team. They just made more mistakes than us.
Onigiri, looking ahead, you guys are going to be taking on Guts Gaming. What's the team confidence going into that particular matchup?
We feel pretty confident because we beat Cyclops, and we will try our best to beat Guts Gaming, and we try to go to the Sweden this time. We'll try our best.
Look, I guess we can't wait to see you internationally, Onigiri, once again, but we'll let you have the floor here. Any final words before we let you
go? Thank you for Elevate fans for every support. We will try not to choke these LAN events again, so yeah, wish me luck.
Thanks, Onigiri. We'll see you next time, mate.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Sir, still to this day, I will that will never not bring a smile to my face. But guys, obviously they're coming up against Guts next. What's your gut feeling? Sorry,
that's pretty bad. Even by your standards, that's pretty poor. Yeah, of course, I guess for those who don't know, it is just important to highlight that Guts did make it feel off the back of a forfeit, so they didn't necessarily win their game, so we really have no idea what to expect, as Guts just haven't even played yet. So I don't know. I think it's just an interesting storyline to track. I think Onigiri's phrased it pretty nicely. They don't want to choke. They choked arguably last stage and missed out on the Mexico major, so they're trying to make that run. In terms of that matchup, though, it's difficult to call.
Certainly is, but that's going to be the done and dusted for Elevate in their first best of one. Xenox, I don't want to hear from you because we're going to go to a break, and on the other side, we've got Chiefs taking on the Hunters.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now.
Well, Elevate and Guts have proceeded through in that upper bracket. Now we turn our eyes to the lower portion of the upper bracket. We're still kind of here. We're still in that upper bracket, of course, and we are going with Chiefs and the Hunters. Guz, I really, Chiefs looked so good all stage, and they tripped at the last possible hurdle. But coming up against the Hunters, I mean, this one should be a relatively easier game than we've seen.
Well, we said that on player day 7, didn't we, Rob? They took down, or they tried to take down Order and failed quite spectacularly. We'll look across at Hunters, though. They are from the South Asian Nationals. Gee, that's a little bit of a mouthful to get across the line. In terms of their run to make it here for the Stage 3 playoffs, just bring up the bracket quickly now. They did a decent job. They maintained their run through that upper bracket. They took down Kira Esports. We know how strong they can be. Mercenaries as well. And then, of course, topped it off with a 3-1 win in the grand final. Honestly, again, these matches weren't broadcasted, so really difficult to get a read as to what to expect heading into this one. One thing we do know is that I believe one of their players is unavailable today due to an exam. So that's obviously going to cost them a little bit, but you just got to make the best of a bad situation.
Certainly do, and speaking of the best of a bad situation, Chiefs are, I don't think I've really seen a situation as poor as this one. They were all but confirmed to head to the major in Xenox. They tripped at the last hurdle, and now quite literally they have to make the best out of the worst situation that they could have had.
Yeah, it's somewhat saddening in a way. It was very bittersweet the way that Playday 7 sort of played out. Obviously great for Invictus, but for the Chiefs, it felt like it was meant to be their day, right? The storyline was all they had to do was beat Order. They didn't do it. Full credit to Order, of course, right? And like, that's just the game at the end of the day, as sort of Specker put it too. But at the end of the day, this is a team that come into now the playoffs off the back of that sort of shortcoming as now favored team. And they need to play into that. They can't be the underdogs, right? Like they cannot come into the playoffs here as the team that's like, oh, maybe they can do it. Like, no, they need to be up there with the likes of, say, Guts Gaming, and be considered the favored teams to make it to the major. That's the goal. There's no second place here. They need to go through. And honestly, this sort of matchup against, the Hunters, this needs to be in the territory of like 7-1, 7-0, 7-2. That needs to be the scoreline here. They need to come out and make a statement.
I mean, I think you've prefaced it perfectly there, Xenox, and I don't say that lightly, but I do think, Guz, for the longest time, this roster has always been the underdog. They've always been the team in the region that's second best, third best, fourth best. But now, really, I mean, we are talking about them being one of the best in APAC. They've got to prove it here in the playoffs, though. As Xenox just mentioned, they have the targets on their back. They're no longer the team looking up at the top dogs. They're the ones looking down.
Yeah, and with, I guess, that expectation does potentially add an element of pressure. Not only were they so close in that final play day to making it, and that's compounding mentally, but it is the fact that a lot of these teams are going to take them so seriously, knowing just how strong and how deadly they can be. So this is going to be a tricky bracket run, I think, for the Chiefs, albeit they are still one of the favorites. And I know that's contradictory to say, right? They're still so strong, but they have all these barriers that they need to break through. But that just links back to the mental game of Siege. They are going to have to be so strong over the next couple of days.
And that's just it, This is going to be the marathon for them, and for a fact they're going to be pretty disappointed that they are here. But obviously, on the back of their Stage 1 performance in the playoffs, Xenox, even though they didn't win a single map, every game was close. They competed. I don't think any game was outside of the full regulation.
No, I've got it. Well, I've got it here. So obviously, back in Stage 1, they went up against Fnatic. Of course, for Stage 1, I believe the Chiefs didn't really have that much of a seeding. I think they might have finished 4th. So they obviously had a pretty difficult sort of round 1 matchup. That was the best of 1. They lost that to Fnatic. Then they had to play Cyclops. Now you're thinking, why is Cyclops in the lower bracket in the first round? Of course, they dropped to that game to Kira Esports. So that kind of set it up where Chiefs would have played Kira Esports. No, that didn't be the case. They had to then go and play Cyclops, 7-5, 7-5 losses there. And then obviously they missed out entirely for Stage 2. Since then, they've grown a lot as a team. They've continued to dominate locally. Of course, they're the 3-time champions for OCN, and picking up Ethan, I think, has solidified their roster immensely. So they get themselves, due to their position, obviously in APAC South, finishing second, a pretty good matchup against one of the South Asian teams, and they need to be that favored team. They need to come into this as a bit of a juggernaut and just sweep through them.
I would agree with that. Let's have a look at the vetoes here, Guz, and you can start to decipher what we might be expecting in this matchup. Chiefs, the last time we saw them play was on Coastline. They got spanked a little bit silly. Oh, this kind of feels a little bit dangerous, Guz.
It depends what angle you want to approach this from. Of course, Bank was one of the maps reworked heading into Stage 3 here for competitive Siege, and I guess you could say that maybe that adds an element of risk here to the veto, who, for the Chiefs, they could have headed this game to Chalet and have a pretty good win record there. On the flip side, though, Bank for them has been quite strong, and given the fact that it's been reworked, has allowed them that opportunity to expand their horizons a little bit on this map. All 4 sites now on the defense are definitely viable. So I think they're just backing themselves here in terms of their prep work and feeling the map. So I'm keen to see what they can produce. And Hunters as well, who only have played this once and won it on a single occasion.
Xenox?
Well, I think Chiefs have won this map veto by the length of the Flemington Strait. And for those who don't know what that is, it's a pretty long racing track. Unfortunately for South Asia, firstly, they've gone and
that's a bit too Australian.
Banned out Clubhouse first, which for those who do follow APAC South and even then Oceanic Nationals, Clubhouse has not actually been that good for the Chiefs recently. Yes, historically, they've obviously got the numbers that say it's actually one of their best, if not the best map, but recent times, it hasn't actually been that good. Then they've also banned out Cafe, which I find that one a little bit surprising as well, because that's actually Chiefs one of their worst maps too. So they've actually just made this super easy for the Chiefs to get down to either Chalet or Bank, which have been very successful for the Chiefs as of recently. I can't obviously speak to the knowledge that the Hunters have on Bank, but I think the Chiefs come into this as clear favourites, and the map veto, they've won it outright easily.
I will just say quickly, I think this really could also come down to how strong Mercenaries are, right? Because that 7-1 victory that Hunters got was against them, very dominant. Was also, I think, in the grand final, though, so that match also didn't mean all that much. Or actually, might have been the game before that, so it may have been quite a big one. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, it's so difficult to get a read on Hunters heading into this one. Obviously, Flemington hosts the race that stops the nation. This probably won't be the game of Siege that stops the nation, or
that was good from you guys.
It should be okay.
Sometimes
Thanks.
it's good from Guz.
It's good that you talk over the graphic for so long, because it gave me a good amount of time to think of that one. So, cheers.
What? Think about the comeback for that. Was that what it was?
The segue. It wasn't very good, but
yeah. No, look, it was better than what we're used to from you. So, gentlemen, we will get kind of predictions here. Xenox, I know you're heavily favouring the Chiefs, but I mean, are we expecting a fight?
The predictions here shouldn't be about who's going to win. It should be what's the scoreline going to be. Now, obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of South Asian fans out there who absolutely hate me right now. Look, it's about prefacing the storyline here. The Chiefs are by far and away heavy favourites. If Monkey Hunters do win this match, it is an upset. Now, I like upsets. Australians do love an underdog. So I do want to see them do well here. I don't think it's going to be 7-1 or 7-2 or 7-0 like that. Just history kind of suggests Chiefs aren't that kind of team that really just dominates like that. I'm thinking maybe like a 7-5, 7-4 kind of victory to the Chiefs. I think Monkey Hunters will be able to have a decent effort. Unfortunately, they are without Rattler, who actually played in the first stage of APAC playoffs. That was back with Kira Esports. So a good player that is missing for them, unfortunately, which makes things a little bit tougher as well.
Guz?
I'll be the bad guy, 7-2 Chiefs.
Jeez, that's a very big margin there. Are you sure it's going to be that big? I feel like we have so much there's too much of an unknown around Monkey Hunters right now. Like it's the problem is, like, we go to Bank where we've seen a fantastic result from them, but at the same time, like, Chiefs have a couple of VODs. I guess does it come down to prep work for
we're not
the
done.
Hunters?
Oh, we're going around again, Manning.
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of Guz, this is going straight back to
You're
Guz.
not a part of this conversation, mate. You can just sit there and look at your notes for the next couple of minutes. Yeah, there are a lot of unknowns. I don't think heading into a bracket like this, though, you can do a whole lot of counter work. You don't have that, and I mean, more globally, we are seeing more and more teams adopt that mantra of preparing for themselves, and honestly, the opponent's a little bit irrelevant. So, and you can get away with that again in the current meta because it's not as dual heavy as well. Yeah. So the Chiefs, they would have just been looking internally, and I think honestly, it would have been a lot of soul searching after play day 7. Honestly, it wouldn't have necessarily been, how can we improve our bank strats? It would have been, how can we not chalk our mental heading into the playoffs?
Who sounds like that?
I don't know, Turtle maybe.
Who on their team sounds like that? No, he sounds like Fush and Chops, bro. That's what he sounds like. I don't know what you're going on about. Xenox, do we take into account the kind of mental strain that final play day would have brought in for the Chiefs?
No, I think enough time has passed for them to regain themselves here.
3 days.
Yeah, no, 100%. Are they what? Are they in mourning over that one night, that one play day? I don't think so.
Maybe.
Well, look, to be honest, the way it finished, yeah, they very well could be.
Obviously, it wasn't a great day for the Chiefs. The result for them, and then of course the result for Elevate and IG that did not play into their favor. So look, yeah. I think I would be very disappointed in them if it's still weighing on their minds. I think they are actually a team that has a really strong mental aspect. Michelle does a lot of really good work with that team and has done in the past. So I think that 100%, I would be surprised if they're even thinking about it. They would be locked in, focused right now on their opponents and on the playoffs as a whole for these next 3 days. They've got a job ahead of them. Maybe they failed the last job, Manic, but you know, you just got to brush yourself off and get on to the next one. But I think the biggest thing for me is like I can't get past that map veto and how much the Chiefs ended up winning that one. It's something that probably Monkey Hunters really needed to win if they were to have that chance, obviously already without one of their star players. So look, I'm hoping they've got a really solid bank that we haven't really seen too much of in recent time.
Now, I do apologise for the viewers at home because we are currently Filanovskis. But Guzzler, I think one of the main points will.
What's the win condition?
Is that an appropriate term for broadcast?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. That's fine. It's fine by me. It's fine by me. It's okay.
I can't go back now. I can't go back. I got to dive in, and you know what?
I would appreciate it if you call me that for the rest of the night.
Okay, Guzzler. Well, that's my absolute pleasure to call you the Guzzler. But we got two gentlemen waiting up in the peanut gallery. It is Raven and Dev to run you through this one.
Yeah, cheers guys. I'm really glad that they gave it to us then. I think that they were losing it just a little bit. But hey, speaking of losing it, we are here for our second game. One of these teams will definitely be losing it. But will it be the Chiefs, the David, or the Goliath rather, or will it be the David of the Hunters, down from the South Asia Nationals. They have come through, eager to prove themselves. We're going to Bank, a map where, honestly, we don't know much about MH on this map, but we know that Chiefs are good on it. So we are set up for a pretty classic David and Goliath matchup.
I think that's always the thing when it comes to APAC playoffs, and with South Asia joining the mix, is it can be tough for some of these teams to prep. Don't have a whole lot to go off. So look, I think Chiefs have just lent into some confidence on Bank. Had some very good recent performances. The anomaly there being a bit of a poor loss to Wildcard. But outside of that, yeah, I have a lot of confidence that Chiefs will probably be backing it up here on Bank. And I have faith that at least this game isn't the game that qualifies them for the major. You know, I don't think they're going to get as jittery in this one as they did in what we saw in Play Day 7, for example.
Yeah, certainly. We've talked a lot about how Chiefs, one of their strengths is their mental fortitude. They have sports psychologist Michelle, who does some fantastic work. But despite all of that amazing work they've done, they did crumble under the pressure on Play Day 7. Like, they should never be losing to Order, and they did. And that was the biggest loss that a lot of these players have ever experienced, in particular players like Worthy, who were really hot shots, but just need that next level of experience playing at the top level. Now, this isn't going to be the most high-pressure game Chiefs have ever played, but it's certainly one where they have a hell of a lot more to lose than MH do.
Certainly do. And that's another danger, again, is that a lot of these South Asia teams, they're coming here with everything to prove. You know, it's not like there's no pressure on them, but to the words that you just said, Dev, you know, nothing to lose, so to speak. There is low expectations on them, and that is kind of the beauty being the newest kind of sub to have to kind of work into the APAC region. I know ANZ was certainly like that for quite a while. Teams sleep on you, and we've already seen this year that can come back to bite some of these more experienced teams, such as Cyclops, losing an 8-7 VO1 against Kira way back in Stage 1 playoffs.
That's it. We talk about the pressure, and it's something that you always have to keep in mind playing these higher-level matches. Here we have Chiefs starting on the defense in the impenetrable fortress that is Bank Basement. Now, we've seen a couple of changes here to Bank, and I mean, I feel like anyone who's been watching a lot of Stage 3, particularly regions that have played a lot of Bank, I think EU's played the most Bank of any regional league, if I'm not wrong. Then maybe you'd be familiar, but like, let's be kind of honest, Raven, like, we haven't seen that much Bank. Like, it's not been played a lot in OCN or APAC South. That said, Chiefs did play it twice throughout the regular stage, and then twice again in the playoffs. So we do have some results from them. We know somewhat how they like to play it, and you know, the extension of that is that MH do as well.
Yeah, look, to your point, we definitely haven't seen a lot of Bank throughout APAC. It hasn't quite worked its way into the region as much. Only 3 players in APAC North during the regular stage, and once only in APAC South. So, grand scheme of things, that's really not a lot. But yeah, Chiefs have played it quite a bit. So if MH have really come into this with a lot of prep, and of course they wouldn't have known who they were going to play until last night, this is certainly a map that they could have prepped pretty hard for, as in maybe Chiefs would have been going for it as the pocket pick that MH haven't practiced much, and they have, but it also gives MH that opportunity to learn from some of those VODs and try and do some last-minute counter-stratting.
Roam clear at the moment. Not a lot to clear, if we're honest. Let's have a look at where these Chiefs players are. I think at the moment, all 5 are down in the basement. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of aggression from, I believe that's Fish. Yep, playing on the stairs, blue stairs. But, you know, all things considered, not very much Roam at all, which really does put the pressure on here to MH to make this brief, make this clear brief, and especially only running the Thermite, the Ace, limits the hashes that you're able to get quite significantly, so they have to be really cautious about where they use that precious hard reach utility.
Yeah, and already we're seeing a heavy focus here on the west side in through lobby. They're going to be using the exothermic charges on the 2 front hatches, everybody likes to call them, being the one in lobby and elevator. So yeah, look, I like this already from MH. They're not going to conform to the very traditional push, which is kind of take server control, admin control, poke through hatches and in through server on CC, and then you've got to deal with that dance of planet denial, utility burn. It's just not what they're going for. They're going to try and go for a little bit tougher of an attack,
Attackers
but
recover
it
the
can
diffuser.
kind of net you less of that dance, so to speak, in terms of that utility bait.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers
Opening pick
recovered
for
the bomb
Worthy.
diffuser.
A strong opener for Chiefs, no reply. Holding on to that elevator hatch. And it looks like this is going to be an explosive execute down into Vol, but once again, Worthy is there waiting to receive. A smoke goes out, but Fisher guy, he is gassed, just completely chokes out the MH players. 2 left for the attacking side, but they're really, really stuck here. So many crossfires that Chiefs can hold onto these 2 remaining South Asian players. You can see Chiefs aren't over-peaking this. They're not going to give any opportunity to Ragnar and Sandy, who really have to get a move on. That diffuser is so far from the bomb site. God Legion can take down Ragnar, and the final one. Chiefs, a very solid defense in the opening round on Bank.
Really strong defense. Look, I like the attempt from MH. They tried to not, again, conform to what has always kind of been the meta, and that is through the classic server push. But yeah, really, they just fell to their doom. It didn't feel like there was any kind of destabilization of Chiefs positions at all. Worthy getting that opening kill in particular, I think, kind of just derailed it a bit. And it just never looked in doubt from that point. MH kind of just dropped to their doom in Vault. They got absolutely annihilated by Worthy and Fisher guys' smokes in particular, kind of funneling them to a death point. So great opening defense there from the Chiefs.
But of course, it's not always going to be as easy as it is on the basement, because that tends to be the most favored bomb site on Bank. Chiefs are going to have to show us what they've got on these other 3, and they're actually going to go to CEO first, which, funnily enough, you know, is a bit of a... like I said, I'm no Bank expert with the Bank rework because we haven't seen it in our region as much as it's been played overseas. But I have experienced a lot of debate about this top floor. You know, it used to be the secondary bomb site on old Bank, and you'd think it'd be stronger now because it's less vulnerable to those external parking windows that are now closed up, or at least most of which are closed up. But it still does have its weaknesses, and I've seen a lot of teams prefer the Teller's bomb site and the kitchen bomb site instead.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, definitely have started to see some small kind of changes in the way the map is approached, but looks like Chiefs are keeping it pretty standard here. Again, you know, like we're definitely still learning how this map can progress after the rework, but we really do have had some entertaining games from what we have seen from the Chiefs so far. Now, I'm finding that a little bit cheeky from Ethan there. Very aggressive up near the banana windows. And Jittery, he's just going to shut down Worthy from the get-go. Must have been a little spawn peek. No, I think just a really quick entry from Jittery in his first 30 seconds. He has caught Worthy off guard there.
Big player to take down as well. Worthy, the star player for Chiefs. Though he is fighting for that these days with Ethan and God, I will admit. Strong aggressive positions already for MH. The nature of this top floor bomb site is it's pretty easy for the attack to just sit on this rappel, really pressure that site. You can see Jittery is getting to work. Really nice, well-placed vertical nade there. And Chiefs are going to feel a little bit of pressure.
Certainly feeling the pressure. Window repel is always a key characteristic of this top floor attack. But look, again, it's a really good entry and a good little start there for MH to give themselves that advantage. Even just raise a bit of confidence. You know, taking out a player like Worthy from the get-go, always going to feel good. God Legion's still playing a very pushed up position in the hallway, which is much safer now after the rework, with the skylight being much better covered, at least. So this is a lot of pressure back onto MH. They need to try and progress this push a little more, because as I was saying, it started well, but now it's just kind of trying to find more structure.
How are they going with that realistically? God Legion still has this control, but Ethan's now cut down. Oh God, you can't be whiffing those. He finally gets it, but it may well be too late. Fish and God to hold on as Digital is down.
Digital down, but doesn't look like they're going to recover. Jittery pushes aggressive in through lockers, manages to find God Legion, and he finds, oh my lord, just like that, Dev. That's just the round over. Of course, Digital was down to Jittery entering that solo in the lockers. And look, really, really great round there from MH in the end.
Exciting prospect for South Asian fans to see their team find around so early in this match against the Chiefs, and it definitely gives the OS favorites a lot to think about in this game. And what can we really say about that round in particular? You can see Chiefs aren't going to dwell too much on that top floor, but I don't know, was it just the fact that that opening kill spiraled for Monkey Hunters?
I think a little bit. I mean, I feel like it did destabilize what Chiefs were intending to do. I feel like they were probably going to drop an extra player down to play with Worthy, or he probably wasn't even going to play that vertical in the first place. But it just did mean that they were trying to cover a little more ground from the get-go, and MH kind of abused that in the end. It did feel like the Chiefs had an inkling of holding on, but the aggression from Jittery to close it out just kind of came unchecked. But to your point, I like that Chiefs have just moved on from it. I feel like they can come back and probably win it. I think there's some very obvious flaws to fix, but outside of that, why not? Just rotate through. There's a lot of great sites on bank now with this rework. Open area in particular started to become a lot more meta.
Yeah, that's exactly the bomb site we're seeing right now. I love the creativity we get to see on off-sites like this or underdeveloped sites like this. See, it's going to rely a lot on this tellers and archives presence, which of course is going to put some pressure on the top floor, because that's how attackers will tend to clear out those positions, by pressuring from the vertical game. But you can see one consistent factor here of MH is that they just love to get in the building really early and cut off common rotations.
Yeah, definitely based off that previous round in particular, you know, the swift entries could be something that works really well for them. And in fact, you know, it's something we've seen in the past from the Chiefs against other APAC teams, even other OCM teams. Sometimes really early aggression, swift aggression can catch them off guard.
Yeah, Jittery loses so much HP there. He's holding this deep long angle into archives. And Major got a lot to prove here. They've always wanted to establish themselves as a viable competitor, just as the South Asian region has been wanting to do for a long time. Oh, God. So tight on these angles. But let's be honest here, the P10 Roni with a suppressor is a bit of a pea shooter, not going to do a lot of damage. You need to be landing heads.
Yeah, and he's playing with fire. There's two players that are kind of honed in on his angle. He's got some tough shots to make from there, but they're starting to pull away. And the good thing is, you know, like it kind of feels like it has stalled out MH a little bit, but they're starting to progress more towards Cafeteria, and they're trying to shut out God Legion here in Archives.
And here comes the entry. Jittery does take him down. And now Jittery can utilize this incredibly long angle into the bomb site. He's got a lot of cover as well, so even an attempt at ingressing from Archives is going to be difficult. That's Worthy. All the way back in Tellers, feeling pressure, but so is Jittery now, as the vertical game is used by the defenders. A minute left, and MH, while they have found the opening pick, they haven't found a lot of ground. They're going to try and breach straight onto the staff room wall.
Yeah, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Digital reposition. He's going to have to play tight here as Jittery has found another onto Ethan. Progressing really well for MH. They've still got 40 seconds on the clock. They've found another.
Oh! It's just Worthy. He's the only man left for the Chiefs. And MH have 5 alive. Worthy low HP. He's got some info, but this is going to be so hard if he has to retake. Now that the diffuser has been planted, he finds the first. Ragnar down. But MH is hungry to punish him. They do. And what is this? Taking the lead now, South Asia. A strong attack against the Chiefs makes them 2 rounds up.
Honestly, great job. They did a really good effort of just isolating early. God Legion, you know, he was kind of a sitting duck in Archives. And one thing I guess I was a little bit surprised about is Chiefs kind of just let MH get the gauge on God Legion's position and just kind of solo pushed and flushed him out. You know, no crossfires, nothing to really help him. No vertical play. That was the other thing that was quite surprising for me, is they had players playing above, but nothing to really assist God Legion's position. So yeah, there's some strange things coming out of Chiefs there, but they're going to take attack right here, Dev. They're going to try and sort some stuff out.
And Chiefs are a team that we know they like to take their tactical pauses. That said, you know, a lot of the time we've talked about Chiefs in the past, they use their tactical pauses to go and have a bit of a toilet break. And it is certainly not, it's not long enough into the gaming session today to warrant that. This is attack where they need to be like, okay guys, why are we losing these rounds? What is going wrong? Because, like, let's be frank, Chiefs on their best day is arguably one of the best in all of APAC. We've seen that potential from them. We haven't seen it quite realized. We also know that they are a team that sometimes can crumble under that pressure. We saw it. It's the only reason they're here right now in the playoffs instead of warming up with a pre-qualification for the Sweden Major. It's because they crumbled under the pressure against a team that everyone knew they should beat. And we're seeing that right here today. We've seen upsets from South Asian teams before. We've seen Mercenaries take down Cyclops in stage 1. And we could very much see something similar happen here again today.
Yeah, and look, that's also just the nature of best of ones. Sometimes, you know, like you could be surprised and you've only got the map to kind of figure it out, and then before you know it, the map can be over, and that is certainly something that enables these upsets to happen, especially in games like playoffs. But look, I think Chiefs are probably identified here. They're just losing some of these early battles in really odd fashion. You know, in particular, Jittery, you can see there, he's 5-1. These last 2 rounds, his entries have just been so valuable for MH, and they're just kills that aren't getting even close to being traded out. No one even really contesting for a refrag from the Chiefs side. And they're just, I think they need to present that pressure early to stall out MH.
First playoffs game for these two teams, and look, there's a lot on the line here, especially, I mean, considering that MHL is playing without Rattler, who has an exam to write. It's definitely an unusual expectation here to see MH doing so well. We need to give them the credit they deserve, though. They are winning this match fair and square, and the Chiefs are just not replying. They don't have an answer. This MH roster, I mean, has some notable names on it with some experience, not so much in playing, but you can see the guy we're watching right now, Modi 2 Da Rim, for real, for real. Love that name. You know, I just got to say, casters absolutely love it when you have a name like that we really do. But I've been told by my South Asian sources, Mr. Music J, a bit of a legend, told me that that's actually Weebster from Parabellum Esports, the Canadian Challenger League team. He's their coach. And obviously doesn't play in Canada, South Asian based, but he played at 6 Invitational, if you recall. And they had some pretty significant upset games there as well.
Yeah, so true. See whether that does translate across to MH. But interestingly enough, they are sticking the push that they attempted in round 1, where Chiefs ultimately just had total domination over them. But this has not changed. First 2 minutes in, we're getting a very clear lobby push here. They're opening this elevator and lobby hatch yet again. Looks like they're going to go for that vault drop. You know, Diffuser is sitting right next to the vault hatch, and we've got 3 players of MH over here. I don't know. I'm just wondering what they're looking to change, or just hoping to be able to win some entry gunfights as they push site.
I mean, I like the idea here. I really do. I'm eager to see innovation on this bomb site, because everyone knows what a server push looks like, right? Everyone does. That's what Chiefs are used to versing. But now Chiefs have to be extra careful not to let MH take all this ground for free and set up for an execute. At the moment, it looks like MH is just biding their time before they drop. They're going to have pressure main stairs. Here comes the smoke. Also a lurker all the way in garage, but Digital dispatches with Sandy. And now Worthy is ready and waiting. That C4 could not be better times. And Worthy punished on the refrag. Digital finds his second, and Fisho through the smoke can take another one down. It's all down to Beat. In the 1 versus 3, the Thermite is going to find Ethan deep into sight, but Digital from Garage. The Chiefs do find their second round on bank and tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, look good from Chiefs there. They are, I don't know, I don't think they really had to change a whole lot. They had really great positioning. They were so ready for that drop. They had a lot of denial. They had C4s. They had the Toxic Babes on the smoke. It was always just going to be such a tight spot to get out of from MH, just relying on so much timing. I think in particular so much reliance on the gunfight in Garage going their way, because that is really what's going to destabilize Chiefs and spread them out and kind of enable a bit of a freer drop. Certainly not an easier one, because I still think it would have been tough, but just nothing there destabilizing Chiefs' positions, so they can just hard focus the elevator and the vault drop, and that was kind of it. But for Chiefs now, they need to get a win outside of lockers because that's their only 2 successful defenses.
I don't know if I rate the CEO as well. Like, I'm surprised that Tellers isn't taken above CEO for Chiefs. I feel like the way MH tend to play, they don't like to attack things head on. You know, from what we've seen, they don't like flooding into setups that Chiefs are pre-prepared. For example, on that basement, right? Chiefs set up for like what you would call a more common take server, you know, onto A in CCTV, but no, MH just look for a back push. Even on this top floor, right? MH don't have to like play super hard to push. Like they can kind of just repel on the windows and play for picks over a longer period of time. And I feel like that safer positioning early in the round is something that Chiefs shouldn't really let MH do.
This looks like a slightly different push this time from MH. We saw Jittery on the very early entry in through open on the previous round that this was defended. That did catch Worthy early. This is, yeah, much more window lobby based, at least at this stage. First 30 seconds in, of course, hard to read, but this may even be a quicker push here, Dev. I know they've got the Ying here to facilitate some kind of aggression.
I do wonder what it's exactly going to be. Is it just going to be a swing? It'll be hugely risky. Overcomes the nade. Jittery doesn't have hard breach charge on the Ying, so it'll be up to the Ace and the Thermite, and it does look like that's Beat who's going to start getting to work on this square wall. A lot of opportunities for him to get taken down here, but he gets out nice and quick without losing his life to any C4s or any shots from bottom square. Very, very repel-centric push here for MH.
Yeah, this feels like it really is going to all be a swing in off the back of the Ying and some smokes, and in they go.
What?
They're going for this plant, Dev.
They need to deny this. Chiefs need to deny the plant. It's going to be so hard to try and retake, but it works. There's absolutely no reply. Sandy goes down, but that just doesn't matter. MH have a 4v5 post plant with the window repel. 4 players out on these windows, and Ethan can throw everything at the wall. How many Chiefs players can jump out? It might not matter. Fisho guys defusing, and they need to deny it. They do. 4 kills for Ragnar. It's all Worthy in the 1v1, and this may well be an ace for Ragnar. He has to hold it. Worthy can't do anything. There is no time, nothing to be done. This has got to be the ace. Finish him off, finish him! Ace for Ragnar, and MH take the lead once again.
Full credit to MH. You know, like, it's a bit of a cheesy strat, but it works. Chiefs got absolutely sleeping. They had no idea at all, and it was just well executed from MH. The sound perfectly disguised by the utility dump, the Candelas, the smokes. But you have to question, how did that not telegraph the Chiefs? Hey, something is going down here. If you hear Candelas and smokes popping all at once, I know you try not to be too baited into it, but I don't know, they just gave them so much rope for that plant, and it is certainly not an easy retake when there are players on the rappel and all sorts. So look, this has just been a great half in general from MH, really standing up to Chiefs here, and Chiefs did not let this slip. If this goes to be a 4-2 advantage, moving on to defense, I tell you what, Chiefs are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, oh, totally. And you know what I think is the worst part for Chiefs right now is like, this has got a sting. They would not have rated MH going into this game. They would not have rated them very high. You know, we talked a lot about, well, I don't know if we talked on air about it, but obviously South Asia hasn't played a lot of games with the rest of APAC in officials, but they've been scrimming like crazy, right? Like all these OS teams, these Southeast Asian teams, these APAC North teams, they all scrim the South Asian teams, and they don't always have like amazing things to say. Like if we're honest, they don't always say, yeah, like MH, that we're worried about them. When Chiefs were coming into this, they were probably most worried about teams like Damwon Kia, maybe Elevate. But if MH can start really putting a fight to the Chiefs here, which they're already doing, then I don't know, man, like surely that's got to be a bit of a tilter.
And look, I know the Des talked about it a little bit. It was kind of brushed off, but there has to be some merit to it, right? I mean, Playday 7 would have messed up Chiefs a little bit. They were so close to a major berth. Once again, Jittery is just in super quick, just putting absolute pressure, but shut down this time. But to close off my point there, sure, the Chiefs might have brushed off what was happening at Playday 7, but the fact that they are seriously being challenged here in a game that they've probably felt like they should easily win, that is similar vibes to Playday 7, but that can certainly dig out some of that kind of very recent pain.
That's it. The doubt starts to set in, and the concern starts to set in, and as an onlooker, it's already very much present. At least Chiefs have started this round strong. Ooh, nice tap onto the Prisma there for Ragnar. Oh, the man who aced up last round. You just absolutely love to see it. We love an underdog story here, and it's funny, you know, bit of Aussie culture. Like, Aussies love underdog stories. But I bet you that a lot of the Aussie viewers right now won't be loving this underdog story because it's against their team.
It's certainly a bit scary. Of course, to provide the further context, besides the fact that Chiefs could have qualified for the major on Playday 7, they're still certainly one of the favorites to take this entire playoff bracket. You know, there's still 2 spots up for grabs. They certainly are favored to take one of those. To lose this initial BO1 would certainly be grim, but they're set up really well for this attack here. Worthy's found a second pick for the round for the Chiefs. So 3 versus 5. Sandy's on site, Dev.
Yeah, this is literally the bomb site Sandy is in right now. Oh, but he gives himself away. Surely Chiefs can punish this. Oh, but nope. It's Sandy who gets in there. 2v3 now. But Chiefs will know exactly where Sandy sits. Beat has the diffuser and is going to have to rotate over. What kind of denial is here for the plan? The Chiefs. Is the wall open even in Tellers? I don't know. Surely it must be. With very little map control here for MH, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to force this plant down. But the smoke goes through. Still 3 flashes on the Thermite. As Ethan, Worthy, and Digital try and hold on. And that is the angle. Oh no, he didn't see Ethan on top. And now Beat can try and force down the plant, but Sandy goes down, and it's just not going to happen. Ethan through the vert, and Chiefs breathe a sigh of relief as they even that half, 3 rounds apiece.
I tell you what though, Dev, Chiefs just letting them have it just a little bit too much. That was certainly a dangerous position. Getting through to site, not the simplest of retakes, honestly. And also, even just Beat getting through that vertical hold, I don't know, it kind of baffled me, but the Chiefs held on. They've held on to a 3-3 half as well. I guess in a way you could say they stopped the bleeding a bit, but they're not out of the woods. They don't have a lead here.
Yeah, it's certainly an exciting moment for any South Asian fans who are hoping that their teams can firstly just score some SI points. Like, realistically, I don't think it's even remotely possible that any of the South Asian teams could qualify for the Six Invitational 2022 at this point. But I'm also fairly certain that the Chiefs can't either, despite having, well, yeah, the thing is, like, Chiefs, stage 1, they made it to playoffs but didn't win a game, so they didn't get any SI points. And stage 2, Chiefs didn't make playoffs. So they are not looking like they could make SI. Neither of these teams could realistically make SI, but they can both still make the major. And I mean, that would certainly be a first for both of these teams, but a first for the entirety of the South Asian region. And there's only one player in the server right now who's ever played at an international event, and that was Ethan back in the wildcard glory days. And even then, you know, that was only a couple events.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fresh talent just waiting to kind of realize something overseas in these international events. So, look, we'll see how this progresses. Sandy, super aggressive in Electrical Room here. Bit of an old classic, this one, you know, hide up against the doorway, see if anyone misses the drones. Doesn't look like Chiefs are going to end up entering that way anyway. But the rappel around the corner, you know, that's actually run outable from that position, but they've made it safely.
So. You have to, like, get around that little kind of blue wall, which is quite hard, but yeah, I mean, throw everything at the wall, see what sticks. That's what I say for MH at the moment. Because they're surely getting a little bit in the Chiefs' heads. And I think if you get that, even for just a moment, you want to run with it.
Definitely feeling that. Chiefs progressing this push though. First minute in, no engagements.
Oh, look
Fisher
at
guy
that.
seeing some toes though. He's waiting for the opportunity.
Oh, no.
Ragnar somehow survives. Fisher guy unlucky not to close that one out. Ethan's managed to get a pick elsewhere though. So that's already a really great little start here from the Chiefs, trying to put MH kind of back in their place.
It's going to be a long road to do so, though. MH on this defense, but it is CEO, a bomb site we haven't seen a single defense round one all map long. And these repel positions are just devastating for MH, and you can see that Chiefs know exactly where Ragnar is. They punish him and send him all the way to Valhalla. It is the Chiefs all day long. Jittery, the last man standing, and he is caught out. There is absolutely no chance for him to make this one work. He might just see Digital on the other side, but he is punished. He can take Dig with him, but at the end of it, it is the Chiefs for their first convincing looking round all map.
Yeah, well, they actually looked pretty great on that, honestly, and starts to make you wonder, not if this is necessarily attacker-sided, but whether attack just seriously favors MH, you know, and enables them to be a little more surprise-aggressive, you know, because the Chiefs just gave them a lot of space, and the Chiefs also didn't seem like they were ready for some of the aggression that was brought from the MH attack. But on the other hand, here on the Chiefs attack side, they can dictate the pace now. As long as they've got good info from drones, in theory, and of course it's always simpler than it actually is, but in theory, you know, they can be surpriseless and they can more better control the pace of what's happening. So I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Chiefs kind of run away with it a bit on these attacks.
Surely that's something that we've seen from Chiefs in the past. Was it against Bliss? They looked really, really rough. I'm actually going to see if I can find that that match. It was during the OCN playoffs just 8 days ago. Chiefs played against one of their longtime rivals, Bliss. And Bank looked to be a bit of a scary start. They went down 6-3. Chiefs made a huge comeback, albeit that was mostly on their defense. And we've seen in the past Chiefs tend to be a more defense-favored team on Bank. So it does breed a little bit of concern, put that doubt in the back of my mind. Because, I mean, Chiefs, their attack win rate on Bank, well, it is 58%, which is quite strong. So contrary to what I was about to say, I don't know, they have an above average attack win rate on this map, so maybe they can do it. Maybe the stats do bring it up.
Now, Chiefs look poised for a fairly swift push here. They've identified a massive gap in Garage. MH deciding to just completely barricade the double door and not play it at all. You got 3 Chiefs players stacked up here in Dirt. Looks like there's some freedom in server as well that they can look to abuse. And I think it's just about calculating this, but I think this is going to be quite a quick push here, Dev.
It's got to be. Oh, so much offside info here for MH. You can see Chiefs going for a much more what we would call typical. I admit I haven't watched a lot of Bank in South Asia, but I can tell you for sure that in the good old days, this was the strat. And even more recently in OCN and APAC South, this has been the way you attack Bank basement. Digital finds the lead off. Ragnar goes down. Digital actually has garage control. Fish is forcing that diffuser down. Can he be swung though? It looks like hatch isn't even open. Chiefs have just completely bypassed the setup from MH. And the South Asians are being picked to pieces. There's only one player left standing for MH. It is Sandy, and there's gonna have to be an insane clutch from him and now Beats to get this one going.
20 seconds on the retake here. Chiefs have fantastic positions to cover this. It's certainly going to be very tough for MH to salvage as time ticks away. Fisher finds Beat all on Sandy's shoulders. He's on 1 HP, everything against him, and Ethan's going to close it out for the Chiefs. A beautiful read into the massive pocket in the defense that MH left and just bypassed all the trouble.
That is 2 for 2 on Chiefs' attacks. A bit of a sweat-inducing moment for the South Asian fans, hoping, praying for an upset. As MH, it starts to slip away from them slowly but surely after such a strong start. May be let down in this second half. They're yet to find a defense round one.
And it's not even that they haven't found a defense round, it's that they haven't even looked close to finding one, honestly. Like, these last...
for both rounds, right, I think?
Yeah, the Chiefs just looked totally in control of these last 2 rounds, so there's some serious soul-searching right here for MH to be able to stay in touch with this one, because of the Chiefs moving to 5-3. One more round, they're going to be a match point, and it means that MH are going to have to force overtime, and 3 rounds consecutively at that when they've yet to find one on their defense. It's starting to severely stack up against them.
10 seconds
Going to be a tough ride from here on out for MH, especially. You know, we didn't really touch on this before because we were impressed by them. But, you know, you do wonder what kind of a repercussion are we going to see for them playing with their substitute without that Rattler. Starting to be a bit more of a comfortable game, though, for the Chiefs. The favored side took them a little bit to warm up, but they're looking pretty methodical on these attacks. They're leaving no stone unturned.
Definitely a different approach here from the Chiefs as well. Certainly not looking for that straight bypass. Is a repeat of Lockers, but just adapting to how MH kind of changed this up. Ethan, good entry into open. This is looking a lot more traditional here, getting that map control and looking to maybe open some hatches.
But they need to be careful about the top floor presence, don't they? Because we do have players upstairs, and looks like the lurk is coming through. Oh. Worthy needs to be careful. He's not sprinting when he rounds the corner. Oh! That was such a close engagement. Worthy takes a bit of damage, but Sandy's shut down. It's not all for nothing, though, here. As we do have an early pick on the MH side. Jittery does find God Legion. Key fragger down for the Chiefs. Now, with half the round to go, they need to start setting up for this execute.
They do, and they still haven't really indicated exactly how they're going to put this together. It's definitely feeling like it's server side, but both open hatches still closed. Of course, they do have quite a bit of hard breach through Digital and Fisher Guy, and that is now exactly where they're working towards. But in terms of plan denial, a bit to deal with still. They've got 2 C4s and the Yokais potentially from B.
Oh no, that's one of the C4s gone. That's one less C4 to deny plant now. A risk taken. Oh, Didge! Oh. Didge! He gets beat! That's a big player to take down. Still, next one, Ragnar has a C4 in hand. But with Beat going down, that's goodbye to the Yokais. I mean, you can't deny the plant with them anymore. Fisher Guy's going to open this long angle, and it looks like the Chiefs have the time, the utility, and the man count to make this round theirs.
Oh, and I like this too. They're going straight for the plant, but short when they've just opened the long breach. Fisher doesn't stick it. They've got really good positions to be able to facilitate this. It's just about Chiefs finding that opportunity to hold the stick, but there's a lot of pressure starting to come their way in less than 20 seconds to make it happen.
And Jittery's found Fisho on for the plant. Digital's also dealing with this flanker at the moment, and that flanker doesn't have to move. Jittery! 4 kills! Ethan's the last man standing. Could this be the second ace? It's not! Oh my god, Ethan! He makes it the one-on-one, but it's not enough. MH find their first round of defense.
Whoa. I thought he was going to get that for a second. Didn't realize that the hatch player dropped off. That was very close. But look, really, really crucial there for MH. And a massive round from Jittery stepping up to kind of salvage this game for MH. That was just, again, I can't emphasize the importance of them to kind of get that round against the grain of that momentum. And now they're going to move sight away from Lockers. They're kind of finally free from that for a few rounds.
One round off, tying this up to Teller's Archives. We haven't seen this defended yet by MH.
To locate and defuse bombs.
And we've seen that even when the situation looks dire for the South Asians, like they can just pull a 4K out of nowhere. We've seen a couple of big ones, haven't we? And you know, it's often Jittery whose name's lighting up the scoreboard for that team. Now, the only player in the server who's broken double digits, aside from Worthy, who's just behind him on 10. We're seeing that MH are just showing no fear, and I think that's
10 seconds remaining.
basically the best they could ask for, is to show no fear, despite whatever team they're playing up against.
Definitely. I think, again, you know, they've got to play it like it is. You know, they're the team that doesn't have the expectations or the pressure to have to deal with. You know, play that freedom. It's something that Order did so well in Play Day 7 against Chiefs that ultimately stopped them from getting that direct invite to the major. Order just played super loose. You know, they knew that they had nothing to lose. So they just had a lot of fun with the game. And it was some of the best Siege that we've seen from Order for quite a long time. I think if MH lean into that for sure, it seems like that's what really works for them when they're playing free-flowing and getting, you know, kind of wild aggressive.
Quiet moment at the start of the round now as Chiefs use all the time that they have at their disposal to just start setting up. Like the breach on the Kanto wall, that's an old call out for you. It's funny how when a map enters the rotation once again, you forget about all these OG call outs back in the day. Oh, God Legion is such an aggressive position, ready to cut off any extended peaks.
So it's a bit of a slow progression here from Chiefs, but really important that they have gotten some vertical control. Now there is still someone hanging out in the janitor closet. I'm not sure if there's a rotate into CO, but it could be brutal. But no, it's actually the castle, and he's going to drop back. So no contest there. Chiefs getting this vertical control, and they're starting to feel some pressure from main stairs. Now this is really critical here for MH, because this vertical control could be very effective for Chiefs and could really set up a much more comfortable execute.
ADS does catch the nade. Flash. Still a player lurking upstairs. Still a lot of work to do for the Chiefs here. Still a lot of opportunities for MH to throw a spanner in the works, but Jittery, the playmaker, has gone down. That's the pulse scanner gone as well. Oh my God, Ragnar is in such a spot, but Fisho Guy punishes him. Desperately needed now for the Chiefs as they approach match point. 5-on-2, and it looks like the Chiefs may have it in the bag, but that's a good pick now for Sandy, and he has the flank. But God Legion's got his number. 4 versus 1. It is all on the substitute himself, jumping straight on in and looking to see what he can do. There's God Legion taken down. Can he find the refrag? Indeed, Digital does. And it looks like Chiefs have recomposed and found themselves on match point here in the APAC playoffs.
There it is, the match point for Chiefs, and now pressure back on MH. They've got 2 rounds consecutively that they need to lock in to salvage this game. They haven't done so since round 3, which was when they got 2 in a row. That was on their attack half. So look, this is a tough ask. They are going to take the tac dev. They're going to try and talk this one through. Of 4 defenses though, they've only won 1. So to pull out 2 in a row here, I feel like is a big ask.
It's going to happen here. It's start from open area. This hasn't been taken yet by MH. A bomb site they have not even attempted. Is this the right call? Like, it's not locked in yet. This isn't confirmed yet. We're not in the reveal phase. We're not in the 6-pick phase. During their tactical timeout, they could change bomb site. They could go to CEO or to Tellers, but they've lost both of them. Is this the right play? Changing it up here on what could be the last round.
Yeah, look, it's quite the call, but why not? You got to make these kinds of decisions in the big games, and they're definitely still in this. You know, I think 2 rounds will be very tough for them, especially given the way the Chiefs have been playing with these attacks. But look, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We've seen teams do it before. they could push this to OT, and we've referenced it a bit already. Kira managed to get an upset victory against Cyclops in the APAC playoffs in Stage 1. That was an overtime victory of 8-7 on Chalet. So it's in history that the South Asia region can summon that kind of strength. They can rise up against some of these tough teams. Can MH do it here?
And on the flip side, the Chiefs have never won a match at APAC playoffs. Never. In Stage 1, they qualified. They came up against Fnatic in a BO1. That, I believe, also went 8-7 against them on Chalet. A very tight BO1 that they just missed out on. And they went down into the lower bracket to face Cyclops, who had just lost to Kira. And, of course, Chiefs and Cyclops, like, that's two incredibly strong teams. One of them's got to lose it, and at the time, Chiefs was definitely not on Cyclops' level.
10 seconds remaining.
Leaving Chiefs in a position where they feel like they are wanting so much more. They feel like they deserve so much more. 2021 has been such a journey for them, and they have established themselves as the best team from Oceania and one of the best in APAC South. And they need to demonstrate they can do away with a team like MH, even when they get off to a rough start.
I think that's a good point too. And look, it's always hard to draw comparisons to the past because the Chiefs roster has actually started to go through some pretty big changes compared to their previous core. But there is a history of not winning those big must-win or needed to win games or even expected to win games. So I think this is a really important part of their development, getting that first playoff win under the belt, just progressing further in this upper bracket, especially after what happened in Play Day 7. So there's certainly a lot riding on this for the Chiefs. Now, they are just setting up what looks like to be predominantly a west push. We saw this from them earlier where they kind of played the repels. It was Fisher Guy in particular. Did a lot of damage. They managed to even get 2 picks on this like initial phase to see whether they can find similar success.
Worthy's on the Ash. We used to say you've unlocked your Ash license once you've popped 10 kills. Kind of made me think that when I saw he was on 10 kills, he's 6 picks off the buck. But these days, of course, Ash is a bit of a shadow of her former self. Usually you pick her for the util over anything else. Oh, some good info on that drone there. Spotting out that rotation. I believe that was top square. Worthy on for this repel with the 1.5 as well. Now dispatch that Vulcan shield. A minute 20. Slow and steady for Chiefs.
Slow and steady indeed. These entry picks are going to be crucial. Ragnar, he's in the thick of it, and he's going to catch Legion off guard. That's a huge pick for MH to open it up. Coming to this last minute. This is a really big deal here. If MH managed to find even another pick against the Chiefs, they haven't been able to get a whole lot of map control out of this.
There is that trade, but like you said, like this is a staff room open area bomb site. Like, and we're still seeing Chiefs try to take CEO. Sandy may well find the freest kill he's seen in quite some time if Worthy doesn't get this, but Worthy does! And that is why he is known as one of the best players in the region. Because even when everything's stacked up against him, he can get the job done. The C4 under pressure. Jittery whiffs it and it sticks to the roof. 25 seconds left and ticking. The Chiefs have everything in front of them. But they've got to pull the trigger. They've got to hold firm right now. Ethan's in the perfect position to do just that. And as he enters admin, everything is before him. But he doesn't know where to look. Ethan looks all directions. And there's players everywhere. Jittery! How does he do it? How does he get it done? Digital! It slips through his fingers. And MH get another round on the back of a play from Jittery.
Big plays from MH in general. I was going to call it, you know, they had some really great positions to guard against that plant, to guard against that execute, played it really deep and just well strategically. I think a bit of a misplay from Ethan. Look, it's always hard to say in the heat of the moment, but Jittery was all over the ground right next to him and Ethan just unfortunately not hearing it. Could have got the jump over the vault, something like that, and it could have really changed the pace of how that played out. But look, all credit to MH, they dug deep. And this is quite some pressure for Chiefs here. There is a big chance that MH push this to OT. They're going to go back down to lockers. And look, last time we saw lockers, round 9, it did go in favor of MH.
And we have seen upsets today already. Close your ears, mute the stream for about a minute, 30 seconds if you don't want to hear the result of the off-stream match. Direwolves versus Damwon Kia, another North versus South match, has just concluded. Mute if you don't want to hear spoilers, but Raven, Direwolves have just taken down Damwon Kia 8-7. That is a huge upset. Direwolves, it looked like they weren't even going to be in the playoffs. And yet they come through and they take down DK, who had such a phenomenal performance at the Mexico Major, making it into the playoff stage.
Yeah, that is a massive victory. And again, look, this is just what we come to expect. APAC playoffs, you can see those upsets. We may be witnessing another one right here before our eyes. Of course, MH are certainly not out of this. A big round 10 from them. It's kept them in this game. But yeah, look, just a touch again on that Direwolves win. That is a massive deal, but happy to see it happen. You know, like I love seeing these kinds of upsets. It certainly makes the bracket quite exciting.
That it does. And now Chiefs have one last chance to lock this in regulation. Otherwise, we are going to OT, where Chiefs will start on their attacking side and have to up their game. Nonetheless, we go down to lockers, like you said, MH. They started their defense-winning campaign here, and the Chiefs are looking to put a stop to this match in this very round. God Legion on for the IQ. For the first time this map, we're seeing some counter intel brought. With the Echo and the Valkyrie on the board, it could well be the right play for Chiefs.
Bit of a freebie there on that black eye from Ethan, though. And this is looking good from Chiefs. This is much swifter map control than we saw last time when they actually went for that full map clear. Of course, they have won a Lockers attack. It was in round 8, but that was a bit of a cheeky one. They identified this massive pocket that was left in CC and server, and they just went for it nice and early. Now that they've had to do proper map control, MH ended up getting the jump on them on that one. So look, I'm liking this. This feels like a really good adaptation from the Chiefs. Currently progressing really well towards being able to set up for quite a standard execute.
Bomb located by attackers.
Ooh, pretty fast through the wall though. Might make Ethan think twice about breaching that one. He does get it done. Oh, and they've droned out the Yokai. He's going to destroy it with the lifeline. Surely that Yokai has been destroyed. Ethan won't know because he doesn't have points enabled in the Pro League HUD settings. The second Yokai is still up. Remember that God Legion can now ping, using his gadget, any object, even through walls that he sees on his electronics detector.
Yep, really good stuff. And this is starting to get to the pointy end, 40 seconds.
Oh, the flank! Jittery! What? What am I watching right now? MH do refrag, but the diffuser is being planted. And Fisho Guy, he locks it in. The C4, too short, too little, too late. And the Chiefs are on the cusp of taking their first match here in the APAC South playoffs. But we do have a flank. Ethan watching it and worthy to jump in the fray. Beat and Ragnar to try to clutch up. It just ain't gonna happen. 2 kills to his name in the last 11 rounds, and he has to find 4 more. It's not gonna happen. The Chiefs, they were pushed to their limits, but South Asia will not have a win in the opening rounds of the APAC playoffs. The Chiefs will march forward.
Look, it was a massive effort from MH. They really challenged the Chiefs there, pushing it to be that 7-5 scoreline. But credit to the Chiefs, they weathered it a bit, they adapted well. That was a much better round from them in the end, and they've pulled out that victory as expected, I guess, from their behalf. But I tell you what, Dev, I'm certainly excited to see what the result from the next match is going to be, because Chiefs versus Direwolves is probably not quite the matchup we were going to expect in that next round of the upper bracket.
There are so many bangers in the way that things are shaped up. Like in the upper bracket, you got Guts Elevate and Direwolves Chiefs. In the lower bracket, you got Mercenaries, Cyclops, and it'll be MH versus Damwon, which is crazy. Damwon Kia. My God, MH have their work cut out for them there. What a phenomenal day we have had so far in the APAC playoffs, and there's a hell of a lot more to go. So let's toss it back to the analysts to break that one down.
I mean, how do you really break that one down, Guz? That was a very interesting match. I mean, Look, the Hunters really pushed Chiefs there. That was getting very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think the momentum was in favour of Hunters for a little bit of that matchup, but I do also get the impression that as it always got towards the end, we did actually see the Chiefs finally step up and the mental clicked in, and I think the pressure actually got to Hunters at the end of the day. Some really just obvious mistakes made by them, particularly allowing just free plans to go down in server. I mean, that should never be the case on that particular objective. That said, they weren't the only team making those mistakes. The Chiefs weren't immune from them either as they warmed into that matchup. So yeah, another one of a bit of a messy start, I guess, to that upper bracket run. But for the Chiefs, that's a big win. And honestly, I think that their run is now, I'm not going to say a free bracket, but with DWG losing against Direwolves, I think that their chance of making the major have only exponentially increased. They have a 3-0 record against them throughout the year.
Don't say that, because Digital's going to be able to hear right now. Let's bring him in.
Sorry, mate.
let's not jinx the big fella himself. Digital, congratulations on your victory, mate. I've got to ask you off the bat, I mean, were you expecting such a fight out of the Hunters?
I mean, that's probably, we were saying that, like, you know, don't underestimate these guys. I mean, their scenes like improved heaps over the years. So, yeah, they sort of definitely exposed our mistakes and punished us for it. So, yeah, they were right.
Digital, I just wanted to get a bit of an insight into, I guess, the mental mindset of the team coming into not just today, but I guess the entire playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. We obviously believe that we can walk away on top out of these playoffs. It's like really important for us to sort of, I guess, mentally reset and just sort of attack these games, you know, with the best of our ability. I don't know. We don't want to let, you know, previous results get to us, sort of thing. So yeah, no, we're feeling good.
Looking ahead, of course, you caught the back end of the conversation there, Didge. Direwolves, you'll be taking them on next as they beat Damwon Kia. There's an 8-7 scoreline, actually, so pretty close, but historically you do well against Direwolves. Are you expecting that form to continue?
I'd like to say so. They're a good team. They're also improvement in the last couple of stages has been really good. So definitely not a team to underestimate. I wouldn't even look into that 3-0 record because they've definitely brought it to us in some of those games. So yeah, just got to attack this game with the same sort of mindset we did with the other one and sort of limit our mistakes, get ahead in the game, and yeah, just finish the job really.
I had one final question for you, Digital, and it's got to do with you know, where you are now versus stage one. Coming into stage one, we kind of had you as underdogs coming into the playoffs. You know, you still performed unbelievably. You pushed Fnatic to their limits and COG to their limits. But now you're coming in almost with a target on your back, and I think a lot of the team here on the talents on the talent desk would probably agree that you guys are headed into this favourites. Is there any kind of additional pressure that comes with that?
Of course, but I mean, it's up to us as players to sort of zone that out and just sort of yeah, not listen to it, because like anyone can sort of expect a team to win in any sport, but as anybody knows, like us upsets can happen. So, and I for one do know. So, yeah, it's just about zoning it out and yeah, I don't know, just regrouping yourself, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, mate. Look, we'll give you the floor as per usual. You give us the spiel, and we'll let you go.
Cheers for watching, guys. I don't know much to say. Just sort of focusing up and trying to get the job done today.
Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Well, we wish you the best of luck against your next game with the Direwolves, and hopefully we will see you head to Sweden. Who knows?
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, we really have cursed.
Yeah, don't choke. Please don't choke. Please.
I mean, I think Digital's
again.
Digital's being too humble. They beat Direwolves 7-1 in Play Day 3, and they do have that
slap
3-0 record. So honestly, I really don't see Direwolves being that difficult of an opponent. That said, maybe they're red hot today. Taking down Damwon Kia is actually very impressive, albeit a close scoreline. So yeah, I think I still stand by what I said. The Chiefs in a really good position, but they're also in a good position in Play Day 7, so we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
No, we don't. Xenox, would you like to say something before we go to a break, dear?
Yeah, look, I'll just say we've had 4 matches, and so far no wins for APAC North, and what's that now, 3 wins for APAC South. I should mention, of course, as fun as that fact is, Guts did get that forfeit win over Mercenaries. So, I mean, our matches moving forward, Guts versus Elevate, that's going to be fun. And then obviously Direwolves and Chiefs is a bit of an APAC South matchup. So, Look, I'm very much looking forward to the games ahead for the rest of the day.
Certainly are. Well, we'll go to a short break, and on the other side, the APAC League playoffs continue.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out to finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must've got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. Expect if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is to shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm back.
And we are back at it again. We're still in that upper bracket, and now we turn our attention to Elevate and Guts. This game should hold up a little bit more so here, guys. I do have a feeling like this has got the potential for a banger.
you love using that word. I mean, yeah, you could even say we have a
word.
match in our hands, like old mate Dev Marta James likes to proclaim. But yeah, I really do think this is probably going to produce the best siege we've seen so far today. First couple of games have been, yeah, lacking in quality in some components, but of course the team's still warming up here into the bracket playoff format. Guts Gaming and Elevate, two esteemed rosters, and Elevate, of course, we know them so well at this point. Again, trying to fight their demons and finally make it to an international land.
Well, that's just it, Xenox. We spoke to Onigiri right after their last match, and that really is their demon, is the choke of last stage.
Yeah, look, honestly, for Elevate, their victory over Cyclops is a difficult one to sort of digest, simply because Cyclops obviously themselves not in the best of form. It was a good result. I think Guts Gaming, though, will give them a little bit more trouble. I'm pretty sure this is still a best of one, right? So obviously that in itself means that there's an opportunity to maybe try and sneak a win here, kind of like almost what Direwolves did to Damwon Gaming. I think we probably would have all favored Damwon in a best of three, but best of ones are tricky like that. Elevate, I think it will just come down to what map they can get. If it favors them, there's a chance they can get that that best of one to go their way, and then you're into the upper bracket final against an APAC South team.
That's it. We might see APAC South reign supreme, but it's going to be Elevate that we need to come out on top. Their opponents, Guts Gaming. I mean, do we feel like there's something in this, Guz? Do we feel like Guts could really bring it to them?
I think they can. Of course, in APAC North in this stage, they put in a decent performance, and I guess they can seek comfort in knowing that their opponents as well have a bit of a history of failing in final player days, just like Guts did in this stage. They had the head-to-head against Mantis, but then they lost 1-7 to Fnatic, so they crippled under the pressure, and that is a key word that we have been flying around left, right, and center between APAC North and APAC South, and throughout the APAC playoffs as well. How can they handle the pressure? And Elevate are going to be a really tough opponent to tame.
A pressure pod here, Xenox. Would you almost call it that?
Yeah, a little bit, especially when we look at the history of Guts in APAC playoffs, where they participated for stage 1 and they got absolutely destroyed by the Knights in this upper bracket round 2. It's a similar matchup, obviously APAC South team and all. They had just beaten a South Asian team as well in the upper bracket round 1, so it's almost a similar path so far. And going into that particular match, I'm sure we probably hyped it up. Guts versus Knights, this is cool, this is awesome. And then they got absolutely rinsed, fell down to the lower bracket, and then lost to Cyclops 2-1 in that best of 3. So they haven't had a whole lot of success historically here in the playoffs, and obviously have not actually had any success actually against an APAC South team.
That's a bit of a storyline from you there, Xenox. Tell you what, this is why we pay you the big bucks. Let's have a look at the vetoes.
You guys get paid?
Yeah, somehow. Pizza and a can of Coke. That's what we've got on our contract. Guys, looking at this one, Clubhouse is where we head now. We've got two teams with a bit more information. How are we feeling about this one?
Well, it has been a long time since we have seen Guts play Clubhouse. The last time, in fact, was in the stage 1 playoffs. It was against the Knights and they lost 1-7. So they have been through a massive drought. That means they're yet to play an official in its reworked form. Now, they were meant to play it against Mercenaries, but unfortunately that game was a default win for them as Mercenaries couldn't field a full roster. So I guess Guts feeling comfortable wanting to go back there. Again, in terms of Elevate though, again, have doubled in it a little bit. Funnily enough, they also lost it to the Knights recently as well. But again, head-to-head, it's always difficult to make assertions just based on this data.
Xenox?
Well, I know Guz definitely touched on it here, and I just also want to reiterate the fact that they lost to this in APAC playoff stage 1 against the Knights on Clubhouse. It's that storyline that comes back, and it's a little scary. Is there a potential, I guess, maybe for deja vu here for Guts Gaming? But perhaps. The more intriguing part for me is the fact that Elevate banned out Cafe despite their very recent success on it against Cyclops, so they obviously had that opportunity. But the fact that Guts 7-0'd Cyclops on Cafe pretty recently as well kind of suggests why they elected for Clubhouse in the end. For Elevate, I think that this is probably a draw. And for Guts, obviously, then that as well, too. I think it's a bit of a draw veto. I think both teams shouldn't be too displeased or too happy either. For Elevate, their most recent loss was 6-8 on Clubhouse there, so they haven't had recent success on it.
Well, both teams have lost to the Knights in their last encounter on Clubhouse, so there you go. That's a little Xenox fun
Who didn't make
fact
the
for you.
playoffs at all, mind you.
Yeah, very
Finished
true,
last in
very
this
true.
stage.
Nah, well, final thoughts before we head into this one, guys. We'll go to you first.
If Cyclops have been cooking up some interesting strats in the background, particularly in the reworked form of Clubhouse, then they're difficult to look past, but Elevate, I find a little bit more comfort in backing them in, and Guts have shown that under pressure they don't perform at their very best. So I'll back Elevate. They played well against Cyclops. If they can carry that momentum forward, I think they'll get the win.
Xenox, we feeling it?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. Both of these two teams have been playing a lot of Cafe and a lot of Oregon, so there's already a lot of structure in the maps that they've been playing. Obviously, Clubhouse holds a pretty similar theme. I'm sensing an OT.
Ooh, OT.
And I'm sensing Elevate will actually take it. I'm going to say 8-7. I think Dev Marta's going to have a lot of fun with this one.
Speaking of Dev Marta, he's waiting. Oh, God, I hate you.
We might
He's
get a
waiting
grail
inside.
or two.
There
We
might
get
be a series on our hands, and there's only two that can run it through.
Dev Marta High.
Dev Marta.
Dev Marta
Jesus
James.
Christ. And Raven.
And Raven.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, lovely as always to be introduced with an entrance like that. Raven, hi. How you going? How you feeling about this game?
It's Raven I. Look, I'm super excited about this. I think this is going to be a really cool matchup. I've been looking forward to seeing Guts kind of stack up against some of the APAC South teams because they've had their best stage ever this year in APAC North. They've looked fantastic. Unfortunately, they did just trip in that last hurdle in terms of the direct invite spot. So, of course, they got that as motivation to try and find it here in the playoffs.
It certainly is the opportunity for Guts to prove that they can hang with the top. They have had an outstanding Stage 3, but they need to prove it here in the playoffs if they want to make it to Sweden. The same story for Elevate, our Stage 1 APAC champions, not APAC South, APAC. And in Stage 2, they fell to pieces at the final hurdle. Both of these teams had it within their grasp to go to the major, but it slipped through, and now they have to do it here on Clubhouse, a map where we have not seen much of Guts whatsoever. Let's see what they've got in mind.
Does make you wonder, like, it could be one of those maps that they've kept in the pocket majority of the stage for a situation like in playoffs when they really want to hit home with some big wins. And to put the stakes on this game, this is the second round of the upper bracket. Winning this, they progress forward to that upper bracket final, which is just one BO3 away from making the major. There is huge stakes on winning this game. It is a massive opportunity to have to only get through one BO3 series to get to that major. And even if you lose it, you will get to go down to the lower bracket final, which is just another BO3, a chance for the major spot. So yeah, winning this game is a really big deal for either of these teams.
That's it. You win right here, and you just need to win one of your next two BO3s, and then you go to Sweden. I mean, that's it. That's all she wrote. Now, Clubhouse is a very hard breach-centric map where usually we see one or two hard breach bans, or at the very least a Thatcher. And if you wanted a welcome to APAC, it would be welcome to APAC. We have a Ying and Finker ban here on Clubhouse.
You love to see it.
I mean, it leaves everything on the table, right? Maverick, Hibana, Thatcher, Thermite, Ace, yeah, pick your poison.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how this might progress in terms of how the halves play out. Like we do so often see just Thatcher and then a hard breacher band. It could be Hibana, it could be Maverick. They are generally the two most common. So like you said, having all that on the table, it should in theory make some of these attacks a lot more comfortable. Kaid's still on the board, but you've got things to deal with that now. You've got the Maverick and you've got the Thatcher, for example. So you can see here, Guts haven't even bothered to go for the Kaid. It's not going to be about tricking with claws or anything like that. I feel like if anything, maybe they'll use impact grenades to trick the hatch in kitchen. But yeah, I feel like it's really going to make these halves probably a little bit more exciting than what we see in standard Clubhouse.
And one of the things I am most excited about for this game is that I have not casted Guts in so goddamn long. Not since they picked up one of my favorite players of all time, Meryu, the legend himself, former captain of the infamous Norarenga roster, and everything that they were able to achieve. I remember, the infancy of APAC was watching Meryu destroy people with the Bearing 9 while running Hibana shotgun. Like that is just such a an ingrained memory for me, and I'm so excited to see his return to this top level. Obviously, Norengo kind of went down the toilet. Nereyu, for a time, wasn't playing the game so much. He was playing some other games, and he's back in. He's been with Guts now for stage 3. And I'm so keen to see what he can accomplish. Just the mechanics of that man. It's like no other player I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely on that old Norengo roster, it was very much kind of a Meruyu and Walker stardom show on a lot of occasions. So definitely true there, Dev. But look, they're starting out on the defense here. Super curious to see how they play Church Arsenal, because again, usually you can even think about playing into creature comforts on site if you're able to trick certain hatches with Kaid or at least slow down those attacks. They're not playing the roam here either, so really giving a lot of map to Elevate.
That really does put the onus on Elevate to just get to work here with the timing. Oh, Napew's in a position and a half. Lily has absolutely no clue that Napew's already come down the stairs. And, I mean, this could be an engagement either way. Depends on who watches it, depends whether Napew exposes himself to this angle. Lily's just not even watching the right spot whatsoever. So if Napew swings Moto, surely he wins that fight.
Yeah, and that's a really big deal there, that Lily just has no idea. He's not going to be pre-aiming the right spot. It's a bit of a harder one to flicker down to in an instant, but it's just a matter of who gets the jump on the other. That's a long standoff that's kind of occurred to no...
so long.
Yeah, to nothing really eventuating, but in the meantime, Elevate have been making really good progression, opening hatches, getting a lot of pressure on Agirisai and both down blue. So this is just really great time management from Elevate, honestly. Still a minute to go. They're still working on these hatches. That's the impacts completely expended, so that's going to be it. Kitchen hatch going to open. Elevate can really start to set this up.
Yeah, I mean, good progress for Elevate. They can pop the kitchen hatch now, but honestly, I think Mary is pretty satisfied. He delayed a lot of time, and that's what Elevate are now lacking as we head into the last 45 seconds of the round. No breach on the church wall.
Good point. Definitely no breach in the church wall, so he's going to create quite the funnel, but they're going to have to try and three-prong this. That's kind of the dance that you have to play with Clubhouse. You have to push from a few different directions if you can't get that hard breach entrance. They have telegraphed this, Dev. Looks like it's going to be more on the church side.
Yeah, but there's only 20 seconds left for this to go, and there are players everywhere. Light opens it up. That's a fantastic shot. As Sapper goes down, Yura is so hungry for this right now, and he knows exactly where Nerix is. On the other side in Moto, the collapse, it just falls to pieces. Elevate picked apart, and Guts hold firm on this first round of Clubhouse.
Really good round from Guts there. They didn't overextend. I think that was definitely the most impressive part of that. Even though Elevate were progressing beautifully, they didn't feel the need to kind of try and do something over-aggressive. They didn't hunt for that opening pick even. They just sat back, they held their positions, they covered each other beautifully. So as that explosion to sight tried to happen, it just was shut down in tremendous fashion. Great job from Guts Gaming.
Exciting prospect to think that the last time Guts played Clubhouse, it was in APAC playoffs for stage 2 rather, about 3 months ago, and they only won one round. They've already met Of course, a very different competition they're facing right now. That was Knights, a very dominant Knights in their peak form. And look, Guts are no longer playing it. Oh, sorry, that was stage 1, wasn't it? It was Knights played in playoffs in stage 1, so that was actually quite some time ago. Hey, really, Guts have not played this map in such a long time, eh? It's an exciting revisit for them, and a chance for them to prove that they've still got what it takes on this map, which back in the day last year, Guts played very, very strong on Clubhouse, but he had quite a different roster then as well. Times change.
Definitely.
Certainly has been the case for both these teams. I will just say, I mean, Elevate, they're a bit of a shadow of what they were in stage 1. Guts are the ones on the rise. Elevate are the ones trying to keep up with their former form.
It's definitely great to see, teams kind of save certain maps for times like this, and I like the decision. If this is the case, if Guts have really consciously said, guys, let's work on Club, but not bring it in until we seriously need it. I like the call because, as we were prefacing during the operator ban phase, winning this BO1 is absolutely huge. The opportunity it unlocks in terms of the playoffs and your chance to make the major are massive. So I love this from Guts, and so far it's looking quite good for them. But we have only seen 1.5 rounds, basically.
Yeah, and look, while this BO1 is huge, so was the BO1 from Elevate just last week against IG. And because they let that slip through, they didn't get the direct invite to the major. They wouldn't need to play today had they beat IG in regulation. But they lost it, so IG books their tickets already to Sweden. You can see Elevate dancing around on their operators a little bit. The Thermite brought instead of the Hibana on Akira on the Flores now, which was not present last round, which had IQ instead. Good info gathering here on the Flores, as well as, of course, the utility clearing specialist. Starting to really put some pressure on that cache site, cache area, as Elevate start to push on through. But, oh, Napier. Couple of angles, a couple of ways that could have gone, and Merriu shows that he is not a shadow of his former self and runs straight on out to greet them.
This is just brutal. Guts Gaming, not afraid at all of Elevate, getting right up in their faces. They're just dismantling them at this point, Dev. DCH has finally found an answer back. He's going to get into another engagement, which he loses. And poor Nerix, it's all on his shoulders.
Yeah, not going to happen. Not chasing down that player downstairs. What a great start for Merriu. I know I hyped him up. I know it's a bit of a, like, back in my day kind of thing, but I just love seeing Merriu pop off. Such a good player. Light as well, always, in my opinion, been a super underrated player as well. Often on more supportive roles, but just fragging out like crazy. You can see Elevator essentially taking this as a moment to tactically pause, use the remaining 30 seconds to just discuss.
And why not? May as well let it happen. And look, it's giving me a chance just to look through some of these APAC North stats as well. And no one particularly, I don't know whether you say overperforming on Guts' side, but they have a couple of players topping some stats sections. Lily in particular has actually had a fantastic stage for Guts. Third highest in APAC North for rating and KD. But I think a really great stat for Guts there is that Lily also topping cost at 79%. I think that's like really solid from him. Just shows he's had a pretty good stage. Merriu actually with the most clutches as well. But you know, sometimes when you see a team somewhat dominantly top at the standings, you start to see a lot of their players in those leaderboards. But no, like it's just been a fairly even share in terms of the scoreboard presence on Guts, which is something that's really crucial in the latest kind of meta of Siege. Is not necessarily just having one hard carry and the rest kind of supporting and somewhat pulling, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. All these players are super deadly. I'd say that for both teams, to be honest. But yeah, definitely some more specific standout players on Elevate. Sapper in particular has had a shocking stage throughout. I don't have the stats in front of me, but if I recall, he was one of the bottom-rated players in all of APAC South. And so Elevate have been obviously toying around with their roster somewhat. Nerix coming in, and it has looked mostly good, but just not quite good enough, right? Like, we think back to the Elevate that played in Stage 1, and, I mean, they can't hold a candle to them. Even for the most of Stage 2 rather. Elevate were such a feared team, and while that certainly hasn't changed here in Stage 3, and they've started strong this morning, earlier this afternoon, with the win over Cyclops, it's not a given that Elevate are one of the favored teams in APAC.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Certainly a dangerous position right now for Elevate. Needing to hold on to a bit of the scoreboard. I mean, I'm starting to feel like this is very reminiscent of the earlier game we casted of Elevate, actually. You know, like it felt like they started quite slow and we were a bit worried about them, and then they kind of just warmed into it and they figured out what their opponent was doing, and all of a sudden it kind of felt like, why were we even that worried? So I do wonder, you know, is this going to be a similar thing here, Dev? Like, are we just going to see Elevate start to get used to what Guts are doing, or is this a bit of a different story here on Clubhouse against Guts?
Yeah, fair point. Interesting to see that they're going for the Mav trick, even though the wall has been minced up. And yeah, you can see, oh, that's why you mince up the wall, but Merriu punished Onigiri, the pivotal player here on the prone. Oh my god, Nerix is so low from that aggressive peak. Onigiri can now breach this Not needed. We got DCH on the case. I love that. You got so many layers from Elevate. You can see they're going to burn the Aruni gate. Mate, that was the wrong... Oh, yeah, it was just burning ADSs. Look, these guys know what I'm talking... These guys know better than me what to do here. I was like, mate, you got to use your explosion to get rid of the evil eye, but no, just burning for ADSs first. Very clear and methodical for Elevate, hey.
Yeah, look, doing really well. Maybe a little bit behind the par for time. You know, maybe they wanted to get that wall open in the first minute, but doing their due diligence. They got a pick out of it as well. I think that's really key. Mariu in particular, you know, he's been in some pretty decent form the last couple of rounds. So I think this is progressing well, but this is the telltale sign. Where to from here for Elevate? Are they going to try and take this garage control? Or are they going to start to fan out towards Con? And that is brutal. Cloud taking out Nerix. There's the Thermite off the board, and now also equal man count coming into this last minute.
Yeah, and Cloud's got such a fortified position downstairs, which means he can use his C4 late round for a denial of a plant inside of CCTV. So Elevate really need to pressure him or go for a deeper plant, which would be incredibly risky either way. If you want the Hibana, oh, that's such a good pick. Yura down. Now Cloud starting to sense a bit of pressure downstairs. They are going to hunt him, and he is just picked apart. Napier once again. It all spirals. And what seems to come out of nowhere is Elevate in a position to take this round so convincingly. Plant down, lighten the 1-on-4, SMG-11 in hand, but absolutely no info on CCTV, and just feeling the pressure mounting. Shotgun out, no ammo in the SMG, the pistol to close. A fantastic showcase for Elevate to fight back.
Really was in the end, you know, like they really... I don't know whether you'd even say they took their time, you know, they were still fairly efficient with getting CC wall open, and they managed to get that pick onto Mariu, but they didn't overextend from that point. You know, they didn't try and ride any momentum through. You didn't see anybody toy around with that garage hold, which was definitely not going to be in the attacker's favors. Talked about how it was so fortified for Cloud, down through Lounge into the bottom of garage, and they still had a Rafters player. So I really like that Elevate played that super patient, and they just worked the control through stock, worked control through the main door at bar, and just all of a sudden they collapsed on Guts, and they had no answer. So really good to see the adaptation from Elevate and Execute.
You talk about adaptation. I love the way that Elevate is one of those few teams that does like to switch up the operator lineups, especially when everything is on the table here. Like, you have no hard breach bans, you have no Thatcher ban here. It's just Ying and Finka for the attack. And Elevate are just like, you've had Onigiri and Napier each play 3 different operators in 4 rounds. That's very unusual. Like, most of the time, when you play Clubhouse, you expect that your 5-man roster is going to probably be picking the same 5. Everyone's on the same operator every single round. Maybe you'll have one flex, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to try Ash instead of Zoph. Or, yeah, I might bring the Buck instead of the Sledge this time because I want to do more Vert, but I don't want the nades. Like, no, it's all over the shop here for Elevate. And I actually really like it. And it also shows like a depth of each player, right? Because there's a level of confidence that you have to play an operator at this level. You have to be comfortable with the gun, with the utility. And these Elevate players have a very deep pool of operators on what they're comfortable on.
I think on top of that, they've just made a fantastic read into the fact that Guts might try and switch up the philosophy of the way that they hold lockers here. In the previous round that we saw them do it, they didn't go for the roam. They didn't try and do, you know, the classic aggressive play. But Elevate have kind of read into maybe that's what they will do this time. So they brought the Jackal. They've brought something to help them with this roam clear. And I think that's just a great read. And here it is. Cloud shut down super early by Onigiri. This is already starting off on the right foot for Elevate. And once again, we might be seeing Elevate in general just getting a really good measure of their opponents and figuring out how to deal with that.
I'm getting PTSD of what we saw Elevate Cyclops. Elevate took a couple rounds to warm up, and once they did, oh boy, there was no stopping them. Every single round so far this match, the team who finds the opening pick wins the round. Will that continue here on the back of Onigiri's pick?
I just do, and look at that. Footsteps identifying Mariu. He's just going to try and get out of there. Yura also aggressive in Lounge, and he's got Nerix. That is really well worked from Guts. Got that equal man count, and Onigiri, he hasn't found that cutoff either from the hatch in stock. So, look, that's actually worked out fairly well for Guts, and the fact that they took out Nerix, that's some hard breach off the board. I didn't quite see what he had left in the pocket, but it could actually put a bit of a dent in how this attack progresses.
It's actually going to be quite hard here for Elevate on the attack because there's no Hibana, right? So opening Kitchen Hatch, pretty much not possible. Especially now that it's just the Mav. Eurus spotted from the Jackal scanner. Oh, and Onigiri can cut him off. He can't get back to site safely. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and Elevate do eventually refrag that kill. 50 seconds left. But the one thing that Elevate don't really have here is a solid ingress into the site. You can see Kitchen Hatch still solid. Sap are going to open Moto, but that reduces a lot of options here for Elevate.
And it just feels reminiscent of round one. They're just not going to have many ways through to site and not much time to do so either. So it's going to create a funnel. Guts have got great positions to sit back and just deal with that. But Onigiri, he may have blue for free here, Dev.
Oh, this could be huge. He's not even a rotate, so they can't even contest him. And he has plenty of util to open angles, should he so desire. Is there even anyone watching him? Okay, good gas, but he can now open up an avenue. And Onigiri is the pinch to flank here. DCH on for the entry. Lily, the highest rated player on his team for APAC North. Now in a 1 versus 3. That C4 could throw a spanner in the works, but the plant's going to go down. And it looks like Elevate might be able to lock this one in unless if Lily can pull off something extraordinary. That's another pick. 1-on-2 now, but Sapper to punish. And Elevate have now tied up the scoreline with 2 rounds of their own.
I tell you what, if Lily had just kind of C4'd that blue wall and checked the moto plant, I think he could have denied that. It didn't look like it was going to be that well covered. Anyway, hindsight 2020, also super easy for us. We're looking at outlines and all that kind of jazz. Yeah. But at the end of the day, hats off to Elevate. We were kind of criticizing that maybe they didn't have much time, no really great entry points into sight. But they really did a great job at identifying a big hole in Guts' defense, and that was the free blue control. And Onigiri did a really good job capitalizing on that. It spread out the way that Guts were trying to cover that church entry, and it just really facilitated that kind of explosion through the site for the plan.
Yeah, look, exciting prospect for Elevate now on the comeback, but Guts can go back to Gym Bedroom. A bomb site they've already won now, albeit we could have said that last round when they lost Church Castle. They won it on the first attempt. Now Gym and Bedroom for the second time, and it looks like a little bit of a different operator lineup for Guts. Last time we had the Malusi, now we have the Frost from Lily, and I think that's going to bring more shields than we had last time, because we've oh no, because the Alibi is actually running impacts.
10 seconds to go.
Quite unusual for Light. I wonder what the intention is there, if there's an impact trick perhaps on the cards, because usually, most of the time, right, you want to bring as many shields as possible. If your operator can bring a shield, you're probably going to be bringing it. It's kind of like a C4. Like if you've got a C4, you're probably going to bring it.
Yeah, definitely interesting little operator lineup here. So we'll see how it progresses. And I kind of agree with you. It feels like Light's probably brought those impacts or impact tricking. I honestly can't think of much else right now for its use, but see how Elevate adapts. They have, of course, brought 3 hard breaches this time around. They've got the Hibana, Thermite, and the Maverick, so certainly lots of options available to them in terms of how they can progress and open things up.
So digging a little bit deeper into the Gym and Bedroom shake-up for the defense operator lineups, the Valk is new, and so is the Mute. Mute used to be a smoke, and that Valk wasn't there before. So a little bit more information gathering and information denial for Guts. Let's see if it stalls out Elevate, or perhaps those Valk cams can open up any opportunities for Elevate to make some, so rather for Guts to make some plays.
Nice little hole there just being opened up, but there is a mute jammer on that wall, so those pellets are going to be jammed, I think. Maybe those top ones are opening up.
That said, you know, hard breach game is looking pretty good here for Elevate. Only thing is that the Jacuzzi wall, I believe, is still unbreached. And I think Sap is the only one who could really get to that now that both of the... Oh, no, there you go. Exothermic's already done the job there. So this is very, very well set up for Elevate, hey.
Yeah, look, they've done a really great job in this first 90 seconds. They've really worked on a lot of control. That being said, they haven't cleared out Cash or Con really yet. They've put some pressure, but it's not clear. That control is still firmly in favor of the defense. But Elevate certainly have a lot going for them for this attack. Still just over a minute to go. And like previous rounds, they're not rushing to set this up. And DCH, he might be on for this opening kill here, Dev.
But it's going to come down to timing. Light, peeks it, re-peeks it. Takes a lot of damage there. And Light's now going to go for an aggressive play, watching the balcony. But it looks like Light's going to be left with not much to do as, Elevator just collapsing on the site. And they can completely ignore Light off-site and just unimpactful. Look at that. It all changes in an instant. But what an instant it was. A fantastic showing for Elevate here on this comeback.
It's happening again, Dev. Elevate down 0-2, and we were starting to get worried. Why were we even worried? That's 3 in a row for Elevate. They just look like a completely different team outside of those first couple of rounds. It's just something about them that once they get this measure, this gauge of how their opponents are trying to play it out, they're just doing a really great job at adapting and dealing with it. That was just, we praised it a lot. First 90 seconds, the hard breach work was phenomenal from Elevate. They had everything going for them, everything open, ready to cut off the defense however which way they wanted to.
It's funny watching Elevate sometimes because you see them attack and they're like all outside the building. They're just kind of steadily making progress. Hard breach this, hard breach that. Not a lot happening, and then before you know it, all 5 players on the enemy team are dead. Like, measure twice, cut once is a favorite saying of mine. But I feel like Elevate, they're a bit of a wild card sometimes. Like, they don't measure at all and they just cut perfectly. And sometimes they will spend like 3 whole minutes measuring and then just upset in the last couple of seconds and just explode.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way of describing it, and it seems like sometimes that's the play style they just thrive under. The amount of times that we've watched Elevate just kind of look like they're in a tricky situation and they just have to explode, to use your word, and they just seem to nail it more often than not. It can be quite scary. So look, this is a really big round here. If Elevate manage to come out with a 4-2 lead from this first half, it's going to be huge. And yet again, it is going to be reminiscent of the first game we saw them play today against Cyclops.
We see Napu flex onto his 4th operator choice this game, bringing the Capitao. And that's just a perfect read, right? Like, is there any other operator you would want for clearing rafters? Maybe a couple sets of nades, which, by the way, they have 6 flashes and 2 nades. With that, as well as the Capitao's fire, rafters should be so good here. Like, I think Elevate have absolutely everything they need to go for a garage take. And realistically, with how well they've been playing, I would totally back them to win it, but oh wow, that is quite a C4. And while it only gets the down, that is some serious damage onto Sapper, one of the most, if not the most pivotal operator this round for Breach.
Yeah, so it makes it a bit easier to, even just go for a couple of toe shots. He's going to be easy to take out, but on the back of it, Nerix has managed to take out Light. So that is actually the opening kill still going in favor of Elevate. Yet again, they're doing a really great job with hard breach here. They're going to have CC wall. They're going to have garage open. He's missed a spot on this, so Onigiri just doing the great teammate thing, pointing out what's needed. And again, they've got this wall open. Beautiful time management. 90 seconds on the board to really make something work.
Now it's on Lily, one of the best players from APAC North in Stage 3. But he's got a lot on his shoulders with that 416 carbine holding rafters and really feeling the pressure. Here comes the fire, and it will burn. It will burn hard, and Onigiri can take down Lily. Elevate have everything that they need to make this work, but we still have Yura downstairs, still with a C4. Surely Guts Gaming start to make plays here, but DCH has the read! How are they this good? Cloud in a 1 versus 5, and it looks like Elevate can storm through 4 attack rounds in a row over Guts Gaming.
And scarily, that was probably the best round that they've looked in that entire half to end on that. Phenomenal stuff from Elevate. Honestly, hats off to them. 4 in a row after being down 0-2. They've really turned this one around. And that's a lot of pressure back in the camp of Guts. They've got to summon something here on their attack half. I don't know. Look, I don't want to call it either way. We certainly tried to do the same with Elevate Cyclops. It ended up being 4-4, and then Elevate ran away with it. So, look, it could be similar here, but that was a really dominant 4-round succession from Elevate in that first half.
Definitely starting to feel this this momentum brewing, and I'm definitely starting to switch over. Like, I was pleasantly surprised by Guts. You know, I had high hopes, but I didn't have high expectations. I think sometimes we get that way when we haven't quite seen a team break through. Yeah, that was a nice one. NS, can we get an NS in chat? It's actually gutting. That is so gutting.
As you were saying,
no, I can't even after that. Like, so just to clarify exactly what happened there, Sapper's just getting to work, making it super hard to play in lounge by just shooting up this wall. Onigiri drops down from rafters. I bet Sapper just saw like his screen go black as Onigiri flashed before him, pulled the trigger, and that's goodbye Onigiri.
That is super unfortunate, but look, what it is, they're just going to have to move on. Look, sometimes it can help too. Onigiri can sit on cams, lots of call-outs. He can really call the push as he tries to collect info. The unfortunate thing about Clubhouse, though, is all those defaults super easy to shoot early, so you're not going to get much of a read from the outside. Either way, I'm sure Elevate will kind of take it in their stride and adapt, but this is a really big round for Guts in particular, I'd say. If Elevate can jump out to a 5-2 lead, that's just, it can be really tough to come back from, especially on a map like Clubhouse.
Guts have been given a lifeline. 5v4, no Aruni gates. I mean, none of the util that Onigiri would have put down. I don't know whether it was a bulletproof cam or barbed wire. Ooh, Light's actually struggling here with the wall. Where is that missing spot? It's such a thin line at the bottom. Most players will do it a little bit higher. This is so awkward now for Light. Oh, this is so painful. It's got to be at the bottom. Surely it's got to be.
Yeah, that top line looks pretty good. I think you're right. I think he's gone too thin at the bottom, but either way, he's managed to work it out. Guts have managed to get this open in pretty decent time too, so Crisis potentially averted. That would have been really brutal for them if they weren't able to make that work or even lost somebody to it. So they preserved that man advantage. They've got CC wall open, and now Cloud and Meryu making tracks on the other side of the map here. This is really good from Guts.
Oh, what a position for Meryu. I just know he's so keen to swing, but the Evil Eye will give him the Evil Eye and force him to play a little bit more patiently. This Cloud gets to work. Former coach turned player. Cloud's been all over. And now trying to get a breach on this con wall, but for the most part... Oh, hello! I was about to say, for the most part, the X-Kairos is... the moment, Meryu's been jammed by Sapper straight out of the server for this round. Elevate, while they've evened up the man count, Cloud has made an even better breach on this wall.
Yeah, Guts still in a pretty good position, but just counting down to 40 seconds here, they need to finalize this setup for the execute. How exactly are they going to burst through the site and back each other up? They've got a lot of entry points, but Elevate, they've got some great positions.
Here comes in, and Cloud swings in, takes down Sapper, strikes back again out of the room. And Merrick's can hold on. Oh my god, Napew, that's huge. DCH, he was flanking the whole time! How did nobody know? How did we not know? And oh my god, it looked so good for Guts. They had it all. They had the freebie, but it didn't even matter. Elevate have just taken 5 rounds straight. They were down 0-2.
Yeah, that one's got to hurt too. I feel like Guts would have felt like that was within their grasp, but you have to credit Elevate yet again. You know, they had a bit of pressure in that final stage of that execute, but really great comms and timing, DCH on the flank, and it just looked clean. You know, they kind of all folded in just at the right time to at least trade that out at the, you know, at the very least. I don't know, Elevate have just looked like a different team this past 5 rounds, almost like the Elevate that we came to love, you know, earlier in the year, that just looks so strong. That's how they're starting to really look in this playoff series. I tell you what a time to peak in form in the stage. If this is where it is, this could be them making themselves a spot at the Sweden Major.
And for those who don't know, no Thai team has ever made it to a global Rainbow Six event, and they have been fighting for such a long time. Thailand has been one of the defining nations within APAC that have really shown their strength. At the start, it was Japan and ANZ to some degree. We saw Korea in there as well, mainly thanks to Mantis. But then Thailand started to creep in. Q-Confirm and Elevate really started to make a name for themselves, and they got so close time and time again until finally Elevate was crowned the best team in all of APAC in stage 1. But there was no major to go to. Thanks, COVID. But Elevate, they missed their chance in stage 2, and now stage 3. They're so close, they just need to get it across the line.
Definitely close. I'm sure they're starting to really feel that they can make it happen here, but they've still got some work to do. Got 2 rounds ahead of them to try and make this happen. DCH is going to be the first taken out by Meryu. It's his first kill in probably 5 rounds, in fact, so he's gone a bit quiet since we really kind of gassed him up. But this has been good progression already from Guts.
Yeah, I mean in particular because statistically this game, every single round, the opening kill has converted to an opening round win. Of course, that's not counting the team kill last round. Well, I guess it is if you count that the team kill was by Elevate. So, yeah, there you go. But here we go. Yura, just around the corner. That's another one. Easy as you like. And 5v3 now. I mean, surely Elevate can't bring this back.
Definitely going to be a tough position. There's still so much time for Guts to really make something happen here. And Gym Bedroom, you can feel pretty squashed pretty quickly once you lose this cash and CC control. Yeah, look, I don't know. This man disadvantage is certainly going to come back to bite Elevate in the latter part of the round. But you never quite know. All it takes is a couple of quick picks from Elevate to equalize, and they could turn this around.
Definitely can't count him out. But if Guts play this slowly, they play this patiently, but continually make progress. They don't stall out, they just get to work. Then they can definitely win this. Problem is, Raven, like what, 50 seconds to go, 0 breach on Jacuzzi Wall. Like that, there is a lot lacking in this attack, despite the 5v3.
Definitely is, and maybe they've just made the call, you know, we've got the man advantage, like let's not overcomplicate it, let's try and keep it simple, we can just push side, trade it out, something like that. You never quite know, but 2v5, it's certainly going to make it easier, and just like that, Dev, all up to Derek to save this one for Elevate.
Yeah, welcome to the team, Nerix. How about a 1v5? Let's see what you're worth. 20 seconds to go. Nice C4 pre-placed, but nowhere near where it needed to be. Believe it must have been from Kitchen looking into logistic, but I think it looks like he's going to bait. He's going to sit there, he's going to try and pad the KD. He's like, look, Mom, I'm positive. Almost 2.0 KD. And look, it's likely to stay that way if Guts don't push him, and I don't think they will. But hey, this is a pretty significant disrupt to that momentum, right? We just saw Elevate take 5 rounds straight, and now Guts have won this one.
Definitely, and look, this is probably just, if anything, a quick little timeout for Elevate. They got an opportunity here to just have a quick chat. You know, they can stabilize themselves. They've just had a 5-round win streak. Just relax, take a breath. And then on the side of Guts, yeah, they finally have broken that momentum. That's got to feel good. It never is great when you've lost a lot of rounds in a row. Finally feels good to break that. And look, they're certainly well within a chance to bring this one back.
I love to look at my stats of teams' win rates on attack and defense on specific maps. It's my favorite thing. Since I added that feature to my spreadsheet, I can't get enough of it. So I'll give you this. Elevate are 51% attack and 57% defense. So actually you would expect them to do better on their defense than you would on their attacking side. That is specifically for Clubhouse. Whereas funnily enough, Guts are actually super below average on their defense. Now, albeit there is very, very little sample size for Guts. So you got to take these stats with a grain of salt. But they've won 5 defense rounds and lost 9 on
this map in 2021. That's Guts. So that's a 36% defense win rate. So Guts actually tend to struggle on their defense, which is what we saw, right, in the first half. So that kind of starts to add up. I feel like I do have faith, though, in Elevate. It's just so hard to see them losing it from here.
Yeah, I tend to agree, but I don't know. I mean, like, we saw some great things from Guts in those first couple of rounds, and look, they've had a really great stage, and there has to be a reason that they've let this go to Clubhouse. I mean, as you're portraying perfectly here, Dev, they have barely played it this year. Like, they just really have not played much Clubhouse, and even when they did, it wasn't to the greatest of successes. So it must be a map that they have been working on, and they've left it for a special occasion such as this. You would hope to see more from them on it.
Well, let's see what Guts have got to show then. Anything hidden up their sleeve. Another opening pick. I'm going to say it again. Every round so far, opening pick has meant a round win. So that's an incredibly strong start here for Guts. And Elevate are struggling to find their feet on their defense. They're struggling to not over-aggress.
Speaking of, there's a player in this hallway. Oh no, Onigiri tried to get a little bit cheeky. And look, Light not even going to go for the trick. He's just opening a whole rectangle to run through. But
why?
Don't know.
Why?
But this is, look, this has been a really good start from Guts. First minute, 2 picks. And on top of that, it's Napier and Onigiri, 2 of Elevate's stronger players. You couldn't find a better way to start the round, honestly.
Yeah, I really feel like this round's almost over already. Hate to call it so early, you know, we're not even halfway through, but it's hard to have faith in Elevate, especially with what happened last round. And now Guts have another chance to, well, get even closer to evening up this match. And you just got to, right now, be thinking to Elevate. It's like, oh, how do they keep letting these early picks sleep? How do they... Why don't they just stop playing so aggressively? Like, that's what you've got to wonder.
This doesn't feel like it's in Elevate's DNA, honestly, but look, they're going to have to find something because Guts are certainly mounting quite the comeback here. They lock in this round. They're only 1 away from tying up the actual score. So yeah, pressure on. Coming into this final minute though, Kitchen Hatch not quite open. They're going to hard focus it now. And if this comes open, then Guts are perfectly set up to try and work this execute.
So Cloud is trying to destroy the electric claw. Where is it placed? We might not be able to see. But if you put some Excaros on the edges of the hatch, it can sometimes destroy that claw, and they are struggling so far. Lily needs to nade this off. We don't know where it is. It could be straight on the hatch, it could be somewhere else, but Guts are just making this look easy. Lights found a double, and Yura makes it a flawless round. Guts Gaming are bringing the heat in the most Japanese way that they can on their attack.
This starts to get a bit scary for Elevate. You know, they had the 5 rounds in a row. Now Guts have had 2 in a row. All of a sudden, they are very close to tying this up. Guts are getting some momentum. That was a great round from Guts, honestly. They got those opening picks. They progressed nicely, and they never really took their foot off the accelerator. You could call out, though, that maybe Elevate just a little too antsy. I mean, Napier trying to get what looked like an aggressive run out around that strip doorway, kind of throwing that one away. You could kind of spotlight that a little bit on Elevate's part.
Yeah, absolutely. Elevate can definitely look at some things right now, and they're going to need to say, look, mate, this ain't working. Let's stop that. Let's stop this. Let's start doing that. 1 round lead now is all that they have. After winning 5 rounds in a row, they've just lost the last 2. Now Guts are hungry, and they are sprinting. They are coming for it. They're coming for Elevate. Running from behind and so close to overtaking. Church Arsenal being reattempted here, not locked in yet through the tactical timeout. But I mean, surely you've got to think it's just play that same site, but just don't feed early picks.
Yeah, feels that way. I mean, I feel like Elevate could still stick a part of the philosophy of that previous defense, but yeah, just not quite run at Guts with as much gusto. Yeah, Napier and Onigiri dying so cheap at the start of that last round. It really just... It was downhill from there. It's not an easy sight to counter that kind of man disadvantage early. 3v5 with still 2 minutes on the board. It's just not great. So, look, they've 6-picked onto the Mozzie here. They're going to be able to do the classic roam with the Mozzie mute, intel denial, maybe try and play a little aggressive still on the roam. But I think they've got to make Guts work for it a lot harder.
Yeah, they certainly do, because it's not looking like work for Guts at the moment. It's looking like, just hold down right click. Hey, there's someone walking into my sideline. There you go. I'll take that freebie. Work from there. Marius found the last 2 rounds entry. So he's been coming back into form. No doubt on the back of drones from his teammates, of course.
10 seconds remaining.
Elevator going to try and suffocate that drone work. You can see Napu, he's going to get Light's drone here. He does manage to hack it. I wonder where he's going to place that. Might be able to find a nice little spot for it in bar. He needs to get into a safe position in order to actually move it. And of course, that's going to prevent his mobility from droning. Let's have a look at where he's going to try and place this one, because this could always have a significant influence in the late round, particularly if he gets it like Kitchen and they enable a C4. That's what they're going to go for.
Yeah, it looks like it is what he's going to go for. So that would be brutal and really could come back to bite Guts. They're going to have to be really careful about that one. Already really good entry here from Euro. Cuts off a lot of bar as it is. And some really good droning coming up from Guts. You see a lot of drones just funneling across that top floor and the middle floor, just trying to find if there are any roamers. And in fact, from what I can see from outlines, Elevate aren't roaming. They've kind of feigned it here.
I like that, and I think that's the right play, especially with that info from Napu's drone. They can probably enable some C4s. They can have a good read of this push. You can see, if you look at Napu's gadget, right, you can see how many Mozzie pests he's got, but then under that, the number, that little 1 under the 0, that's how many drones he has in the field. And he still just got the 1. We can see that it is still up. He's going to ping his C4 and ask his teammate to watch it. Might be able to find a cheeky kill here, as DCH is watching for that and just asking for the call out, but I think that C4 has been destroyed now by the Ash.
It did look like it was in the right position, so that could be lucky for Guts. Honestly, they probably had no idea that there was a C4 waiting for them. And I think that was the Mozzie drone just there getting shot by Lily, so that's going to not work out to any effect. Light, though, I don't think he realizes how close he was to seeing Napier.
Oh, Napier.
And speaking of playing aggressive, he's on the main stairs. What a beautiful shot onto Meryu. And opening that out for Elevate is going to be a great position for them coming into this last minute.
Yeah, this is so good for Elevate, but Guts Gaming still have a lot working for them. One significant issue is that Lily still hasn't managed to clear the electric law off the kitchen hatch. Guts don't have as much to work with as they would like here. And Cloud hasn't reached that hatch. So Kitchen, I mean, there's not a lot of work to be done here. Surely that nade gets the claw. It doesn't! Oh no!
That is rough. Lily, second nade. Doesn't look like that does either. So this is brutal. Guts, 30 seconds. They're just going to have to yeet down the main stairs. They've got to make something work at Church. And look at Elevate. They are pulled back ready for this.
That said, blue control's been taken. And Light's found one before being traded. Yura in blue does some good work. Light surely loses. That's Lily losing his life, surely. But there's only 2 players left on either side as Cloud starts to force that diffuser down. Yura has a fantastic position, but traded. It's a 1v1. Sapper versus Cloud. With that diffuser down, it's a retake. And there's no utility for Sapper to use. Cloud still up. His teammate finished off, and he's pushing aggressive. He's fighting for it, but the low magazine capacity is going to punish him. Sapper sees it, but he's going to land it! What a flick! How does he make it work? Elevate, match points!
That was such a nasty flick to win the round for Elevate. Absolutely gobsmacked, honestly. I could even barely see that player on my feed. I'm not going to lie. Gobsmacked. That was just so well done to clutch it out from Elevate, and that's got to hurt for Guts. They probably felt like they had that in their grasp to push it to 5-5, and now Elevate on match point.
Oh, that's got to be gutting for Guts. They had everything that they needed. I mean, it was kind of a miracle that they made that execute work with no kitchen hatch, but that blue presence was just so good. And it looked like Yura had essentially won the round for them. Not to mention Cloud getting that diffuser down. Really had not expected that retake to work, but a massive clutch for Sapper, and that is something that will resonate throughout the rest of this match, and it might not be a long match from here on out, Raven. 6-4, 1 round off of Elevate, taking it and moving to that upper bracket final where they will have a second life. Firstly, a shot at the major in a BO3, and then a second life should they lose that.
Yeah, it's certainly a really big opportunity, and they'll be playing the winner of Chiefs and Direwolves in that first BO3, so familiar with both teams, they will certainly feel comfortable backing themselves in to maybe get it done in one go. But they've got one more round to put Guts away so that they can get that opportunity. Going to CC Cash, can Elevate put it away here and book in that BO3 in the upper bracket final?
Guts are looking for the first win for a North team. Remembering that this is essentially Guts' first game of the tournament, right? They're already in the upper bracket thanks to the forfeit. Mercenaries couldn't field their roster in time. They couldn't get into the server, and so they had to forfeit their match. Guts, maybe they're coming in a little bit cold. Elevate's already had an incredibly challenging first game where they took down Cyclops, and now they're just making mincemeat of these Japanese teams.
They're doing a really great job. Big opponents to take down as well, you know, taking out Cyclops and eventually Guts if they close this one out would be no easy feat. So Elevate can certainly carry a lot of confidence moving forward, but again, they have to close this one out. Guts reverting to bullets to just open that one, it looked like. Maybe Lily just not quite getting enough of it open, so a little bit on the edge, but this is already fantastic time management from Guts. They got that open very quickly.
So we don't need this drone, will we? Just chuck that in the game. Don't need that. I mean, definitely more valuable. I don't understand. Fair enough. Like, if you think that the drone is less important than your concussions, fair enough. It's a good one.
Why not? You got it, why not?
I'm
Dev?
not going to be droning anyway. I'll get my teammates to do that. That's fine.
That's right. Don't need to drone if your opponents are dead, so just shoot them, yeah?
Well, no one's dead as of yet. And guess what, Raven? I'm going to say it one more time. Every single round, the team who finds the opening pick has won the round. So I'm very keenly awaiting this opening engagement.
Definitely. And huge from Sapper once again. Takes out Cloud. That's the opening kill going in the cards of Elevate, the hands of Elevate even. So look, this could be a sign of them closing out the map.
Oh, the 1v1 from the end of last round turns out to be the opening 1v1 for round 11. What could be match point here, what looks to be the final round needed for Elevate. We've got Napier on for the flank. Surely Guts feeling that pressure. They might not be watching. We've seen a flank like this before have huge impact, but it looks like Guts are watching. Sapper, though, in an aggressive position. Great pick by Meryu. 25 seconds on the clock. 4 versus 4. And Guts need to push. Elevate just have to hold on, but Guts are throwing everything that they have got. Yura goes huge. 4 kills could be it for him, but DCH, he makes it close, not close enough. And the Guts hold on for another round.
Oof, Guts really did a great job bringing that one back, and they've finally broken the trend as well about opening kills, so can't dip into that one anymore. Look, it was a great effort from Guts. I cannot get over the swing from Meryu. He knew someone was flanking and he wasn't waiting for it at all. Great plays, and well, this gets a bit scary, doesn't it, Dev? They're going to go back to CC Cash as well. Elevate confident they can make that work, but they can't afford to lose another round because it's going to go to OT.
Surely Elevate can't choke this lead. They've always felt pressure in playoffs. They've always been so close, and it's been ripped out from underneath them. For Guts, this is the best they've ever done. Like, they have never played, just like Elevate, never played a major or international global event. Guts have had some fantastic showings in the Japanese leagues, the various national championships that they've got, plus, of course, this APAC North season, Stage 3, where they were so close to booking their tickets to Sweden, but choked in their final game. I think we have a bit of a common theme between not only all of these teams, but it feels like every single team in APAC at the moment. You talk about Chiefs, you talk about Knights. Everyone is suffering from the crumbling pressure.
Yes, that they are. So, speaking of, I don't think there could be any higher pressure on either of these teams in this match right now. Guts cannot afford to lose this round. They are facing match point. So losing this would mean losing the match. And likewise to Elevate. They don't want to have to go to overtime. They don't want to give Guts another chance to bring this back.
I'll give you one more. Like, if this goes OT, Guts start on the attack. And it would have been a regulation where there were 4 defense wins and 8 attack round wins. So heavily attacker-favored match, which would of course favor Guts in OT.
All the more reason for Elevate to really dig deep here. Now this first minute was really efficient and just pivotal for Guts in this previous round. Yet again, Light is really on top of his game now, opening this wall or tricking the wall. First minute, once again, it's a lot of pressure to put onto Elevate on site.
Gotta say, I've got secondhand anxiety from watching Lily try and breach this one. So exposed to rafters, opening that with the sledgehammer, but doesn't die. Yura is once again on this incredibly powerful rappel outside of Kennels as the rest of Guts get to work on the map clear.
Again, wasting no time at all to try and flush from Master. It's Onigiri trying to get aggressive around construction door. Just identifying that this is where Guts certainly are going to want to push next. And they're, again, wasting no time at all. Players flooding through Master and Con to really take up that control. So Elevate, so much pressure on them on site right here. You'd have to expect that they might try and do a flank or something to turn the tide of this round. Because at the moment, it feels like Guts are really progressing towards a potential round win.
Olivetta holding on. Oh my god, the nades. Sapper is just playing the floor is lava with those nades coming on through, playing a bit of dodgeball. But he's still in, hasn't gone out yet. Oh, this C4 could be huge. But I think Cloud must have shot it out of the air somehow. I think that's what's happened.
Looks like it didn't make it through, and Onigiri is the opening death coming into the final 40 seconds. Guts are building them.
And they're building up to a huge execute. Yura once again in this fantastic position on Kennels. They know exactly where he is, but they can't stop him forever. Nerix to throw the last gas bait he's got to hold on for another 20 seconds. There's not much time for Guts to get the job done, and Elevate are fighting back. The plan could be denied. Nerix snuck into that position and found a double! Oh my god! How does it fall apart like this? Elevate have done it! They won Clubhouse and they will march forward to the upper bracket final in the APAC playoffs for Stage 3.
Nerix's debut stage, take a bow. He's just won a massive game for Elevate off the back of a triple kill. That was Guts Gaming's round. By all rights, they had done everything right until that point, and he just slipped through that crack, took advantage of it. What a game from Elevate. I mean, bar the little comeback from Guts Gaming, let's not look over the 5-round streak that Elevate went on in the first place to kind of get them to that point. They looked fantastic for a majority of that map.
They absolutely did. It was honestly unbelievable to think that Guts brought it back to nearly overtime. But these teams, they certainly give us a lot of anxiety watching that. It's definitely a one that keeps your heart pumping. What about that 1v3? Like, how did he get those 3 kills?
I know. Pretty unreal, and Guts are certainly going to be kicking themselves because, you know, it was a watchable position from multiple places. Guts still had quite a few players alive before Nerix slipped through. But it's just how it be sometimes. There was a lot of chaos happening, and look, Nerix just made a fantastic play for Elevate.
Yeah, a fantastic play from the rookie and a massive win for Elevate, sending Guts down into the lower bracket. I am sure that it'll be an excited Onigiri in the interview in just a moment after the analysts say their piece. Over to you guys.
Well, I don't know how much we're going to add, because I'll tell you what, that was an interesting game. I felt like for a second there, Xenox, maybe that was going to continue. Maybe that curse for Elevate were going to continue. The choke was almost on.
Yeah, we were basically sitting back watching it and kept making comments about, you know, is this going to be a bit of deja vu? Is it going to be yet another choke for Elevate? But no, Nerix is the one who literally said no there at the end. Big clutch, big moment. Could have gone to OT. Heartbreaking for Guts. Of course, they go down to the lower bracket though, and they will be able to continue on here for the APAC playoffs. For Elevate though, they have got destiny in their own hands from here into the upper bracket final. They'll be taking on either Direwolves or Chiefs.
Yep.
I don't know who would be the favored team in any of those matchup scenarios, Robs, but with the way that Elevate have been able to get through both APAC North teams, they should be feeling confident going into that upper bracket final.
That they should have dealt with them pretty handily, and we've got Onigiri once again to come in for the conversation. Onigiri, it's a great day to see you again. Maybe it is that Xavier's jersey after all.
Good to be back on the interview. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to just quickly talk about Nerix Onigiri, because obviously he hit a pretty crazy couple of shots in that last round, but he is still pretty new to your roster. How important has he been in improving the team?
Oh, he has a big impact to our team. When we need him, he can kill. I don't know what to say right now, because I'm so excited that we won Guts. Yeah, but Nerix has a big impact with our team.
Onigiri, you've now played 2 APAC North teams. You've now beaten 2 APAC North teams. What's your takeaway from playing those APAC North teams compared to APAC South? Is there much of a difference? Do you feel more confident against them? Anything that you want to sort of take note of?
I have nothing to say about that, because we prepare ourselves by playing rank on West Japan server. I think we can handle how they play pretty well. Yeah, that's how we improve ourselves against Japan's team.
Onigiri, I love your work, mate. Look, you guys have earned yourself a day off tomorrow. What are you going to be doing in preparation for that final?
We're gonna look forward to the team that we have to fight. Maybe cheer for Direwolf. We're gonna analyze them, and we will secure that Sweden ticket to the major.
We hope so, Onigiri. We truly hope so. Well, we'll leave it there, mate. Any final words before we let you go for the day?
Oh, thank you everyone for support and your caster, everyone. I'm so excited. Yeah, and we'll keep up the good work. See you guys on Wednesday.
Certainly will, Onigiri. Thank you once again, and we'll see you then.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Just makes me feel so he just gasses me up. But that smile, guys, I think that is a picture that tells 1,000 words, surely.
Yeah, clearly just ecstatic at that result. Beating Guts is a huge pick, because they were very dominant this stage in APAC North. And I think more broadly, the important thing to bring up now is Elevate. They're basically at this point, statistically, probably just locked in SI. Of course, SI points are allocated for, I believe it's the top 5? I don't want to get this wrong. I fairly certain top 5. Top 8 APAC, apparently. I don't know why Liquipedia has it listed as top 6. Anyway, a bit weird. But again, off the back of that result, Elevate basically locked their ticket towards SI. So that's really impressive, and no doubt going to be big for them. I just have the old mate Dev, the nerd, in my ear, just confirming. Obviously, first in APAC North and first in APAC South get points. Then you have the 6 from the playoffs. That's the 8. So again, me doing math on broadcast, probably the most deadly thing that can be done. It's deadly sin at this point.
It's a rule. There is a rule for a reason, guys. You don't do math on live broadcast. But Xenox, now that we look forward for Elevate, I mean, we're over the moon for them, surely. This is them taking the steps that maybe they couldn't have last time.
I mean, I'm not really over the moon for them. That's
Okay, well, I guess we'll go to a break then, won't we? No, keep going.
They haven't actually accomplished, you know, I mean,
they did just get to SI, Jake. So I mean,
yeah, don't worry about beating 2 APAC North teams. Tell you what,
I'm obviously mainly talking about the playoffs here. I'm mainly talking about Major of Sweden. I'm not talking about SI. Obviously, yes, they've done that part. We kind of expected them to do so, right? It's very easy to sit back and say, oh my god, they've called for SI. They had a 99.99% chance coming into this. They were always going to qualify for SI. Let's keep it about the major. That's the biggest thing, okay? My god.
He did a pretty good job to spin that. I think Jake might have a future in politics at this rate. I mean, he's doing a really good job. And I mean, with the amount of bias he's showing towards APAC North at the moment, he probably already has his ticket to Paris.
I don't know
what this man's on about at the moment.
APAC North hasn't won a single game today, so I don't know what bias you're talking about. But all I'm trying to say is keeping it under wraps. They're in the upper bracket final. They have not qualified for the major just yet. Obviously, it's great that they've been able to get the job done re-SI. But as I already said, that was kind of expected to happen. It would have been, I mean, quite literally, to not make SI, I think they would have had to get bundled out. Literally straight sets, and even then, they still had a 96% chance anyway.
Thanks, Xenox, for being
they've just beaten
amazing.
2 APAC North teams, 2 of the best in there, but we're not over the moon for them. What we are ready is for a break. We'll be going to one and we'll be back with the first lower bracket best of 3.
Oh Lord, help me for this cup.
That was very easy.
Calm down before you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes. Baby, you think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily. And I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you're dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no it ain't what you need, come on, just pay the fee, I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top I found some relief, you see, so please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it, no I need it, beat it, before you mess up the mood.
Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops of drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt. Peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block. And they be pumping, waiting, holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still with his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when his beef, he gon' rush. And he said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga, make a decision. Got the bait, you be the hook, cause we's about to go fishing. Now listen, when it's on.
Well, I guess we're quite under the moon here, Dev, for Elevate. There's nothing to be excited for. They've just booked the biggest tournament of the year.
I don't know about you, but I'm just worried about this game right now, which is the Mercenaries versus Cyclops off-stream match.
Yeah. Do you want to update viewers on what's going on there?
Yeah, so literally just then, it was 7-7 overtime for Mercenaries. They were down, they were at 3v3 trying to plant, and yeah, got pushed to OT. So we got pushed to the final round of OT. So it's sudden death now on Villa, and Cyclops are attacking. So let's see, it could be a huge upset for South Asia if they can take down COG.
That would be absolutely massive, and so too would be looking at the bracket. We'll have a look, and Raven, you can run us through what we've seen so far today. As right now, we are pretty spiced up, I would have to say. 2 or 3 teams from from the APAC South region going that upper bracket at the moment.
Yeah, very southed up. Again, we're still waiting for an APAC North win. I mean, Guts technically beat Mercenaries, but they forfeited. But outside of that, yeah, look, it's been a very South-dominant bracket so far. I guess nothing hugely surprising. Maybe Cyclops losing to Elevate could be a surprise to some, but after the form Elevate have presented, maybe not. I guess maybe the biggest surprise would have been Direwolves Dem1 here, but you know, Dem1 haven't had the greatest Stage 3 either in APAC North, and Direwolves have just continued to show some great form towards the end of the stage, so I don't know, like, this is the thing you love about the APAC playoffs is all these matches just are very exciting prospects, and you never quite know what you're going to get, and it's delivering so far.
Well, that's it, isn't it, Dev? Sometimes it does come down to that best-of-1 format as well. It makes things incredibly close for some of these teams that maybe we would consider underdogs.
Totally does. I'm so glad you said my name when you referenced me there, because I'm no joke not listening. I'm just watching this Mercenaries Cyclops game.
I 100% know that.
But yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty exciting for Elevate to see him in the upper bracket final before, but like it happened in Stage 2 and they choked to Down 1 and then they choked to IG. So I don't want to get too excited for Elevate yet in terms of the major, not to try and pull a Xenox or anything yet. I'm not over moon for them in terms of Sweden. But what is exciting is like this is the first time that they are guaranteed to go to a global event, because they've now guaranteed for SI. Apparently, we're actually going to go and watch the final rounds. So now I can start talking about. Here we go. Do you guys want to cast it? Rob, you haven't cast it tonight. Earn your keep, mate.
Oh, surely not. That would be a terrible idea. No, look, we may well do. I guess 2 minutes left, Raven. Let's go for a trio cast in the last round, shall we? Let's just spice things up. But honestly, 15th round, this is what we need. This is exactly what we would have dreamt of.
Yeah, look, already. It's going well. It's going well.
I'm just trying to say, mate, it's siege, but you trim the fat. It's just the action, mate. Just the last round. Go for it.
Absolutely. And look, as you may notice, Mercenaries actually had the opening kill for this one. So coming into the last 90 seconds, this is really big pressure for Cyclops, because just remember, this is to stay alive in the tournament. Like, this is amazing that Mercenaries are pushing them this far, and could be a bit of a tilter, something that Cyclops is certainly known to be prone to in the past.
Dangerous territory here. At least Cyclops do even the score. And count doesn't mean a hell of a lot when we've seen it be more chaotic, Dev. Honestly, minute left. Oh, Aegator goes down there, and Mercenaries are one step closer to booking this. Oh, no way!
Jeez, I think it's going to happen, boys. I think we're about to see Mercenaries take down Cyclops. Surely not. It seems so crazy to think at the moment.
But, oh, this is very, very scary.
No, not again! How is that possible? That was the exact same position, but Black Ray starts to go massive here. Shut down left, right, and center. Gator with no HP, no hope, no damn clue. Mercenaries take the first map in OT. Woo!
Oh my word. What an upset, honestly. Like, Mercenaries having to forfeit that first game, you know, it felt like it was going to be really rough for them, and maybe the mental's a bit chalked, but that is a huge win.
Yeah.
That is a lower bracket game right there, and that is Cyclops' map pick of Villa being won by Mercenaries. Like, that is quite an upset. So next up there, we'll be going to Chalet. That will continue to be played off stream, and Mercenaries will be on home turf. So I mean, Cyclops have a bit of a trend of dropping the ball in playoffs to APAC, well, South Asia teams, I should say. And look, they've lost to Kira in the past in a BO1. Yeah. Now they're in a BO3 against Mercenaries, one map down.
Yeah, look, we won't jump the gun because we don't want to be too over the moon for Mercenaries only winning the first map. Let's go to the next matchup that we've got coming up here. Is Damn1 Gaming taking on the Hunters. And honestly, this one here should be, oh God, I'm going to say it should be clear cut, Dev, but after what we've just seen, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, look, it's hard to say because the Chiefs Monkey Hunters game was a bit scary, and Damn1 Kia had their own scary game against Direwolves, which we didn't actually get to see on stream. And it's crazy to think that this roster that went to the Mexico Major and had such a fantastic performance there. They were the only APAC team to make it out of groups. Like, how Titans have fallen.
That seems the best way of putting it. Let's have a look at the Hunters. Raven, you just coming off the back of casting this one with Dev. I mean, I honestly, it was really hard to track what they were doing, but God, they were succeeding. That's the very least, they were succeeding against the Chiefs.
Yeah, look, they really put the Chiefs kind of on the edge a bit there. 5-7 loss, you know, is a really great effort, and it really came off the back of some, I would say, some great attacks. I feel like that was where the Hunters kind of shined. You know, like they had some really big early aggression, turbo droning, turbo entries, and they were getting a lot of opening kills, just catching players off guard. So certainly, you know, if Damn1 Kia, if they're not really sure what's coming ahead of them, they could get caught off guard as well. And it's just, you know, it's hard to say where it progresses from there. It felt like they really had an opportunity to push Chiefs to overtime, and they might have gotten that victory. So I feel like there's definitely more to see from this roster.
Dev, as well, we have seen a little bit of a roster change in here. Rattler is in, or Rattler. That was the most Aussie thing I think I've said in a while. And VBM is out. I believe he's actually coming from an exam. So, yeah, a bit of split attention there, Dev.
Yeah, look, Rattler we've seen before at this level, and I believe played in the old mini majors that we had last year as well. So definitely, you know, going to be nice for the guys to be playing with their full roster, and definitely a chance for them to try and upset here. Just trying to run the numbers at the moment. Cyclops currently are in a very, very position to get very good position to get SI locked up. But if they lose this game, sorry, I know I'm kind of on a bit of a tangent. If they lose this game, I think that they won't be able to make SI, and that's pretty much a gut punch. I know I'm sorry for changing. I'm sorry for changing the subject again, but I just my brain is racing.
We would very much not be over the moon. Let's have a look at the vetoes and we'll start to dissect what we can expect for this WG matchup. It is going to be Chalet, Oregon, and Bank again. Looks like Damn1 are not afraid, Raven.
Yeah, look, surprised to see that come through as the decider, but I think that's a couple of spicy picks there. Chalet, we know South Asia in particular have that great history in terms of victories against North teams on it. Referencing that Kira upset over Cyclops, of course, very different rosters coming into this game. But look, Chalet is always a really fun, exciting map to watch. And I think Oregon, the fact that MH have chosen that one, I don't know. I like it. I feel like it could be a really exciting map. We might see this go to the decider, honestly. Like, I would not be surprised to see one of these be a surprise upset.
Dev?
Yeah, look, I'm still loading my match tracker, so I don't have the stats on the teams as of yet. I am getting them as we speak, and if I just keep talking for a couple of extra seconds, It will sound like I know what I'm talking about,
Sounds
even though
like
I'm
tech
actually
rehearsals
just
before.
loading my spreadsheet, which is very close to loading. And as it does get closer to loading, I will see that Down 1 Gaming, so first map, Chalet. All right, this is a map that they have picked a lot. It's actually their most picked map in BO3s. And while it's their least banned map, they've actually only banned it once this whole year, it's almost always banned against them. So you can kind of see where that lies. As for the Hunters, like they actually have a really strong round diff on this map, so I can definitely see them like putting up a fight and maybe seeing another South Asia upset. But yeah, like we could it's so hard to read too deep, right? Like I think that at the end of the day, it's about like the pressure coming into this for all of these teams and about form more than it is about, you know, statistics of maps. So I think that like we can know for 100% certainty that like Down 1, not in their best form right now, and the Hunters are ready to try and capitalize.
All right, let's get quick predictions for Chalet. Raven, what are you thinking?
I feel like Chalet's going to go in favor of Down 1, but I feel like it might be close.
Yeah, Dev, echo that.
8-7 Down 1.
Jeez, you're going for it. I'll
Sorry,
tell you
guys,
what.
Xenox.
Well, let's go ahead and take this one to the moon. Your astronauts for this ride are, of course, Xenox and Guz. Enjoy.
Jesus Christ, man, I don't know what to make of you anymore, but I like it. I do. It's spicy, it's fun, it's different. But let's head into this best of three, guys. Our first one, obviously, for the playoffs. It's been all best of ones up until this point. Down 1 Gaming versus Monkey Hunters. Whether or not South Asia can remain in the playoffs depends, of course, on the lower bracket now.
Yeah, super keen to jump into the first of the best of threes, and this is where we really get to see what teams are made of, who has the stronger map pool heading into this one.
We head over to Chalet, Down 1 Gaming. We probably didn't expect them to be in the lower bracket this early on. For those who missed it, Direwolves ended up taking them down in that best of one. And for MH, I guess you could say, guys, they're hunting for a win.
Did you say they could be hunting for a win because they have Hunters in their name?
Yeah. I saw, I kind of stole that one from Twitch chat.
Well,
I'll admit it.
Maybe Twitch chat should start casting.
Honestly, they should.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of don't like each other anyway, so.
Nomad taken off the board. No real surprise with that one, especially on Chalet. A lot of roaming, a lot of flanking. Thatcher as well, pretty standard ban so far.
Yeah, with Nomad taken off the board, that's going to open up the map quite a bit, even more so for the defense. Of course, Chalet basement rotations all kind of go in the same bundle, so with Nomad off the board, it's only going to exaggerate that effect even more. In terms of defensive bans, more than likely we'll see a projectile operator taken down. It'll be the one might in this instance. To follow up on that, we might see the Valk taken out. I mean, you've got a lot of options here on Chalet, quite an open map in that regard. Kaito Mirror, maybe? See? Yeah, Mirror. Of course, that operator very potent in the likes of Backstore, for example, difficult to clear out. Upstairs as well, the holding library, etc. can be very powerful, but yeah, nothing's really standing out here. I'd say Nomad is a little bit eccentric, and that's just something we'll have to keep our eyes on, particularly on that roam.
Yeah, I'd agree. Even then, it's still a pretty normal ban in itself, really. So yeah, nothing crazy here. As we head into what is our first map of this best of three, I need to preface that. Of course, this is a best of three, which so far is going pretty well for the other South Asian team. As we had that update beautifully done on the broadcast earlier. Mercenaries and Cyclops currently doing battle as well. Mercenaries up 1-0 in said best of three. Good start for them. As we head into this one, though, it is going to be Master Bedroom and Office, our first site of choice here on the second floor of Chalet.
And Valkyrie will already be selected here. I theorize that maybe it could be taken out of the ban phase, but does survive one of the most banned defensive operators currently, not only in ranked, but competitive siege as well. She's just so versatile, able to gain so much information, and I have no doubt Down 1 Kia are going to be a team to play off that information directly, collect it, act upon it, and play a really strong game of siege. And I know you mentioned it earlier, but I just want to pick it up again. It is somewhat surprising to see Down 1 Kia in this position. Keep in mind, they were the one team for me that really stood out in the Stage 2 APAC playoffs. And I was like, wow, these guys are playing so impressively. They'll probably do okay at the major. They did actually go on to do pretty well, and that's why my hair looks so terrible at the moment, because I made a bet that I'll shave it if they make it out of groups. Yada, yada, yada. That was quite a regretful decision, but they were looking so good. And heading into stage 3, they've just quietened down a little bit, finding a rhythm difficult to obtain, and have been jumped by a couple of other teams. So this is their opportunity, I guess, now to try and bounce back. And just like last time, best of 3s seem to be where they're quite comfortable, so this will be the real test for them.
And for the side of MH, they get back the Rattler, one of my favorite names to pronounce. Go all the way back to stage 1 of the APAC playoffs, where we last saw Rattler. That was definitely to the moon from Ragnar. Was that a... I'm going to say, was that a bait or was that just a whiff?
It had to have been a whiff. I don't see any reason. Maybe he needs a bungee for his cord. Maybe his cord...
It's like the mouse just slipped out of his hand.
Maybe he's got sweaty palms. Is that the level of analysis we can run with there? That MH are just under immense amounts of pressure here?
Well, it's either that or it's the biggest brain play that we are able to understand it. So far, pretty normal-looking solo take here from MH. Handed, of course, by Damwon Kier. They've got a player on Trophy Stairs. They've got also Yas roaming down below as well. Pretty stock standard so far for the most part, Guz. Although, that in itself from Rattler. Wildcard, by the way, to APAC playoffs for himself. Gets the opening kill onto Coated. And that's a perfect start here for MH to eventually get into solo.
His first round of the day and gets the opening kill, so a good way to kick things off, and that should allow MH to get some control inside of solo quite quickly. Sandy still on the common rappel, holding this bathroom cross. Sees one, can call that out to the rest of his team. That's Bryn trying to reclaim that forfeited position. It doesn't look like MH have been able to rappel in just yet, so they have been stalled. Bryn, though, falls back, and that will open up that side of the map.
Still 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining as well for this round, so lots of time. And of course, now for Jittery, talk about already making an entrance. Headshot elimination onto Katsang now makes it a 2-man advantage as well. Swing from Rin, it was needed. Pushing into Solarium from Bathroom, goes for a little bit more, but Ragnar is, well, primed and ready off the back of a pretty good match earlier on this afternoon. Still holding that now 2-man advantage for MH, starting strong here on Chalet.
Cross is being covered here. This is the round for the attack to lose. Boogeyman will need to go quite large, but he's isolated by that cross, swung wide by Ragnar, who pushes deep, and now Yas needs to try and retake over towards Library Hall. Does find one pick, 20 seconds left, and the diffuser yet to be stuck. Good swing wide, finds a second, misses that shot. However, that's Rattler trying to hold down that position. Caught reloading though. Maybe Yas can pull this off.
Well, Ragnar does get the diffuser down. 43 seconds for Yas at a 1 versus 2 retake. Ragnar half health, but with this diffuser down, they can play off of each other.
No.
What a shot though from Yas onto beat. Suddenly Ragnar now on 1 versus 1 gets caught immediately to quad for Yas to kickstart us off here on Chalet. What a saving of the round. All 4 kills to his name, plus the counter defuse.
Great composure there from Yas, really utilizing the 3-speed alibi to his advantage, outmaneuvering his opponents, finding those kills, isolating ones, which is always so critical in a clutch situation like that. And a good confidence booster for the rest of the roster. The majority of that round did not go their way. MH did a good job, particularly in gaining control of the solo side of the map, but maybe their sweaty hands, as we theorized earlier, got the better of them in the final seconds in post-plant. Not able to hold on. Just looking a little bit lost there.
I mean, in all fairness, though, that's one of those sort of individual performances there from Yas where you kind of just throw your hands up and say, well, I mean, come on, what do we even do? The downside, I think, there for MH was the inability to be able to create a 2-on-1 exchange or to trade off of each other. When Yas pushes into bedroom there, he's able to, of course, get that immediate kill on the first player. There's no trade that's able to come from that. If that exchange lasts for even just a little bit longer or doesn't find that kill, suddenly that 2v1 environment starts to eventuate, and then probably Damwon Kier don't win it. So really well played from Yas, understood the situation, had to move quick, as you said, and is able to find the round win defensively here in that opening round. I will say this though, Guz, really good signs from MH. They don't win the round, it sucks, but I think we've seen enough already in that opening round. They can mix it here on Chalet.
Yeah, they got their fundamentals down pat in that first round. Again, they got in a good position to be able to get the plant down. So they did all the hard work, I think is the best way to describe it. They got through that solo push, Rattler naded out that key player, and then they were able to convert that into side control. They were able to get that down. They just need to tidy up in the back end, make sure they don't capitulate, I guess, under that pressure, or you know, even create any pressure. You really shouldn't be under any pressure in a 4 versus 1 post plant, but yeah, just tidy that up a little bit. Of course, that's only one objective though. Chalet is one of the maps in the competitive pool that has 4 viable objectives, so we're going to have to see what they're made of on these attacking patterns, and whether or not that efficiency is just as good on some of these other sides, like Dining, for example.
Yeah, and Kitchen Dining as well is going to play out in a pretty similar fashion to Master Office. Obviously for MH, it went pretty well for the most part in that opening round. They got the plant down, they had the 2v1. I mean, it was a 3v1 to even want to go one step further. They had a good entry into Solarium, found an opening pick on Decoded very easily, very early, and now they find the opening pick onto Yas. Talk about maybe finding the right player, of course, who got that quad in the opening round to save the round for Dem1 Kia. And an opening pick once again for MH is, again, good signs here so far in Chalet. It's all about that late round execution, though.
Does look like MH, though, do want to go for solar control once more, and it is still being held pretty intently here by Dem1 Kia. Rin on the stairs, looking to hold this position down. 3 active ADS devices to his left on the northern wall. That will need to burn. Jittery elsewhere will burn his teammate, be taken down as he himself will also fall, so I can only assume that nade dropped when he was taken down. So an unfortunate team kill there for MH. Now puts them on the back foot.
Katsang gets the kill onto Rattler. There must have been final bullet in that spray to get the job done. 2-man advantage now for Dem1 Kia. Minute and 15 seconds still remaining in the second round though, and a lot of time for MH, for Ragnar and Sandy to sort of reconvene and go for a different approach, but 2 versus 4, really difficult, especially on the attack.
60 seconds to go. Ragnar, rather, with control inside the trophy, looking to maybe clear these players up above on the vert, needs to win. He's critical one. Could swing by, try and find the Aruni. Katsang now 1 shot. Will fall back. Good discipline. 45 seconds now left. So control above here for MH. But again, in the 2 versus 4, actually converting this is much easier said than done.
Yeah, and both Rin and Katsang as well, low health here. Still probably won't make too much of a difference considering there's only 30 seconds remaining. Speaking of Rin and Katsang though, well, Rin dies to Ragnar. Katsang is now down and out for the count. They've done it in a pretty hurriedly manner here as well, MH, knowing that there's now still 20 seconds remaining. It's only a 2 versus 2. Sandy and Ragnar have been able to adapt and manage to bring this back, but Woogieman in a good little off angle finds the kill onto Ragnar, and now leaves Sandy without the diffuser. 10 seconds left in red time at 1 versus 2. Virtually impossible from this position. Dem1 Kia.
Oh no!
We'll take the second round.
Got a little bit scared there at the end. Dem1 Kia did have bulletproof camera, as well as the Shamika launcher to flame out sight and delay said push. Still got a little bit antsy, peaked, but the trade was successful. That round definitely a lot closer than it really should have been. 2 versus 4. MH, sure they cleared out above, but then they rotated and went for the horizontal, or for the vertical take rather. No, for the horizontal take. Just got them mixed up. Went for the horizontal take. Found 2 picks isolated. Dem1 giving those away for free offside unnecessarily, putting the pressure on the remaining members, but they did well hold on.
And again, it's almost like a repeat of round 1 in a sense of that we probably walk away from that round saying, okay, Dem1 Kia won, but MH, again, good signs there. Again, though, early and not so much in the late round execution. And I think more so than anything in the second round, it was probably the mid game where they definitely fell a little bit by the wayside. But while good signs are nice, we are on Chalet, and you need to be getting rounds on the attack. So 2 rounds now for Dem1 Kia, already established defensively, slowly doing a bit of a world tour as well, taking Master Office, then Kitchen Dining. Now they go over to even more of a conventional defensive site like Bar Games, where we're going to see a pretty stock standard, you know, top library stairs hold, make it difficult to get inside of library, try and buy a lot of time. We'll see how MH are going to adapt and try and take this site.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out.
I do start the theory craft a little bit on what our expectations should realistically be heading into this matchup. My gut instinct is that this is going to be a comfortable Dem1 Kia 2-0, to be completely honest. We just know they have so much pedigree. Again, that experience from the Mexico Major, pretty invaluable, and South Asia is a pretty underdeveloped region at the moment, but I don't know. The North team's, of course, struggling a little bit so far this afternoon, and could be an opportunity for MH to capitalize. progress further into that lower bracket run and maybe sneak a couple of SI points. Now, I don't think any of the SA teams have realistically any chance of making SI, but could still be cool. And again, the Sweden ticket is the ultimate prize as well here for a lot of these teams that aren't eligible to make it to SI.
And for MH and Mercenaries, it's all about the experience, I guess, in itself. It's been very difficult for South Asia when they come into the APAC playoffs so far. Only one win for the calendar year. That was all the way back in stage 1, all the way back when Kira Esports defeated Cyclops. Until now, actually, because I guess technically Mercenaries found a map against Cyclops as well. They just have a thing with apparently defeating Cyclops. That match, of course, happening off stream at the moment. This is a good start for Damwon Kia, though. We didn't expect them to be in the lower bracket. They are definitely the heavy favorites, but MH are going to give them a good run for their money here. And more of a library-centric take here right now, and they're just going to push in. Rattler gets the opening pick onto Rin. That's 3 rounds in a row now for MH to find the opening pick. Yas is also quite heavily wounded, so less of that sweep across from, say, Solar, and more of that emphasis straight onto library.
Yeah, well played so far. I'm liking some of these op picks as well. The Flores in play was used to great effect to clear the top library shield. I don't know if it's really cleared much else, but that is a good pick nonetheless in the utility department. Beat as well, transitioning across to Gridlock in substitution for the Nomad ban from Damwon Kia, so no doubt really valuing that flank watch potential, and as MH look to try and take above, that could serve them well. Boogeyman, though, gets one back, 4 versus 4. Despite this utility compromise, MH haven't quite capitalized up above yet.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to probably see the downside to this particular take here. There's only 40 seconds left, and Damwon Kia know exactly where MH are going to be pushing in from, so it creates this kind of choke point environment. Even then, though, who cares about the choke point if you can just push through, swing, find 2 kills? That is exactly what Jittery has been able to accomplish here. Now it's a 2-man advantage for MH with under 30 seconds remaining, and Yas has basically no help. Already found that quad in the opening round, would have to probably do something in a pretty similar fashion here. Has Katsang, of course, for a bit of help, but is that a misdrone on Yas? It could be, it isn't though. Jittery finds the triple kill, and M8 will find the first round here on Chalet.
A clean, methodical take there from MH. They cleared that utility early. Rattler with the early jump in to clear out that rat spot inside of library. Yes, it then slowed down. Some may say it stalled out a little bit there, particularly as they tried to get control up above. But from that point onwards, when they went bang, quite relentless in the way they were able to get that territory and did nicely to convert the round. So a good response, and in doing so, again, they prevent Damwon Kia from taking 3 rounds straight, which is always critical on an attack.
Yeah, and the good signs now get rewarded. It's very easy to sit back and say, well, the first 2 rounds, they looked all right, but they didn't find any round wins. You don't really get anything for it. You can't have that go on forever. Sort of honorable rounds just aren't going to get you round wins. So that was a lot better from MH when it came to the actual execution of it. Obviously, Jittery, sort of from a solo perspective, just pushing in over to the mezzanine, finds 2 kills and basically opens up that above and establishes library, and then of course from there they're able to use that advantage to find the last 2 kills onto Yas and Katsang, and it's a really good round win for MH. Downside though is we head back now over to Master Office, where of course Damwon Kia did win in the opening round, but good news, MH actually played it pretty well. They found the opening pick, cleared out the player trophy stairs, got good solar control pretty early on. It was just that late round execution where they allowed Yas to get a 4K and win the round.
Boogeyman actually playing Doc in this round. So a little bit of a niche pick here on the defense. Looking for a spawn kill once more at the double window, but I don't think it's really going to find anything. Yeah, definitely quite interesting, especially with Thunderbird now being available in competitive play, and there's Kona stations probably offering a little bit more in the utility department, but hey, I'm not going to knock it. Maybe Boogeyman can pop off on Doc and still fight into his own. Once more though, MH going for a solar take, applying pressure on these windows. Coated. He can hold down for a couple of ADS devices to fortify his position. A deployable shield as well, facing into towards West Main. So again, it comes down to how cleanly can MH take this, and Jittery once again lighting up the kill feed.
4 in a row, guys. 4 opening picks in a row for MH. I know it was a point of discussion between Dev and Raven earlier on Clubhouse, and the success there. Hasn't quite been able to translate into round wins though. Yas, big double onto Sandy and Jittery. Now up to 6 kills in the opening 4 rounds and basically having a field day here on Chalet. And gives Damwon Kia the lead here for the 4th round. 3 versus 4, just under a minute and 50 seconds remaining. Low on health though, so probably can't expect too much more from here.
Yes, that does somewhat leave us in a bit of a 3 versus 3 or like a 3.5 situation. Yes, unlikely to win that vault battle if Beat were to jump in and pre-fire that position. Often a 50-50 fight, and Rattler applying pressure down below as well. Should be able to find this kill. Needs to swing to his left side. Dining does, and it's a clean headshot in response. Beat jumps in. Oh, the Vert needs to be mindful of those holes. Finds himself now low on HP, and it's a bit of a seesaw this round at the moment. Damwon Kia probably now with a slight advantage.
Yeah, cheeky angle there on the Vert, and Beat had absolutely no idea. Coded makes a little cross though.
Oh no.
They don't know he's here. I mean, he just has to literally stand up and he'll get that player on trophy stairs, but he has been spotted. He's getting shot at. He didn't even know where it was from. Rattler now with 2 in the round. And suddenly for MH, they've got the man advantage. Under a minute left on the clock. 50 seconds to be exact, and they've got a lot of time here to use it. Still have to clear out Katsang though inside a bathroom. This is going to be a big play and still has that shield.
We've seen MH though in comparable scenarios in the past where they've had the advantage, they've gone for that execute and then faltered. So now they need to relax. Find these remaining players, cut off their crosses and prevent them from retaking this round. MH in the driver's seat to claim it. They just need to convert.
No Yas this time for Damwon Kia to save the day. Rattler and Ragnar have been playing immensely well. Katsang, though, feels the pressure to push forward and swing. Didn't land all of the shots. Most of them, but not all of them. Rattler and Ragnar will make them pay. It's 2-2 on Chalet. We've got a match.
The last 15 seconds of that round were a little bit mind-bending, is maybe one way to put it. Unfortunate there, that swing from Bathroom didn't pay off for Damwon Kia. And Rattler were able to get that pick, and then the rush at half wall end there when they could have gone for the plant. I guess maybe they were too scared to go for the plant. After their last attempt, they just wanted to go for kills, get the round converted there and then. And they do. Once again, a solid round here from MH.
Early days though, and of course they're on the attack here on Chalet, where there's generally going to be expectations to do well. Still, good signs inside of the first 4 rounds. The question is, now they've got 2 more rounds, can they extend this lead? Or are we maybe looking at, say, like a 3-3 half? They're doing already, though, a lot better than their brethren, of course, from South Asia. There's the other match happening at the moment, that too on Chalet, which I think last I saw was about a 4-0 lead to Cyclops. So this match a little bit closer than that one in particular on Chalet. Of course, Mercenaries already up 1-0, though. But MH looking good. And I think right now what we're seeing is the value of Rattler, guys, of course, who was not available for the earlier match this afternoon. And I kind of felt like that was a missing piece. And yet, despite missing Rattler, they still pushed the Chiefs to a 7-5 result.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I wonder how he did on his exam.
Hopefully he did really good.
Well, I'm a bit concerned because it seems like he didn't use a lot of his energy and brain power there. He's using it now, so maybe he rationed it really well. I'm not sure. Doesn't seem to be impacting his performance, which is good to see, and is having an impact. Of course, he's not the only player in the server really lighting up, particularly early. It's been Jittery on the entries.
Yeah,
he's been doing really well. Unfortunately, we haven't captured them all, so I don't know how he's fighting himself. We
caught one of them on Mezzanine, where he literally just pushed in and just walked in, swung, and got 2 kills.
And he's also doing really good work as well. Flores, that's a couple of times now where we are seeing key deployable shields take him down. That's a sneaky drone spot inside of Dining that he is utilizing, catching Damwon Kia off guard. And talk about catching opponents off guard. Rin, once again, on the Solar Stairs, looking to prevent this swing in. Solar has been a point of contention between these two every single round so far. Round number 5 is no exception.
Yeah, and Jittery has been a standout, not only with the gun, but also, as you said, Flores. Beat, by the way, with now 5th opening pick. It's a bit of a rush here onto site. Dining control has now been established for MH. The trades, though, it's 3 versus 3, so therefore 2 apiece. Jittery continues to just rack up kills. Yas still alive and inside of the server, but Sandy will shut him down. No quad, no saving the day. It's all MH here in the 5th round. 3-1 remaining to make it a 3-2 lead here on Chalet, and to make it 3 rounds in a row. The rush has been successful.
Oh, Rattler, though, he's fallen. This leaves it in a 2-on-1 inside. And again, MH, they're freaking out when they're trying to get this diffuser down. Catsang swings 5-1, makes it 2. MH are falling apart here in round number 5 once more. It's a 1v1.
Catsang is low. Rattler should have somewhat of an idea. Still a minute and 15 seconds, but wants to get that diffuser down. Catsang, the rotate, he gets off it as well. They are panicking every single time they try and get this diffuser down. Maybe Rattler got the comms to change the position of the diffuser for a specific location where he can watch. But here comes Catsang. Yas has already taken away 1 round. Can he take a second? Catsang! It's like round 1 all over again. Damn one Kia steal their 2nd round away from MH.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
What?
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Do I have to say anything? Like, guys, come on.
That is hands on your head
plant
moment.
The bomb.
What went
Plant
on?
I understand why they probably fell off, right? And it's because one player accidentally fell down the hatch, so they only had 1 point of coverage. But even then, they still could have stuck it. They got that far through planting it. I think there was like half a second left on the player, and then they got off, and it ends up costing them the round because they didn't set up properly. That is 2nd time now. That's happened for MH. The scoreline at the moment should be 4-1.
Yeah. Should, could,
I mean,
would,
you've
ifs
got to
and
win
buts.
this at the
You
end
got to
of the
win
day.
it. You got to make the plays. I do wonder if at the end maybe some comm issues as well. Oh, that's a rough one. But they need to reset mentally and quickly and move on to the 6th round, trying to at least make it 3-3. Yas in the opening round, and then Catsang now in the 5th round. Twice, Damwon Kia have been able to salvage 2 rounds from improbable positions. And yet they made them possible. Nevertheless, maybe off the back of that as well, this is where Damwon Kia just build a bit of momentum and build a way to separate themselves a little bit from MH and get a 4-2 lead. One thing to note as well, Gaz, is Coded is really struggling right now on the smoke. They've not really been able to have those gas babes be impactful at all because it's just dying so early on in these rounds, 0 and 5.
Yeah, and not trying to sound like a negative Nancy here, MH have been playing well for the majority of these rounds in terms of the timeline, right? Early round and mid round have been fantastic, and even though we have access to the outlines and the overheads, even predicting what they're going to do from an outside's perspective is really difficult. They're finding their way into sight so often and catching Damwon Kia off guard. That's been one of the highlights so far in this matchup. They just need to convert the late round. Rattler once again goes for the opening kill. It's a really good trade though. Beat finds that pick. Rin probably getting a little bit overzealous there, trying to return fire onto that 2nd player down for blow. So a bit of a neutral trade there. Of course, Sledge checking up the board means there's 2 less grenades. In terms of utility trading, Damwon Kia slightly edging out.
And for the first time in this opening half, it's a opening pick for Damwon Kia. It was not a short-lived advantage though, of course, with the trade immediately. Jittery from this bedroom window, just trying to be a nuisance, and a nuisance at that, of course, cannot use those Roteros while repelling on the Flores, so we'll have to rotate away. Missed opportunities is probably the best way to sum up this first half for MH. Can they at least redeem themselves here in the 6th round, especially considering they are on the attack? That's 1 Rotero destroyed by Coated. A minute and a half remaining here in the 6th round.
Gas on the prowl, drop low, maybe find beat, but at this point in the round, probably a risk that he doesn't want to take. That said, he is isolated, making his way up the stairs, and that may allow the likes of Ragnar to get control, although he needs to be mindful of his swing. Although, like a puzzle, Jittery is also holding that connection, so a lot going on here. Each player, particularly on the attack, playing a critical role, but Yas is going to try and disrupt that. Jumps out, swings the double window, finds that kill. Well played, 3v4.
Oh, that's probably the round that most likely will be the half. Catsang and Yas have just been a nightmare to deal with for MH. Sandy and Beat. 2 versus 4 with only 40 seconds remaining. Master Office, somewhat doable, but most likely an improbable scenario awaits them ahead. And yet, we've seen 2 improbable scenarios go the way of Damwon here. Maybe MH can have one go their way. Sandy now on this piano window. Caught and already Woogieman knows exactly where Sandy's going to be pushing in from. Beat tries to follow up. And Woogieman holds his ground firmly at the top of Library Stairs. It's a 4-2 defensive half for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, unlike most of the rounds for MH that were lost late round, particularly in plant situations or post plants, that was probably one of the few where they really lost it in the opening seconds there. A bit of an I'm trying to think of the way. Undesirable trade there to kick things off, losing the nades on the sledge, and it really just kind of snowballed from that point onwards. Damwon Kia again showing great composure, even when they maybe feel the pressure a little bit, they're able to play into that. We saw the jump out, double window, really well played. And yeah, Damwon Kia, I think at the moment they're really showing their experience in their class. Again, this is their map pick, so we're probably expecting them to put in a solid performance, but yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how they're playing so far.
Especially on the defense as well, to sort of really highlight that fact, of course. So for MH, had their chances, maybe, and in a world in which they should have capitalized on the chances that they did have, maybe it could have been a 4-2 half in their favor. Not to be, though. Now they've got an opportunity on the defense to redeem themselves. We'll see what Damwon Kia have to say about it on the attack. And one thing I really want to keep note of more than anything in this second half, though, guys, is opening kills. In the first half, 5 of the 6 rounds went in favor of the attacking team for MH. Will Damwon Kia have a similar trend happen for them?
Clash being brought out here by Rattler, which is a little bit interesting, seemingly really strong with his mechanics. Saw here in attack, posting numbers, going 5-5, doing a decent job, but I guess maybe Clash favoring him here on the defense. And it is an operator that does see some limited play, and to that effect, limited success as well. In combination with the Clash, they're also bringing out the Pulse to gain a lot of info here, so I don't know. How are Damwon Kia going to contest this? Of course, being from APAC as well themselves, Clash is not an operator that's too crazy, albeit still a niche pick. So they should be well equipped to deal with this lineup.
Only the single hard breach, so Coded will need to be a little bit careful on that solar repel, but not expecting MH to maybe get 2 and C. They do have beat on the Pulse, and Ragnar also with a Nitro Cell, so 2 in total for MH. They want to do interesting plays there. Nice little vertical sightlines being opened up from Katsang in Garage, and slowly but surely Damwon Kia getting to work. You can kind of already see, I guess, a different take in their approach here. Less of a hard focus on Solarium, more of a soft focus on it, and establishing Vert, getting, sort of boots on the ground a little bit here. And now, after they've sort of established some Vert control elsewhere, tried to get Bryn in a good position to watch down below, now they can take the Solar approach. Sandy, though, with the opening pick onto Woogieman. That's really, really good for MH with 1.5 minutes left.
Top control still obtained, though, by Damwon Kia. Yas is going to walk straight into that force back. Rattler takes a little bit of damage elsewhere. Not exactly sure where that damage was inflicted from, but Damwon Kia looking to clear up above. Swings wide, finds the Aruni. That's Jittery taken down. Elsewhere as well, Rattler was cut off. So that's the Clash dealt with 2. Really well played by Damwon Kia. Now they have 60 seconds to set up for a plant. C4 though, from below. Ragnar deploys it. Doesn't explode. Oh, it's under the bed. He misplaces it. Katsang survives.
Maybe Damwon Kia survive as well. 1-man advantage, still got that Solar control Coded. Of course, this is kitchen dining though, so well, you do want to get control up above. It's a very critical portion of this take for kitchen dining. Definitely going to need to head down at some point. MH mostly all down there already. With this buck, of course, the Skeleton Key can open up a lot of these sightlines. Coded down with 3 kills in the round. Going from nothing to 3 in a pretty quick fashion. Yas over towards Trophy Stairs, though, loses 99% of his life. Ragnar, in a pretty similar fashion as well, into red time we go. And it is as close as you can really ask for. 2 versus 2. Ragnar can't hit the shots. Maybe he did actually got the down on the Katsang. And then with a bit of help from Beat, they win the round. That's at least 1 round back for MH.
Really well played. And it looks like maybe a tactical pause to follow as well. MH not going down without a fight. Again, just to reiterate, this is Damwon map pick, so you would anticipate for them to take the dub, but I mean, much like the Cyclops Mercenaries game, that's not always the case. So don't want to read too much into that. I think at the moment, just trying to take a stock take on what's happening. This has been a very, very chaotic game. I do hope that this tactical pause just settles things a little bit. Now, again, anticipating MH to probably continue to play quite aggressive. That's the South Asia meta. We've seen that throughout today and throughout the year. But just tame it a little bit, lads. And yeah, focus up for the remainder of this matchup, because it has been teams that are thriving in this chaos or being able to settle down in that chaos that have been playing better. And I mean, I'm just saying the long and convoluted way of whoever's throwing less is basically winning. It's just the nice way of saying it. So.
Yeah, well, the other part, if we want to sort of dissect it a little bit more here, is that so far in this particular match, it's been very defender-sided. We've had now, of the 7 rounds that we've played, 5 have been defenders winning, and for the attackers only twice. Probably MH should have maybe got 3 or 4 rounds on the attack. Wasn't to be, though. They now get 1 back on defense, and Master Office has been the most prevalent site so far, even though it was a site that was actually successfully attacked, not only once, but technically should have been twice if we think back all the way to the opening round. So really, really good signs for MH here in the second half that they were able to defend Master Office successfully. Now you head over to Bar Games, which actually hasn't seen as much success and hasn't quite been as prevalent as it maybe usually is. We've only seen it once, and it was attacked successfully by MH. So maybe if they're really good on the attack of Bar Games, they can be just as good on the defense of it.
Would you like to hear the single best piece of analysis I have said in my few years of casting here?
Of course.
MH might be able to push this to OT or even win in regulation on the defense, because they don't have to worry about planting the diffuser and holding on in post plants.
I see where you're going with this one. You're basically implying that the rounds that they basically gave away were in relation to a diffuser being involved. Okay.
It was very charitable from MH. I'm not denying that.
Oh,
but
yes!
also could be quite costly. Yes. Inflicting some nice damage there onto Ragnar. Not quite enough to get that kill, but will prove to be quite nice for them late round, particularly again if Ragnar falls back into the site. Bring that execute is going to be very vulnerable. One shot. They don't have the Thunderbird to heal him up, or the Doc, or that.
Yeah, and just quickly here, but this is a pretty similar attack of Damwon here as it was for MH. A lot of this library focus rather than sweeping across from Solarium into bedroom, into office, then the mezzanine, top library stairs. It's kind of like, well, we can just ignore all of that. We could just focus library. We could just focus big window down games as well. They will, of course, still clear a lot of this utility, such as top library stairs. They haven't quite cleared the shield over the mezzanine chimney. E1D deployed by Woogie Man. Movement detected.
Missed that nade. Cat saying no, doesn't miss his shot. Jittery off the board. That's the box position cleared nonetheless. One way to go about it. Not too sure. Is it library stairs?
I think it might have been like bot library, but I think at this point, if they're going for a library take, you would probably want the clash upstairs and being above. And yeah, so top library stairs. We've seen this innovation before, guys, actually, where you don't use the deployable shield, you use the clash.
Yeah, it does allow you to play a little bit more of an active defense, if you want to phrase it that way. You can fall back, then B can switch out the SMG late round and get to work. And we are really yet to see this position challenged. 60 seconds on the board, and I don't think there's any nades available yet. Let's know. There are no nades available for Damwon Kia.
How are they going to clear this clash?
And try and push these guys? I don't know.
50 seconds remaining. They could just go straight for sight. Sandy, though, finds the kill onto Katsang. Rin's down as well, by the way, on top of the fact that Coded has basically no health. Rattler just feels a little bit antsy right now, pushes up from top of library stairs. May elect to push into library, take out that player in there, which is Yas. They're feeling the pressure right now, Damwon Kia. They cannot break down this defense. Oh, it was actually Rin who went into the frost mat. That's not ideal either. 4 versus 3, 2 of these players, though, top library stairs. Sandy not on site either. So if I'm correct, there's only 1 player on site for MH.
Damwon are just standing around waiting for MH to throw picks here. They're not showing any initiation. They haven't cleared out this clash position. It could be difficult to convert this round. Bryn finally does make a move. Rattler with the team kill. Does get 2 in the meantime. 1 actually onto the opposition. Now Boogeyman left with the 1v2. No time. Finds 1. But that player up above can hold on. A very strange end to the round, but MH will win it out.
Thank you for your protection, Clash, but I won't be needing you anymore. Rattler with the team kill onto Beat, but at least found the kill onto Yas. And MH will find their 2nd round win in a row. That's now 4 defensive round wins in a row, by the way, here on Chalet, guys. It's 4-4. It's yet another defensive round win. We're heading to Master Bedroom and Office.
This year's been pretty crazy for a whole bunch of reasons, in and outside of Siege, but this is the weirdest game I think I've seen. Yeah. Every single round, there has just been something that's happened that you just never see. Very out of the ordinary, very difficult to read on, predict for us, and no doubt some of the players in the server trying to work out and still understand what the hell is going on. It's very, very chaotic. Team kills, just everything you could dream of at the moment. We're seeing clutches, we're seeing throws. I just don't know where this one's going to land.
Well, I think right now we've seen enough in this game that the scoreline is probably a fair representation. We're not sitting back saying like, oh, maybe Damwon here should be a bit ahead. Like, no, I think 4-4 is probably just about. You could sit back and say, well, MH had 2 rounds, but they probably should have won. And yeah, they should have, but they didn't. And so I think this is actually a fair scoreline because of that. And there's an opportunity here. If this ends up being what it already is, a pretty defender-sided Chalet, well, they're on the defense. That's probably where you want to be. Jittery has the Nitro Cell, but it's just going to be Black Eye. Of course, there actually was a player there of Damwon Kia if you really want to be super aggressive, but not going to happen. But over to Master Office. For the first time here in the 2nd half. It was Kitchen Dining earlier. That was played and won successfully by MH. So this is essentially do the World Tour and to gain a 5-4 lead. A lot on the line here in the 9th round.
And I'm fairly certain Boogeyman's running 417. So the DMR online. Okay.
A bomb has been
cool.
located.
I mean, at this point, I'm not going to be surprised at too much. So we'll run with that, see what he can do. It's like, that's our again, that makes sense. Damwon Kia going for the solo take. Has been the trend so far in this matchup. Teams not really necessarily going for more, I guess, quote-unquote traditional take that you might see a little bit more ranked, for example. Everyone's mezzanine, open up office into half wall. Instead, get in towards solo, apply so much pressure. Now, in terms of getting those boots on the ground, those players inside the map, probably a little bit more challenging, but once you open it up, very difficult for the defense to hold on, and those crosses are tricky.
I can't remember who it was. Was it the Chiefs who sort of innovated a little bit over towards that office and planted literally on the edge?
Yeah.
Instead of actually right at the half wall and made it so it was a little bit trickier to stop them there. So we obviously do still see that approach, just not in this match at all, as now that EE1D, along with the push from Damwon Kia, has been successful. The diffuser already going down from Coded, and that is, oh, it's denied actually by Sandy. Now the kills, of course, in favor of Damwon Kia. They've still got a 2-man advantage, but that diffuser was stopped, and then Reichner gets Katsang as well. Suddenly MH actually bringing this back, but it looked like it was never going to be a possibility. Yas, though, of course it's Yas. And now in a 1 versus 2, Sandy over towards top of Trophy Stairs, has good sightline into the site. Yas, of course, swooped in, took that diffuser, and now will plant it down. It will be 45 seconds on a retake in a 1 versus 2. Sandy to give MH a 5-4 lead, pushes in towards Piano, moving very quickly here. Might I add, can he create a 1 versus 1? Not going to know what that Boogeyman's right there, though. A little anticlimactic there, unfortunately, for Sandy and for MH. But for Damwon Kia, much needed round win.
Yeah, really explosive execute there on towards site. The inevitable was delayed by that Nitro Cell. Prevented the plant from being successful, had to be reattempted. But once that diffuser was set, it was well and truly Damwon Kia's round to lose. They fall back, they play super passive. That rat spot as well, proving to be really effective there from Boogeyman. And he did in fact have the 417 in hand, able to mow down that remaining defender. Now they're on the precipice of match point.
Yeah, and just a quick little update as well. for the Mercenaries.
Meet the stream if you don't want to know the result.
For the Mercenaries Cyclops game, if you don't want to know the scores, mute the stream right now. But as an update, 7-1 to Cyclops on Chalet.
That's the first map that North's won all day, by the way.
Yeah, and they will be going, of course, to a third and deciding map on Clubhouse to see who will progress into the second round, into tomorrow, and who will be going home between those two teams. So, of course, that happening there. This right here, though, on Chalet for us is the first map of this best of three. So we're just getting started, and it's 4-5 Damwon Kia on the attack, 1 round away from match point.
Yeah, Cyclops in that other game looking to keep their SI dreams alive. Currently 17th in the overall points globally, so they need to be gathering points in the playoffs, ideally. Head to the major and bank extra points as well. Focusing in on this game, though, Damwon Kia are still an outside chance. I think they would have to finish in like the top 3 or 4 at the Sweden major to be any shout. So an interesting storyline to follow nonetheless. But okay, the more teams at the APAC, the more teams from APAC at SI, the better. And no doubt, a very difficult region to accumulate points in. A lot more teams fighting out for the same amount of point allocations as some of the other regions, such as North America and EUL. So tough going down here in APAC, but it does really emphasize your performance in these playoffs, even the regular season as well, if you can get that auto ticket. But Damwon putting in a good fight at the moment. Again, honing in on match point here on their map pick.
Yeah, and Kitchen Dining again here, it's not been successfully attacked by either team. We have seen both teams defend it successfully twice for Damwon Kia, once so far for MH. Maybe they can make it twice. Probably have to say for the most part, guys, they're going to need to. Otherwise, the 6-4 scoreline isn't going to be great for them. Would probably sense Damwon Kia with all of their experience and all of their talent will be able to close out. Need to see a bit more from Clash, from Rattler on the Clash in terms of buying a lot of time here, especially in this particular round. Maybe even playing a little bit more towards top trophy stairs, denying that solo take for as long as possible. It's Jittery though, opening pick onto Woogieman. MH though have struggled with capitalizing on those opening picks, and Rin just goes straight into Piano. They can catch this clash from both sides now.
Oh, the run out there from Katsang denied. Rin drops the clash as well. Well played from Damwon Kia up above. They'll be able to claim control. Hopefully start beginning work on the buck for that vertical, but Beat does respond. Rin off the board, and that's the Sophia taken down.
Yeah, and Katsang on the buck is also very low, so well, we got a minute and 15 seconds remaining. If Katsang is not careful while opening up some of the floor here with that skeleton key, could meet their demise. Jittery again. It's a knockdown onto Coated. Katsang looking for a response, but unable to find it. Coated should be able to get brought back up, but that will now be 2 players, guys, with virtually no health.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
45 seconds left. MH on occasion have struggled in the late round, and they might fall apart. Again, yes, with the swing over towards West Main, finds that pick inside a trophy. Now has long angle, but it's above. That will find that pick onto Jittery Beat. And the 1 versus 3, still winnable. 3 players low.
Beat, of course, is already... Oh, nice spot from Katsang. Makes that skeleton key work. The buck. Sometimes just so valuable. And for Damwon Gaming Kia, they will get match point. In this case, of course, it's more of a map point, since this being a best of 3. But good signs to try and close out here on Chalet.
Again, Damwon Kia showing good composure in the late round. They would have known that they were all really low, so there's a very, very realistic chance that they, I guess, quote-unquote throw, if you want to call it that, from that point in the round. But a really good spot there from the buck, that vertical play, so prevalent on that particular site. And well done. In the end, that is, again, match point, as MH will look to try and hold on over towards Bar Gaming. A cheeky 6 pick heading into this round. The Ying for Coded could be an explosive conclusion to this map.
And this is where MH are going to get tested the most, really. They are down now 2 match points. They have been really going toe-to-toe with Damwon Kia up until essentially that, you know, last 2 rounds now. It was 4-4. It was 2 to Damwon Kia, 2 to MH, then 2 to Kia, then 2 to MH, and now 2 to Kia. So it just, I guess, maybe continues the trend, goes. Now maybe it's time for MH to find their 2 rounds.
Left before insertion.
Maybe.
That's how it works, doesn't it? Surely. Superstition's always correct.
I think they're going to need more than a bit of a superstition to get them through this matchup. Again, at the moment, Damwon Kia pretty clearly the better team, in my opinion. Although, you know, you say that, right? And the scoreline could be flipped off those 2 throws on MH.
Got to remember, this was also their map pick.
Yeah, maybe we should have anticipated a more dominant performance, and MH are doing a good job to fight against them. Again, though, of course, a map pick, you face the team that picks it, but without too much data to go off and a severe like in head-to-heads between these 2 regions, it's always difficult to make those assumptions. So I think at the moment, Damwon Kia are doing a good job in the later phases of this game to start closing things out. That's where the pressure's at its highest, and
Rattler.
Unfortunately for Vrian, he cripples himself under that pressure. He falls apart, taken down through that barricade, and that means that Sophia once more is taken down.
Dev Varda, by the way, said 8-7 for this game, and we know he's always correct as well. So,
well, I don't remember Dev winning the predictions for stage 3. So.
Is that your rebuttal? Okay.
Well, yeah. I don't know how you would rebut my rebut.
I can't. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know why we're talking about butts, but okay.
2 minutes on the clock. Still 1-man advantage for MH. M1 Kia. And they buck this superstition, this trend that we've seen in this match. Jittery has been such an important player for MH. When he finds a few kills, they tend to win their rounds.
I think they're going to set up for the Ying. 2 players outside the double window in towards Games, trying to flush out backstore. Ragnar is going to be a key proponent to this defense. If you can't hold on, if he allows that vault, this should be a damn 1 round. And yes,
they're in. He's planting. He is planting, but Rattler, and they've still got top library control.
No.
Right, they will deny that plan from happening. The rush from Damwon Kia has been halted, but maybe they can bring it back through Coated. Quick double kill. Very low on health. Yes, just literally watches the clash drop down into the Nether Realm. Jittery then gets the trade, gets the kill, finds the last one. What a calamity of a round.
Really good intent there from Damwon Kia to utilize that Ying 6 pick, try and dump those Candles in towards site, get the vault off, get the plant, and it did work. They got in and they started that plant, but then they forgot that player in backstore might actually end up swinging wide and wake up and not be blind anymore. That did happen. The Trust finding that pick at the half wall, and MH do a really good job to then hold on that reaggress up above. Bit of a chaotic round, but they hold on.
Just saying, guys, by the way, trend, superstition, it's happening. That's just one. They're going to get the next one, and then suddenly it's all good. We'll go to OT. 8-7. I can't remember who Dev said would win in the 8-7. Does he want to tell me in my ear? He's not listening right now. It's probably a good thing. Kitchen dining we go, which is probably a good thing prior to that 10th round, guys. It hadn't been cracked. If MH have been able to learn from that 10th round, adapt a little bit, maybe they can actually send this one to overtime.
Maybe. And I guess as this game continues to develop more and more, I'm probably going to backtrack a little bit on my point about Damwon actually looking quite good. This game has just been very difficult to read. There's just so much going on, so much unpredictability, a lot of wild operating picks, 6 picks here and there as well. Just the nature of the aggression, particularly from some of these South Asian teams like MH in combination with Damwon Kia, who aren't looking the best here in stage 3. It's just making for some pretty bizarre siege. So heading into what could potentially be the final round, difficult to know if it will be the last round. Donny Kitchen defense here though from MH, extension up above. Again, the pulse will aid in that. Play down below in sight with some safety and call out where people here are going to be pushing from. Does look like that might be library across as Woogieman takes down that camera, but he might just be setting himself up for this repel as the rest of the team goes towards solo.
And so far for the majority of this match as well, the opening pick game has been by far large in favor of MH. Doesn't mean they've always been successful in converting the round, but it has been something to note of. Whether it is defense or attack didn't really make a difference. Of course, the last time we were here on Kitchen Dining, it was an attacking round win, Damwon Gaming here. I think, honestly, it's a good thing that they're not on the clash anymore, because I don't think it really was having that much of an impact.
No. I think there was maybe one round where you can make the argument that it worked out when Damwon actually genuinely did get stalled out of it, top of library stairs, but outside of that, its impact hasn't really been felt. At least we haven't seen the impact, so I'm sure MH can attest to that better than we will be able to, but I think falling off it would probably suggest that it's not been the most effective. And Rattler can now play fragging role on the alibi, going 9-9, find a couple of picks in this round. Now in terms of Damwon setting up for this attack, still yet, I think, to get control of Solar. The rest of the team holding some of these cutoffs down below. West main might be able to find a pick if MH falls asleep outside.
Yeah, only a minute and 20 seconds remaining
Jump out.
as well. Jump out, and it's actually a Claymore onto Jittery. That is now a one-man advantage. Rin found a second elsewhere, coded as well. Rattler got one, but suddenly it's falling to pieces here for MH. Beat just gets taken apart as well. Boogeyman will finish off the job, and it's only Sandy now on the Tachanka in a 1 versus 3 to send this to overtime, or maybe to our second map of the series. Does not fret, does not move a muscle until he is destroyed. Chalet goes to Damwon Gaming Kia 7-5.
Damwon probably making that map a little bit more painful than it needs to be. It was their selection. They get it across the line, though, in regulation, and any win is a good win here in the APAC playoffs. They keep their dream alive at the moment, and they're looking good for the rest of the series.
Really, really good match as well from both teams, I think. Yes, there was some mistakes. Yes, there was some throws. But I think that sometimes is fascinating and fun to watch as well. Damwon, I think just their experience and their strength shining through there towards the end, especially on both attempts of kitchen dining, successful on the attack both times in a match where it was actually pretty defender-sided for the most part until the last 3-4 rounds, where finally Damwon was starting to break the wall a little bit. For MH, good signs, Gov. Wasn't their map pick. Yes, they're a pretty good Chalet team though, and they will be disappointed with losing that, but they need to keep their heads up and head into the second map.
Yeah, we had to see MH on their second map, which is Oregon. We just don't have that historical data, and I don't think the South Asian Nationals were broadcasted, so we didn't get a look at that. And they did play Bank earlier against the Chiefs, the third map in this series, and they did look okay. So I think all hope is lost here for MH and South Asia as a region. A disappointing first map, though, again, when we consider they lost 2 rounds off the back of just blatant throws. There's no other way to describe it. They were just straight up throws. So they'll be really disappointed about that, but I guess it's best of 3. You got to buckle up and get ready for the next 2 maps.
Yep. Win for Damwon Gaming Kia. Good signs for MH. It's a good start to this best of 3. We'll throw it back to the desk.
It is a fantastic start to the best of 3. I don't think we really could have asked for too much more. I think that we saw enough out of Hunters to start that conversation, Dev. Because I tell you what, Damwon, they were certainly pushed to their limits.
Yeah, I gotta say, overall today, I was not expecting to see the level of contest from the South Asian teams as we did. I don't know whether you're saying, whether people would say that I underestimated those teams, but both Hunters and the other South Asian team that's currently playing, and Mercenaries currently, on map 3 against Cyclops. I think that both of these teams have already outperformed expectations, but that loss to Hunters there, especially with some of the nature of those rounds, how they played out, especially some thrown advantages, definitely a bit of a concern. But hey, that was Damwon's map, so just wipe the slate clean and move on.
Raven, I guess that's probably the big question. What if there weren't 2 1v3s? What if Damwon could not have done that? We would have seen Hunters on map point for so long there.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, and I'm sure they're going to look back on that and be really frustrated with themselves. They had a really big opportunity to potentially have taken Damwon's map, but it's not to be, and I think they can still hold some confidence. They really gave that a good run. 5-7 is certainly, not a bad result, even though it was a loss. It's a BO3, so they just have to back it up on their map, get that in, and move to the decider.
Well, that's just it. We've got to go to Oregon to see whether they're going to be able to continue to fight in this lower bracket. We'll be back after the break at exact map.
you stress up the groove. The energy a little different when the blessings accrue. Hey, who you talking to? Just know I ain't no regular fool. Could be anything in the world, but I can never be you because I stand tall like I'm on my tiptoes, baby. You think a little too small. I got big goals, baby. Hey, where the money at? Look, I just need the info. Pronto, I go and get it and split it with my kinfolk daily, and I'm the type of that might change my number on you. Yeah, that's how you react when people took a slumber on you. Pretty brown skin, baby, I can see the summer on you. You see all the bread, and I know it make you wonder, don't you, don't you, don't you? Ooh, I ain't surprised at all. Seen them rise and fall. Went up the mountain, it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief. I finally got some peace. Carry on, but please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Yeah, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it, so please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, yeah, don't mess up the mood. Oh, it's so crucial, I gotta keep it. It's in the ass everywhere. No, it's not a secret, and I bet they didn't think that I'd ever get it. Everything you've done, I did it. The life you dreaming, I live it, and I'm coming in high. You better get out the kitchen. Yeah, I could make a hit on whatever you pitching. Baby, let me fill up whatever you missing. Or you like it up at the top, it's a better view, isn't it? I'm not surprised at all, no way. Hey, what you need? Come on, just pay the fee. I supply it all. Went up the mountain and it wasn't hard to climb at all. At the top, I found some relief, you see. So please don't mess up the mood. Yeah, I worked too hard for it. No, I need to beat it before you mess up the mood. Alright, ooh, I worked too hard for it, and I need it. So please don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Don't mess up the mood. Yeah, oh come on, I worked too hard for it. Yeah, yeah, don't mess up the mood. Hey yo, the rain was steady pouring, heard the drops of drizzle meant to be. Chilling in my crib, no doubt, peep the scenery. Telephone rang, then it stopped before I could answer it. I heard a knock at the door, so I answered it. And with Jermaine, he had a little situation. Beef up on the block, and orthodox that led the confrontation. He said these cats be acting hard on the block, and they be pumping weight and holding, so Dwayne got shot. Now see, Dwayne was just a knucklehead, but still was his cousin. And I'd be wrong if I ain't help him when his beef, he gon' rush him. He said, listen, homie, ain't no time for discussion. Motherfucking pressure's rising and it's boiling to bust him. So if you with me, then you with me, nigga.
Well, Chalet has shown us that hunters are here to fight. Dev, you're just a bit thirsty after that one, mate?
Always, mate. Always.
Get hydrated and get ready because we are going to yet another map. And I honestly, after seeing what they can do on Chalet and Bank, Raven, do we feel like Oregon, a map that's going to be so structured, is going to favor something like their playstyle?
I don't know. Honestly, it's hard to say. I was just looking back at their win record. Again, we don't have much to go off in terms of stats here, but look, they have a pretty decent win record on Oregon in terms of like their local competitions.
Yep.
So I think they have something they can do on Oregon. It's just a matter of how does that stack up against Down One Gaming? Hard to say. But look, I didn't think they would stack up as well as they did on Chalet. I felt like it would be close, but that was winnable, like straight up winnable. Unfortunately, they just threw a few of those rounds, as we mentioned before. So look, I give them a good chance in Oregon. I definitely feel like this might go to the decider.
Dev?
Yeah, look, I think Monkey Hunters locally have a really good record on Oregon, like you said. In particular, like 7-5 against Mercenaries just recently in the grand final of South Asian Nationals. Like clearly it's a map that they like to play, and clearly this is where they will consider themselves at home. But, you know, Down One haven't had terrible results on that map either. They took the best team in APAC North League, Mantis, down 7-4. And that was only a couple weeks ago. But did end up losing just the other day to T1, who was a team in relegations and didn't make playoffs. That was a close game, but it was a loss. So
Yeah, I think Damwon have been a bit inconsistent on Oregon, and I think that this is MH's map pick. So it should, in theory, be theirs, especially considering how close map 1 was.
I guess that's probably the question that we ask now, Raven, is, you know, the Hunters and the way that they have been so aggressive in their playstyle. Is this something that Damwon will be able to kind of hone in a little bit, or do you think that they're too uncontrollable?
It's definitely controllable, but I just think Damwon seem to have lost a little bit of their cohesion and like the really tight team play that we were seeing from them in stage 2.
Yeah,
it's not quite there as much. You saw in Chalet a lot, they were still kind of playing into MH's play style, which is telling me that they're not able to really coordinate to shut down exactly what MH are doing. So I feel like it's probably going to be the same case on Oregon. But, you know, there's still some crazy players on Damwon, in particular Yas. You know, some of the plays that he was making on Chalet definitely boggled the mind. So if they've got their individual players standing up, I'm sure they can still be competitive and get through it.
Well, let's hope so. Honestly, I just want to see a map 3. Doesn't make a difference what happens here in Oregon. I just want to see Bank again from the Monkey Hunters, but we will leave it there on the desk. We'll throw it over to your wonderful casters in Guz and Xenox.
Yeah, really well said from the boys on the desk. The expectations are Oregon for, obviously, Monkey Hunters here, Guz, and to maybe go to that third map of Bank. Do you share a similar sentiment?
Look, all I know is my mental was absolutely chalked after that first game. Had to stand up, take a break, get a drink of water, smash down some Oreos as well, so I'm feeling ready and raring to go for map number 2. I don't really have any expectations at this point. If it's half as crazy as map number 1, though, it's no doubt going to be pretty exciting.
Damwon Gaming here up 1-0 in this best of 3. They are 1 map away, this one, of course, here on Oregon. If they can win it, they will continue on to tomorrow and send MH home. Obviously, for MH, they're going to want to win this to stay alive and head over to Bank for the deciding map. I'm thinking the same sentiment as the guys on the desk. I'm thinking MH in this one here on Oregon, at least according to the wonderful dev match tracker. They haven't lost it in a while. I don't know when they would have last lost it. It hasn't been since at least July. So even then, that in itself is quite an achievement. And for Damwon Gaming, it's not their worst map, but it's not their best map either. And probably still have expectations to do well here on Oregon. The last time they played it, it was a 8-7 loss to T1. Well, before that, they beat Mantis FPS.
I was literally just going to say, I mean, you look at their APAC North results in Stage 3. As you mentioned, T1 they lost 7-8. Further back, Guts 2-7. Further back, 1-7 Mantis. So things get a little bit scary, and they've actually played it quite a bit in this third stage. Not as much playtime though in the Korean Open. A couple of games here and there though where they've been pretty successful, but that's to be expected at that level of competition. So I mean, yeah, maybe some concerning signs here for Damwon Kia, despite arguably being the better team overall. Maybe here on Oregon, they will be bested in terms of the ban phase, the clash tag, and out there. So that's pretty cheeky. Wamai, so a single projectile, only available now in the Jaeger, and Flores, of course, off the board because he's very potent on this map. And Thatcher, well, we just don't talk about him.
Thatcher's just almost like an assumed ban. I feel like we've only got 3 bans, really. There's 3 bans, and then there's Thatcher.
On basically every map but Coastline, yeah.
Yeah. Flores as well, I feel like, is an insta-ban on Oregon. I don't know the last time I've seen Flores get through on Oregon either, so pretty standard bans here. Clash can also be quite impactful on Oregon. We already saw Rattler play a bit of Clash as well over on Chalet. Laundry Supply will be our site of choice to begin. Damwon Gaming Kia will be on defense first, as is usually the case for Oregon Guards. It's probably going to be defender-sided. If Chalet was defender-sided, this one would surely be defender-sided.
Yeah, and that's the point I mean, you leaned into it nicely. What's the dynamic going to be? Like, Chalet, particularly from the MH attacks, was just so open, so free. They were getting so much map control. They were almost inside like 30 seconds, a minute into each round, just unexpectedly throwing off their opponents. On a map like Oregon, a lot more structured, a lot more checkpoints that need to be worked through, and those executes are going to come from a lot of different directions and need to be timed well. So I'm not expecting that to translate over very nicely. That said, this is MH's map pick. It's not very strong for Damwon Kia, so I don't know. I'm just keen to see how they play it out on this attack. Is it going to be open and wild and crazy, or is it going to be what we expect here on Oregon? It's a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, a bit of a build-up, and then that explosive execution.
And a bit of information can be gathered as well here for Damwon Kia, the Mozzie, the Legion, the Mirror as well, all going to be utilized. Then you got that sort of defensive approach with Coded on the mute. Of course, that in itself as well can help really too with the droning capability. So between the mute and you've also got the Mozzie, Damwon Kia can really deny a lot of intel here. They've got Cat saying on the smoke as well on MH. It's a pretty stock standard attacking lineup. Only the well, they actually got 2 hard breaches. They've got the Nomad as well for the flank watch. It's yeah, honestly, very stock standard approach.
With this foothold established, MH can begin to move elsewhere. Beat finds pick. That's Rin taken down. Bit of damage inflicted onto Sandy, and I believe that's from inside a meeting. It is Woogieman. Quite aggressive. Footholds on backstage, able to watch this position, hold down a couple of these entryways. Now it will be blown up. Sandy, lifeline. But Woogieman looking to hold this. Good intent. But keep in mind, Damwon Kia a man down, so if he falls, the round is almost certainly over.
Yeah, and already a good start as well for MH. Clearing out this roam game from Damwon Gaming, where you get that opening pick onto Rin. You're also already now starting to displace Woogieman as well, away from meeting. Beat can swing here, but I don't think anyone's there remaining. Woogieman actually just took a big chunk of damage. Will eventually now rotate down Laundry Stairs and back onto site. That's basically it. No, shut up shop. No more roaming for Woogie. Minute and 20 seconds remaining. Plenty of time for MH. They're going to get this meeting hatch opened up pretty quickly. The freezer hatch already opened up as well. Minute left. I mean, this is perfect for MH. Now it's just all about that late round execution.
And we know from Chalet that was probably their weakest aspect. So now they've done the hard work in establishing this execute. Now they need to just get it across the line, have the man advantage. So they should be able to isolate these picks. The beauty of Oregon, particularly on basement, is if you have a man advantage, it's so astronomically huge if you play it correctly that this is their round to lose. Cat saying over towards blue in the last attempt to push those players back. Will expend 1 gas grenade. No, he can't. None left, but he does still have 2 gas babes. Going to delay this inevitable push, but the attacker's going to go straight in.
Oh, Rattler doesn't get the hit though. That's a big life to lose. Cat saying not exactly stuck in elbow, of course, still has that rotation. Ragnar's gone down as well, and suddenly MH have just lost 3 for none. Yas with a triple kill. Jittery still over towards blue, but Cat saying just watches and waits in the corner. And it all just falls apart once again for MH in that late round execution.
Now, we didn't get to see exactly how they fell apart there over towards Pillar. That was off screen, but in terms of that blue take from MH, pretty bad. They tried to rush through that gas babe, then they tried to rush for the kill. Of course, that failed. Then the nade play just wasn't on point, didn't follow up nicely. Could have traded that pick and maybe salvaged the round, but not the case. Again, no reinforcement left. Would have been an entry point, would have been a cross, but they couldn't play into it. Again, MH struggling late round. Damwon Kia doing a good job in bringing it back.
Yeah, and those are the kind of signs you don't want to bring across from Chalet. You touched on it perfectly, Guz. It's like you've done the hard work. Now, the part that you've been struggling with again presents itself. And again, they fail that test. And especially here on Oregon, the sort of structured approach of it, those late round executions, they're not easy. There's a lot of angles that you're going to need to clear. We head upstairs now for Kids Storms in the second round. Damwon Gaming Kia. Suddenly, if you take the back end of Chalet, guys, it's now 4 of the last 5 rounds. So for what was a bit of a series that was back and forth in its nature, well, Damwon Gaming Kia suddenly taking a major foothold in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I guess at this point, they really just want to take matters into their own hands. Don't really release yourself, or don't take your foot off the gas pedal at this point. Just get this sealed, done, and dusted, rest up, come back tomorrow, get the job done there as well. Of course, this is the lower bracket run, unfortunately. Damwon Kia did lose against Direwolves over on Villa, best of 1, 7-8 in overtime, so really rough for them. Puts a lot of pressure on them now. They need to win 1 this match, 2, 3, 4. So they have to win 4 games in a row in the lower bracket, and they're going to come up against some really stiff competition from up above. So I think for them, their best bet, get this done. Don't expend too much energy, be mental or physical. come back rested tomorrow and continue that run.
Well, another team that has actually done said run was back in stage 1, Cyclops, where of course they dropped all the way down to this very low bracket round 1 match and then ran the gauntlet all the way to the low bracket final, won that best of 3 as well. So they won 4 best of 3s in a row. It is doable, and a team of the quality caliber of Damwon Gaming Kia is certainly a possibility.
Those X-Kairos have just been burnt, so 6 left for Rattler. Tried to get a little bit cheeky there and create that line of sight. Well played though, Boogeyman over towards Pit. Throws out the Electro Claw, can now juggle the other, and that is super effective. Throw one more, as it is cleared from below the initial one. I don't think the juggle is going to quite hit, going to be very close. Oh, it does! Oh, MH, the utility game awful in this round. So well played by Boogeyman to deny both sets of X-Kairos, and that should surely be the round to the defense.
Nothing's ever really a given though. MH have shown that they're able to push in, get frags. Jittery was a player that was doing that a lot actually on Chalet, and just like that, on cue, Sandy actually getting the pick now gives them a one-man advantage. Sure, you don't have the walls opened up, but it's a minute. That's a lot of time. Readjust, adapt, rotate away. Rin to player though down below that obviously still needs to be taken out. Takes out that drone. Get control still here over towards White Stairs. Sandy goes down though, and there goes that advantage that MH once had. Resets the Sawyer Gate. Got to do something here. They had an opportunity. Probably needed to get super aggressive when they found that pick. Now it might be too late.
With Games Wall still up, Rin in a power position in towards Games can hold that cross, deny the diffuser from going deep for the plant. So he is the player to watch. Boogeyman elsewhere does find a pick. Ooh, he's found himself in Attic. Might be able to flank and find one more in Pit. Actually, no. That plays inside a Trophy. The other down below. MH in a very rough spot. Oh, an awkward engagement top white. Yes, will swing back, finds the kill over towards Trophy. Now Jittery needs to find 3, but immediately shut down.
Yeah, it's just starting to fall apart here, I think, for MH. Yas is having a field day, not only here on Oregon with 5 kills already, but really in the entirety of this best of 3. Should have an update as well here. Again, if you do not want to know the scores, if you do not want to know the result of the match happening off stream between Mercenaries and Cyclops, this is your warning to mute the stream. But the results are in, and Cyclops, just like map number 2, guys, they dominate on Clubhouse 7-0 to close out that best of 3, 2-1 overall. To recap it quickly, 7-8 on Villa, that went to Mercenaries, and then 7-1 on Chalet and 7-0 on Clubhouse to Cyclops. And yeah, bit of a, what's that, 14 out of the 15 rounds after losing that Villa game. That's a rough one for Mercenaries.
Yep. I guess much like last stage, Cyclops willing to drop one map to a South Asian team and then maybe make that run themselves in the lower bracket. I mean, imagine a scenario in which we eventually see Damwon and Cyclops go head-to-head. That could happen in the semi-finals, so not the quarterfinals, which are up next for these teams. But
well, Damwon's going to have to play Guts if they win this. That in itself already in the lower quarterfinals is a spicy matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Again, that's why I think Damwon will really just want to get this done. Give them some confidence in the best of 3 format, take down a team on their pick as well, and just seal the deal. Again, Damwon are the better team, they have more experience. MH, not terrible by any stretch, I don't want that image to be projected here, but they are from a region that is underdeveloped currently, and I think so far that the Siege has spoken for itself, really. And Damwon here on the defense looking quite solid. Round number 3. They'll be looking to do that around the world trip, and if MH can't climb around now, then of course it begins to be difficult. Where are they going to claim these attacks?
Well, we're going to remember here, and this is where I think it'll be a little bit different to Chalet, which surprised us, I think, a bit, where it wasn't quite as attacker-sided as we usually see it be. This is Oregon. Defense generally reigns supreme, as is what we're seeing right now with Damwon Gaming Kia. Getting picked, though, for MH, takes out Rin. Good start to the round, but unfortunately, as has already been proven, the inability for MH to sort of capitalize on these advantages has been their downfall, I think, first and foremost.
Some serious drywall work coming up.
Exothermic placed on rear stage, of course muted out. Rattler's going to elect to keep that exothermic on the wall, but should be pretty safe. There's no Kaid in play this time, so it can't be juggled like the X-Kairos were in the previous round. Sandy looking to get control above, can use those nades to hopefully maybe clear this utility or get the burst on the jammers. Maybe the Maverick as well can help. But unfortunately, MH over towards Big Tower, still being stalled out. Jittery take it down. Yes as well finds one. Katsang getting aggressive too. And it's falling apart once again.
Just swinging onto backstairs and they're just, what, standing there?
Not too sure, honestly, where these picks were.
Yes, is extremely low, but extremely successful. They need to get full establishment of this addict control. They know that there's still a player lingering around here. Unfortunately, though, for MH, all of their eyes not even on site anymore. Yas has caused them so much inconvenience. Rotates all the way back down White Stairs and push into Kitchen. Still 50 seconds remaining. Time technically still available here for MH, but down to just 2 players in Rattler and Beat. 2 hard breaches. If they drop, they're just going to die instantly.
Catch really on the cards. And,
oh, look at that.
Yeah. Damn one. 3 rounds straight. On the defense, things starting to look grim here for South Asia. One team has already dropped in this bracket, and the second still trying to hold on.
So that's the World Tour established. That's now 3 rounds in a row for Dem1 Gaming Kia. It's still, at least in my opinion, not exactly panic stations just yet for MH. They've got a couple more rounds before it probably gets to that kind of territory, Guz. And I would probably dare say if it's not, like if they don't get anything from launch resupply and it does go to 0-4, literally the next 2 rounds are must win. So that's probably the situation there for them ahead of it. Got to remember, still defensive here for Dem1 Gaming Kia. This first half, the idea for MH is just to steal a round or 2. Preferably 2 rather than the 1, but that's basically the goal. It's not to win the half. It's not to even go 3-3. A 2-4 half here for MH is actually on par for the course. That's what you would maybe expect. That's what you would maybe hope. So not all hope is lost right now for the South Asian team. Of course, they now being, well, what, down a map already, down 3 rounds. They are on the ropes as much as you can really say.
Jittery in this round has gone on to the Amaru. Now that's a little bit peculiar as Damon Kia winning those last 3 rounds. Should be pretty easy to read into the fact that they're going to go basement. So I could only assume the Amaru has been selected in order to facilitate a really quick brain clear. Damon Kia are creating rotates up above, so it may actually be a pretty big brain play in the end. That also doesn't mean, provide additional team utility. A very, I guess, selfish operator in the sense that you're the only person that can use the hook, you're the only one that can rush windows and try and get that early map control. So very excited to see what Jittery can produce here because it is quite high risk. Oh no, it worked!
Right to the top of Big Tower. It did it! It worked on the entry, but it still couldn't help find the kill onto Rin. Big risk. Unfortunately, no big reward. Dem1 Gaming Kia with the opening pick. Boogeyman gets Rattler. We've seen this story unfold, unfortunately, for South Asia far too often in the APAC playoffs. Good signs, good starts, but ultimately the finish is always the same. And it seems like maybe here on Oregon, that familiar story is playing out once again.
Play of desperation there, unfortunately falls short. Doesn't hit the mark there for NH. Pick house around the Ragnar. It's really starting to unravel here. Damn, Kia asserting their dominance. Yes, now aggressive, filled with confidence. Does throw away his life. Sandy, though, 40 HP. Damn, Kia need to be careful that they don't get too overly confident here. And with both players isolated over towards Freezer, the round most truly is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and I still want to commend MH, though, for trying something like that. For just straight up trying something a bit different, something that maybe gets them around, gets them into this game. As I said before, this is all they really need to do in this opening half. Steal a round or 2. And maybe, you know, the Amaru gets in top of Big Tower, gets that kill onto Rin, then you find that kill onto Boogeyman, and suddenly you're up 5-3 in the round and possibly able to take launch resupply. It just doesn't work out, doesn't quite... again, it's all about the execution that has probably been, you know, a bit of a failing of MH so far in this series. Everything else has been great, right? So definitely going to be a kind of series where they're going to look back, they're going to watch a lot of the VODs and think, geez, we did so much right. But the little things we did wrong cost us the most. And Kat saying with a nice little hole good eyes and ears. And so far, good times for Damwon Gaming here.
Attack pause taken here by MH, and I think at this point you really do have to try something yet to win a round. Damwon looking good on every single side so far. It hasn't even felt like there's been a particular round, maybe like there was on Chalet, where we can sit back and go, oh, maybe MH should have won. Oh, been very, very dominant here for Damwon Kia, and again, #1 priority for them, close this out. And with the 4-0 lead, maybe I'm being a little bit pessimistic here, but I think this is GG. Series is over at this point. If MH don't win this round, if they don't win this round, I'm 100%.
Yes.
It's over. It is 100% over, but very, very much quite grim from my perspective.
That's basically what I was going to say. You took the words out of my mouth. I'm not going to say it's over yet. Tactical timeout, of course, for MH. Going to Kids Dorms can be a site that can be kind of opened up, and then you can play off of that. Generally, we know the importance of this said site. You win this round, suddenly it's 4-1. You've got at least one, right? You're not going to be 6-0'd in the half. And then it gives you an opportunity going into the final round of the half where you're not going to be going back downstairs. It's going to then either be Dorms again or Kitchen Meeting, which I think both sites would then be a viable kind of option to try and take. And suddenly if they then make it 2-4, yeah, Damwon Gaming won 4 in a row, but how they get to that 4-2 scoreline doesn't really matter anymore, because that was the overarching goal, guys, right? If they had got 2 of the opening rounds and then Damwon Gaming Kia got 4 in a row, we would have been saying, right, I guess that's what we would have hoped for MH. Let's see what the second half brings. So if they get the last 2, it should still be the same sort of storyline here. Must win round though. You cannot preface it any other way. You lose this, you're probably going to lose the series.
Last time this site was attempted, a large part of the attacking plan was unraveled by the Kaid. Gainesville wasn't open, and down from Nick push through trade with that wall step up will be tricky. So we are seeing a slight change up here, a slight change in composition from MH. No Habana this time, double hard breach, and right one. There might be with Maverick as well. So we'll have to see whether or not that plays in well here for the attack, but yeah, I think it's very difficult at this point to really narrow down what MH need to be doing, because it's felt like everything they tried, including some pocket straps as well, just aren't quite hitting the mark. The execution isn't quite there. Now Jittery though, down below, maybe could find the opening kill to open things up, but unfortunately, Yas is just being a little bit of a pest and won't throw away his life.
Yas has just been such a standout for Damwon Kia. Obviously not just in Oregon, but Chalet as well. Katsang as well has been immense. Solid team. We're obviously still probably somewhat perplexed as to how they're even down here in the lower bracket. Full credit to Direwolves, that of course. Getting to work on this attic wall though needs to be that priority. So thermic charge from Rattler does go off. Struggled a little bit here in Oregon after a pretty decent Chalet. Yet to find a kill. Obviously playing that hard breach role though, never really going to be the top fragger. It's Jittery, speaking of one of your fraggers, goes out early to Rin. Another opening pick for Rin. Another opportunity here for Damwon Gaming here to further put the nail into the coffin of MH. It's so difficult now to see them taking this site. Down a player, haven't got games wall opened up, only attic has been established so far.
Do they rotate over towards games and try and get that open? Is that the play? Rattler will jump through satellite, no doubt, path through trophy, through bedroom, into closet, and begin to maybe try and get that wall. But again, Kaid available, Electro Claws in place, making it difficult. Oh, it's a flank from Rin.
Oh, that's it.
A triple for the round, and I think that might be the dagger to the hearts for South Asia.
And I think you're just now starting to see, as much as we love a fairy tale, as much as we love an underdog here, Damwon Gaming Kia, they're far too good. They're in APAC North for a reason. These guys are super talented, and it's a tough ask for MH. They were always the underdog. They were always up against it. They fought valiantly on Chalet. Unfortunately, here on Oregon in this first half, the defense of Damwon Gaming Kia has just been so difficult to crack. Everything they've tried has not been able to work. But this is the expectations of an APAC North team, Gus. This is what we expect from Damwon Gaming Kia.
Yeah, and I guess this does start to cap off a bit of an unfortunate unfortunate series for South Asia as a whole. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. At the end of the year, South Asia and their representatives will have an opportunity to battle it out to actually make it into APAC South through Premier Relegation. So not all hope is lost. They can earn their keep there off the back of today. They can go back, improve upon their gameplay and prepare themselves for that. So that is something for South Asia as a region still to look forward to, but at this point in time it doesn't look like they'll have any representation in Sweden Major. None of the teams have accrued enough points to go towards 6 Invitational. So it's going to be a bit of a long wait until we see that come into fruition, and I think that's just going to be the nature of it. Every time a new region is introduced in the seed, they take a long time to develop. Being from APAC, we know that better than anyone else. So yeah, South Asia is going to take a little bit of time to integrate into the rest of the ecosystem, and that's just an experience thing at the end of the day.
10 seconds to insertion.
And it just feels like now the sort of damn wall has broken here. Not the defense wall of Damn One Gaming, but I guess the efforts that MH have been sort of throwing, trying to break it down. It hasn't been for naught, and while it looks as if their APAC playoff run will come to an end, they've certainly shown us enough, Guz, that they can compete at this level. That doesn't necessarily mean winning at this level, like winning, say, playoffs, but you know, 7-5 loss to the Chiefs without Rattler. That wasn't so bad. Chalet was also competitive. Mercenaries took a map off Cyclops. The gap, probably not as big as you would think between, say, South Asia and APAC, but there is still a gap nonetheless.
MHL, 1 attack remaining. Player inside garage has been pinged out, so they get the opening kill. That's Rin taken down, probably being a little bit cheeky. And it is important that Damn One Kia don't disrespect their opponents too much in this matchup. Again, don't want to give any team an in, and at this point, MH not really fighting for all that much. I don't think the pressure's probably off them at this point. They're just looking at a bit of fun. See if they can muster a couple of rounds. So important that Damn One Kia remain composed, and yeah.
It is important though here that Damn One Gaming here actually just close out this first half as best as they can. 6-0 versus 5-1. You know, in a way, if MH do end up closing out this round, getting 1 round, at least they don't have that match point that they have to deal with mentally. You're then on the defense. Maybe, just maybe, we've seen crazier things happen before. It's arguably a big stretch though. MH getting to work on this meeting wall. Still 1 minute 12 seconds remaining, so a lot of time. They do get it open. Bit of pressure here onto Katsang, especially if that attic hatch ever gets open. But with only 1 minute left, I don't think that they have the time to do so. Oh, Ragnar and Yas down below here. Are they going to collide?
Yas with that experience. Anticipating.
He knows someone's watching the bottom of backstairs.
Spider senses. Oh, he's going to win this fight too. Swings wide and manages to click the head. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, and I think you said it there. Experience to understand the situation. They're playing backstairs. If they leave the bottom of the backstairs completely vulnerable, something's wrong. So he plays into it, expecting someone to be watching it. Sandy now goes down to Katsang. On site, Gas Babes are out as well. It looks like maybe that 6-0 scoreline could be happening here on Oregon as Damn One Kia just rip MH to shreds. Only Beat and Jittery remain. And unfortunately, even Jittery can't last for much longer. Neither can Beat. It is now 6-0. Somewhat reminiscent of the other match that just played off stream as well, guys. I'm sure by now many have seen the results of what happened on Clubhouse between Mercenaries and Cyclops. It may very well happen here on Oregon.
APAC North having their way with South Asia, it would appear. This match is going to be impossible to recover from. Damn One Kia again, and we saw glimpses of it just in their macro play there in that last round. Even able to bring back a deficit with that patience, with that experience. The spider sense, I guess I called it. Just knowing what to do, where to be, how to time their plays, and yeah, just super clean across the board. And that was probably the one round where MH off the back of that sneaky ping inside of Garage, getting that opening kill, looked to be in a decent position, but it's so difficult they are finding it to convert any advantages that they're having, whether it be a kill or a positional advantage. And fortunately for them, it's just been a bit of a rough day at the office.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you're right. Rough day at the office. I also think they've had somewhat of an okay day at the office, all things considered. Sure, the results probably don't highlight that. They pushed the Chiefs on Bank, a map that the Chiefs have had in their pocket all stage long. They did that without Rattler. And then obviously in this particular best of 3 series, while they didn't find the win on Chalet, plenty of really good signs that actually led us to believe they would maybe come into Oregon as favorites. The desk alluded to Oregon being a map that MH would be, I don't want to say favored on, but maybe expected to win or close to that measure. While it hasn't played out that way, guys, they haven't gone down without trying. They've tried some different strategies, which is what you'd like to see. Unfortunately, though, and has been the case, stages 1, 2, and now 3, once again, South Asia will basically say goodbye on day 1.
For Damon Kia, though, this inevitable win will no doubt be a confidence booster, considering that Oregon has been a little bit cursed for them in APAC North. They did have a 3-match losing streak, at least, in APAC North throughout stage 3 heading into this. So it's a nice little confidence booster. Again, probably not the same level of opponent as you may see in APAC North, for example, but nonetheless, to just get that Boogeyman, I guess, off the shoulder, always nice. And
that's Boogeyman, by the way. Boogeyman.
that was pretty good from you. Not bad. I'm surprised it took us this long to crack
Speaking
jokes.
of Boogeyman, it's 8-0 and 1 this game too, so that was actually well timed.
Well, everyone's going positive, and I guess that makes sense, right? Not much more to say about that. Damn on though, off the back of that man advantage, I mean, they're in a great position. Control over towards Big Tower, able to open up adding the wall. Hopefully getting towards Pit quite quickly and clear out some of these positions. Coded over towards Games, looking to get the closet wall open. Sandy though from below, Nitro Cell in hand, pops that. Coded dead. He is. Diffuser dropped, 1 hard breach left.
I gotta say, Sandy's been impressive. The scoreline's obviously, the scores, KDAs for MH probably not really going to look that great, unfortunately, when you're losing 0-6. But I think in both maps, Sandy has been able to provide MH, being a player that has stood out. Same with Jittery, same with Rattler. Ragnar's had some big moments, Beat as well. And I think that's generally the sign of a good team, is when you are able to get decent efforts from all 5 of your players. Sure, they lose this game, but I think there's a reason why they ended up winning and getting that top spot for the South Asian playoffs, and good signs for this team moving forward for sure. But only 45 seconds remain, potentially, for their time here in APAC playoffs. 4 versus 4. Can they find a round win on Oregon? Or does 7-0 await them? Nice shot from Beat. Catches the head of Rin.
It is deja vu at the moment. Damon King are unable to get Games wall open, much like their opponents, and struggling to get in towards site. Now, no one's playing that Game's position reinforced by that wall. Could leave them exposed. Yes, down below. No grenades left, so can't go for the pick. But if he pushes up white, they might be able to execute a play.
Into red time we go. 1-man advance for MH. Beat. Good start. Yes. He's a scary figure, though, to contend with. Pushing up top white stairs. They should know exactly where he's coming from. No time, really, either. And so finally, on Oregon, MH will find a round win. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not. And again, that, I guess, continues that storyline a little bit. That MH, they're not going down without a fight. They're playing to the best of their ability. They're trying their best. Had a couple of new things here or there. Great Nitro Cell from down below to deny Games wall for being open. Critical in that round, and no doubt probably really aiding them in being able to win it out. Wasn't an entry point that Damon Kia could contend. Instead filtered through that trophy door, top white, etc. And sure, MH probably making it a little bit more difficult than maybe it needed to be. Still, they had the manpower, they had the positions, they had the crosses, able to hold on. Now we get to see if they survive another round.
Yeah, and they get to go down to Laundry Supply as well, which typically sees success for defending teams. This is also why I put such a heavy emphasis in that first half, guys, to find a round or 2. Obviously more so 2 than 1, but that was always going to be really just the goal for MH in the opening half. I think, honestly, had they defended first, we would be seeing a much different scoreline when it's all said and done. This is the nature of Oregon. So while it does obviously look like they've been beaten up a bit here on Oregon, and they have to a degree, Damwon has been playing amazing. It's just sort of the case of playing defense. And hopefully MH can sort of highlight that here. It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility to see MH win the next 2-3 rounds, guys. That wouldn't actually be all that surprising.
5 seconds to go.
No, it could be on the cards. And I mean, talking about not outside the realm of possibility, honing in on Damon Kia's storyline playoffs, there's still a potential to make 6 Invitational, make the top 16 of the global standings and qualify through the point system. That said, they do need to attend the major banks points. I don't know what they're exactly saying. Posted way too many memes in the chat today, so I don't think I'll ever be able to find it. But they have to finish, I think, in the top couple of places at the Sweden Major to make SI. So that's the storyline that we're following them for. And just like last stage, so far, looking okay in the playoffs. Unfortunate to drop out in the best of 1, but best of 3s are a different game. And if they can bring this form that they've shown in this matchup across the next couple of days, maybe that storyline will stay alive.
Yas has just been an absolute menace. 9-2. Definitely going to be a key player to keep an eye on moving forward into day 2 of the playoffs. In what will be a matchup against their APAC North brethren, of course, in Guts Gaming. Only one of them will be able to move forward. The other will have a disappointing lower quarterfinals exit. Minute 45 remaining as Coda gets to work on that freezer hatch. MH, this is a rather aggressive hold with the ADSs and beat this pushed up into freezer and will most likely use those gas babes pretty early on.
Should be able to create a little bit of a buffer here against Damon Care if they're like pushed down the stairs, but it looks like there's action over towards rear stage. Coda needs to be careful. Launcher in hand. Right on top of those stairs, shotgun in hand in the FO12. Particularly under these circumstances, could be quite potent in that Harry Potter position. Damon Kia now will drone ahead. Pillar is cleared, but Rattler spotted. Looking to regress over towards door into blue. Yas doesn't find that kill though, and he's able to retreat back to safety.
Yeah, and Ragnar at elbow still has the shield, still has an ADS or 2, and also still has the reinforcements, so can just rotate back through. Boogeyman with the opening pick on Rattler though. Who has struggled immensely here on Oregon, unfortunately. Ragnar does get droned out. The nade will get rid of this shield. Although, I think it might have got caught by the AEDS. I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I honestly...
Fell shot.
Yeah, okay. So still 2 versus 2, 35 seconds remaining. Beat still inside of freezer, has not been cleared out of this position.
30 seconds left. Beat needs to go big, but Rin says hello. Now Sandy needs to clutch.
Coda's getting that diffuser down. Sandy in a 1 versus 2. It's a possibility. Nitrocell onto the ping, but it falls short of the mark. Coda will stick to the diffuser. Rin will hit the headshot. And Damwon Gaming Kia will win this best of 3. 2-0 between both Chalet and Oregon. We bid farewell to South Asia as Monkey Hunters gave it their all, but they fall, unfortunately, quite a bit short here on Oregon. Going up against Damwon Gaming Kia, it was always going to be a tough ask.
The odds stacked against South Asia, and unfortunately they will bow out early. Damon Kia though, off the back of their loss to Direwolves in the best of 1, bounce back, a best of 3 win, a 2-0, clean as you like. Very good performance there on Oregon. Yes, they got the monkey off the back there on Oregon. And, beat the odds. I was waiting a while to say that.
How long were you holding that one in?
That popped into my head just then, so I'm very proud of that one. And I'm sure Damon will be proud of their results. Still a lot of games to go though. If they want to keep that dream alive, not only of Sweden, but 6 Invitational 2022 as well, they are going to need to win another 3 best of 3s over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and for Damwon Gaming Kia, as we've already sort of alluded to, they'll be taking on Guts Gaming. That in itself is going to be a very fascinating matchup and a very difficult matchup. Fortunately, it will be a best of 3, so best team will prevail. For Monkey Hunters, I guess, Gus, they turn their attention to, I believe, the relegations. So, honestly, they played pretty well today. I guess they go from playing some of the best teams in APAC North and South to, well, I guess the worst teams in APAC North and South. We'll see, of course, how that goes later in the future. For now, we'll throw it to the desk where they can dissect this match.
Job as always, boys. Now looking back at it, it does feel like Damwon were just a different class above their dev. Class prevails, I guess, is probably the sentiment.
Yeah, hard to put your finger on exactly what went wrong there for Monkey Hunters. Obviously, it was their map picks, so you would expect them to find more than one round. for a while it was looking like it was going to be a 7-0. But yeah, I think that at the end of the day, sometimes these big matches, you know, there's a lot of lead up for these South Asian teams. You know, they play in their qualifiers, in their South Asian nationals, which are less of a league and more like a tournament. And then all of that just to come and get knocked out in one day is incredibly gutting for you know, now both our South Asian teams, Mercenaries as well, both have been eliminated, both very dominant scorelines in their final maps. Like for Mercenaries, it was, they won the first map and then it was a 7-1, 7-0 against them. You know, for MH here, 7-1 against them. Really, really tough day for South Asia.
Raven, I mean, it's, you know, not to be too much of a Debbie Downer, but, you know, obviously the South Asian teams going down first, it does kind of open it up for that lower bracket to be incredibly competitive with the APAC North and South teams. And damn one, I mean, do you think we could see that run through that lower bracket?
I think there's a chance, but the way they've been playing today, I don't know, it feels like it's left a lot to be desired. They really showed up on Oregon for sure, and it kind of felt like MH maybe ran out of gas a little bit. They had a pretty big 7-5 against Chiefs, and then obviously a big 7-5 in map 1 of that series. But just still, there's something about Damwon Gaming at the moment that it's really lacking. So seeing that they're going to have Guts next, I honestly don't think they're going to win that series. So I don't know. I don't think we will see it. Maybe they summon something overnight, but I just don't see them beating Guts.
Dev, has the performance been that shaky for Damwon Gaming, Kia? Do we think that we've really got too many questions in our head?
I don't know. I'm as hesitant to call it yet. Look, we saw Guts as well earlier today, albeit only in a BO1, and they played pretty well, but there was some holes in the cheese there, a bit Swiss, which is, you know, not too far from Sweden where they're aiming. I don't know where I was going with that, but it's been a late night. Damwon, look, I just think everyone here is looking at Damwon and be like, where's the stage 2 Damwon that made it to playoffs in Mexico? Because we haven't seen them yet, unfortunately. And yeah, like you said, Brandon, like this is going to be a tough bracket run for Damwon. You know, they're in the lower bracket here, and to make it to the major, they have to get second place overall in this tournament, which means winning the lower bracket final. And last time they versed Guts, they got smashed 7-2. So it's certainly just an uphill battle from here on out.
Yeah, not the most promising of results. I guess finally, before we kind of move on for any other discussions, Monkey Hunters, are we happy with their performance, Raven? Are we happy with what they've shown us today? Do you think it'll be enough for relegations?
I think they've shown some good signs. Like I said, you know, like they went through that 7-5 with Chiefs, where they really pushed them on Bank, and then they really pushed Damwon on Chalet. So there certainly are some positive aspects. Whether it's enough for promo relegations, though, really hard to say. I mean, like, that's quite a few BO3s they're going to have to get through, and obviously there's a lot on the line in those matches against teams from, you know, other subs that are quite strong as well. So I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. Maybe there's a chance there, but they're going to have to tighten some things up, because in particular, you know, we talked about it a lot after Chalet. There was just some really badly lost rounds from their part where they made some big mistakes. And if they make similar mistakes in promo relegations, I think they'll end up with pretty similar results.
Well, I guess you can't give Damwon Kia that kind of opportunity, because they will take it. We've got Woogie Man joining us for the interview, so we'll wait for him to come in. Woogie Man, congratulations on your victory after this first playday. How are you and the team feeling?
이번 경기 너무 축하드리고 이 경기 이후 팀이랑 어떤 소감이 드는지 부탁한다고 얘기해요.
좀 한 번만 더 말씀해 주실래요?
지금 이긴 거 어떤 느낌인지 물어보고 있어요.
일단 이겨서 좋고, 네, 그냥 이겨서 좋아요.
He said that he's just happy that they won, and that's all that there is.
I bet. No, look, it was a good series against Monkey Hunters. Now they have Guts tomorrow in a best of 3. How do they feel? They obviously lost quite strongly against Guts in stage 3. Are they confident they can win that best of 3?
다음 경기는 거츠랑 하시는데 거츠랑 전에 했을 때는 조금 거츠가 좀 크게 이겨서 다음 판에는 3승 이겨야지만 이길 수 있는데 거츠랑 하는 게 어떤지 이번 거츠랑 할 때 무엇을 할지 물어보고 있어요.
그냥 좀 더 준비해서 3판 2선금 좀 더 끝까지 더 집중할 것 같아요. 더 말도 많이 하고.
So he said that because it's a best of 3, they're gonna be more prepared, and as this is a game that they lost before, they're definitely gonna come in more prepared than before.
Look, congratulations again, Woogieman, and thank you for translating, Bubble. Yeah, in stage 2, Damwon Kia was such a strong team and went all the way to the Mexico Major, defeating G2 Esports, Ninjas in Pajamas. It was such a significant achievement. What do you think is possible in stage 3?
스테이지 2에서는 담원기아가 엄청난 승부욕을 보여주셨는데 멕시칸 메이저까지 가시고 G2라는 팀도 이기고 NIP도 이기고 하는데 이번 스테이지 3에서는 담원기아가 무엇을 보여줄 수 있을지 물어보고 있어요.
똑같이 뭐 메이저 가서 뭐 잘하는 강팀들도 이기고 좋은 성적 내려고요.
So he said that they're gonna show the same results as stage 2. They're gonna go to the major, obviously, and they're gonna beat all the strong teams that are currently standing there.
Beautiful. All right, Woogie Man, we'll give you the floor to kind of, say whatever you wish. If there's fans, family watching at home, a final word for them.
마지막으로 말하고 싶은 게 있는지 그 팬들한테 아니면 가족분들한테 얘기하고 싶은 게 있는지 물어보고 있어요.
팬분들한테 항상 응원해 주셔서 고맙고 그 응원에 보답하게끔 더 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 낼게요.
So he wants to talk to the fans and say that he wants to thank everyone for always supporting them throughout, and with this upcoming support, he wants to repay them with good results and good performance throughout.
We love to hear that. Of course, that is Bubble on the interpreter. Bubble, just one final thing for Woogie Man. Just say thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing him potentially tomorrow.
마지막으로 한마디 하고 싶은 게 그 오기맨님한테 너무 고맙다, 여기 오셔서 너무 고맙습니다라고 하고 내일 기대된다고 얘기하고 싶어 합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you, he said.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Let's move on. What a wholesome gentleman there, Woogie Man. He's even given us a thank you in English as well, so we didn't need the interpretation, even though Bubble is on top of things as always. Dev, I guess it does give us somewhat of a look in for Damwon Gaming Kia. They feel like they've definitely got that lower bracket on lock and key in those best of threes.
Don't lack confidence. Give them that. Yeah, say we'll see you at the major. We'll beat some of the best teams at the major. Yeah, sure. I'm keen for it. I want to see it. I'm ready to see it. I know that they were amazing in stage 2, and we want to see that again from Damwon. It's been quite, a rough stage 3. Looking at these titans of APAC North and APAC South. In APAC South we've got Knights who just have flopped in stage 3. In North we've got Damwon and Cyclops, both titans of the region who have dropped off, and we want to see that change. We want to see the Damwon Kia that beat NIP, that beat G2, that made it to the main stage at Mexico. That's the one we want to see.
Sorry, I just lost my breath for a second. Raven, as we have a look at the bracket, I'll let you break this one down because we have seen a fair bit of action tonight. Obviously, one game still being played at the moment. That is the Chiefs and Direwolves in that upper bracket. The Chiefs are up 3-0 on Chalet. But if you'd like to run the viewers through the rest of tonight, go for it.
Yeah, look, it's been a pretty big night. We've already gone through a lot of games here in the bracket, as you can see, and a lot of APAC South victories, which is what we love to see as well. But no, look, I think obviously a big story there with Elevate jumping all the way to that upper bracket final, one best of 3 away from the major, and they presented some fantastic form today against 2 of Japan's best. So very hopeful for them, and similar with Chiefs, as you said, they're up 3-0 at the moment against Direwolves. They could be facing Elevate in that upper bracket final, and honestly, I'd be so excited to see that series play out. And then in the lower bracket, there's definitely a lot of promise here for a couple of these teams. Whoever gets knocked down from Direwolves Chiefs, I think that series against Cyclops would be quite exciting, as of the Guts Demon Kia. So I think the next couple of days, we are in for some fantastic APAC Siege, I tell you what.
Dev, I don't think anyone could agree with him on that one.
You can't disagree, yeah, for sure. Look, I will just make another remark. Unfortunately for South Asia, this is another event where their teams come through not even getting any SI points. There was no hope for those teams to make SI, but even just to get top 8 in the region, which is top 6 in this bracket, because we've already had 2 APAC teams go to qualify for Sweden. Top 8 in the region, unfortunately Mercenaries and MH couldn't do that this time, and that means that Mercenaries is actually the only team ever to get top 8 in APAC from South Asia. That was in stage 1 after they beat Cyclops. So really rough day to be a South Asia fan, but yeah, they'll proof will be in the pudding in relegations and in these BO3s, which is really what we haven't actually seen many of these APAC South teams playing yet, which is the running narrative that we all love because we're APAC South casters, is that APAC South has 100% win rate so far, and it is true. APAC South hasn't lost a game. APAC North has lost a couple games. South Asia have lost all of their games, but that's about to change. APAC South versus APAC South's on right now. Either Direwolves or Chiefs will go into the lower bracket, and then we're going to be seeing BO3s. And yeah, it's actually quite difficult to know who is going to be at the Sweden major now, like who is going to be those top 2 teams from this bracket, because I think things are going to heat up once we get into those BO3s. It's not going to be as easy, for example, for Direwolves to edge out an 8-7 over Dam1, so it'll be a testing experience tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah, I guess the whole storyline there completely changes once we get into the best of 3 format for Direwolves and Chiefs, and Elevate as well, as we're still yet to see that. But Raven, any final thoughts before we close things up here?
No, look, again, APAC playoffs already delivering some very exciting games, and we've only got much better and exciting games ahead. Again, as we were saying with that bracket, some of the matchups that are coming up in these BO3s, I think are going to deliver some instant classics.
Yep.
But far too early to call who is getting those major spots, because just like classic APAC form, it's hard to predict, tell you what.
Elevate could be on match point, series point, and you still wouldn't back him in. That's the thing.
You don't? Yeah. That's rough. That's so rough, but I think it's too true. I think it's too true of a statement. And anyway, what's another true statement is that we are closing up for tonight. However, we're back on tomorrow. 5 PM Australian Eastern Daylight Time is when we kickstart our first match, so make sure you pencil that one in. Until then, stay safe. Take care.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now.
Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents. And now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big.
Gotta do it big, gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on. Yeah, come on.
You are clearly an AP two-tone.
Yeah, they tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs. I don't know what can I say. They throwing shots, but I'm saved by His grace. God is the shoot, I'm the lace. Running around, got me stoned, man. Feels like I'm stuck in the maze. Shoot at the Oculus case. They sipping only 96. I can't do it on my own, yeah. They judging me off my mistakes. This flow is so heavenly. Most of my friends and frenemies. They tryna bring out the beast. I'm batting 1,000, my game is elite. I'm running around in the streets. They tryna catch up, but they still can't compete. I thought they got in my sleep. He told me keep going, cause you got the lead. Count it up, all the brodies came through, then we added up. They was asking me questions, I had it up. I've been running with God, I just leveled up. They won't speak to my face, got that antidote. They been pointing me out like I'm one of those. I can see why they hate, that just ain't me. Tell me a place that I can't go. I don't think they get it, they don't understand. I'ma do it for my homies and my fans. They don't see the vision, they just see the band. Eyes on the money like a rubber band. That is number one, I follow his command. You can try it, you won't get a chance. I'ma keep on going till I can. And abiding by his plan. They tryna at me, I'm running the race. I gotta pick up the pace. They throwing shade, but I'm gone. You gotta keep it a buck to my face. Taking that gang out of space. It's best if you stay in your place. They hating on all of my songs.